Flame Emperor led the Flame God race out of the human race and found a remote territory far away from the human territory to live and breed after many eons. Flame God race became much stronger, and together with Flame Emperor's invincible power, nobody dared to mess with the Flame God race. The territories of Flame God race and the human race were extremely distant from each other, but the Flame God race would often enter the outer domain battlefield, joining other groups to fight against the humans. I obtained some pieces of armors before, and they're all in the garbage dump. After the war, Luo Feng stood on the deck of ancient boat Galaxy and gazed out into space. The Flame God race has already detached from the human race, but they still cooperate with the bug race, the demon race, and automaton race to fight the humans. It seems there's a feud between them and the human race. Technically, the Flame God race had belonged to the humans before. Now that they had left the human race, there was no need for them to continue the fight. However, the information Luo Feng had obtained in the virtual universe, along with the armor pieces he had found in the dump pile, indicated that the Flame God race was hostile toward the human race. Flame Emperor is a universe master, cultivated by Master Swishan Ku, thought Luo Feng, and he has two powerful true treasures, Flame God Halberd and Original Soul. He is definitely much more powerful than Master of Sky Wolf. However, even if he exited the human race, he didn't dare to go against Master Swishan Ku. So Luo Feng waved his hands, and ancient boat Galaxy immediately shrank to the size of a date pit and fell into his palm. I'll go and see the second brother of mine. Luo Feng teleported himself toward the lair of the Flame God race. The Flame God race lived on 3 vast continents. The smallest of the 3 had a diameter of over 1 light-year, and the largest one had a diameter of more than 3 light-years. The 3 of them surrounded each other. In the central space of the lands floated towering palaces, and there were endless fires around the palaces, burning black, purple, white, green and blue. Undying warriors were walking in the hallway and on the square. Sometimes they would look to the tallest main palace at the center with veneration. All the warriors of the Flame God race were tall, robust, and aggressive-looking. The shorter ones were 25 feet tall, while the taller ones were over 30 feet tall. There were scales covering their skins, and each had a single horn set between their eyebrows. Their hands and feet looked like those of earthlings, but thicker and covered in scales. Inside the main palace, a towering being sat on the throne. It was almost 6,000 miles tall, and the air exhaled from its nose burned the space around him. His black horn seemed to pierce the sky, and he was covered in black scales. He tapped on the handrail and gazed out into space. He saw the shadow of Luo Feng flying toward him in the distance. Such a strong force. There's a guest in the secret region of my Flame God race, the towering figure whispered. He was a universe master. Ordinary universe knights were already able to sense faraway space ripples, but universe masters who were able to completely control space and time were able to detect all the space ripples within tens of millions of light-years around him as long as he wanted. Space and time were like his horns that could spread. Let us see who the guest is. The towering being looked afar and saw through everything blocking his sight. A black-haired young man was flying toward him. Hong. The force of the towering being on the throne trembled, shaking the surrounding space. Third brother, the towering being murmured, I knew you'd come here after Becoming undying, taking true yen as your teacher and primal chaos city leader. As your teacher, third brother, why are you so connected to the human race? Have you forgotten that your homeland, Earth, was robbed by the human race? Don't you know that they treat you well, because they want you to sacrifice for them? He shook his head. I'm sorry, I won't allow a true treasure like force armor to fall into human hands. The towering being smiled. Without master Swishan Ku's order, you will never get the force armor. Master Swishan Ku, flame god, felt intimidated even mentioning that name. The more powerful he got, the more he realized how remarkable Swishan Ku was. Swishan Ku had given Flame Emperor the original soul, the flame god, halberd, and force armor. He left force armor in Flame Emperor's place only temporarily. After becoming a universe master with 3 super true treasures, there was almost no one whom he needed to be afraid of. He wasn't afraid of primal chaos city leader or main Tua master, although the pinnacle beings among the universe masters were able to suppress him. They couldn't kill him. The only ones who were capable of killing him were the universe supreme masters. All the universe supreme masters were incredibly powerful. They were able to change laws and completely control a certain area. However, the universe law suppressed them from being too powerful, and that was why they could only manifest power slightly stronger than primal chaos city leader and main Tua master. That gigantic axe founder didn't dare anger me because of his relationship with the human race, muttered Flame Emperor. However, Master Swishan Ku has all sorts of skills, and everyone who messed with him ended up being crushed. Flame Emperor's eyes gleamed coldly. Besides, he has always been alone, and he knows all my trump cards. If we fight, I'll. Swishan Ku was the only one in the universe that Flame Emperor feared. Besides, even I can't control the force armor completely. Flame Emperor stroked his arms, and a transparent suit of armor appeared on top of his scales. There were intricate engravings, constantly changing on it. Swishan Ku was the best at creating true treasures. The force armor was created for my third brother, and thus all the other great beings aren't able to make it recognize them as their owners. Even though I'm able to do that, I can only wield a part of its power. Like Tower Pearl, anyone who tried would die, although the force armor was not that extreme. The other great beings wouldn't utilize it at all. Even Flame Emperor was only able to partially utilize it. Although I'm only able to wield a portion of its power, it's still better than lots of top-tier true treasures. Flame Emperor caressed the transparent armor and looked at the shadow in the distance. He smiled and whispered, "Third brother, if you can arrive here and get to see me, I'll follow the order from Swishan Ku and hand it to you. However, the prerequisite is for you to see me, or you at least need to arrive at the dwelling place of Flame God race." As long as Luo Feng didn't arrive, didn't get the chance to tell the undying fighters within Flame God race of his intentions, then Flame Emperor could pretend to know nothing. However, if Luo Feng couldn't even make it to the land of the Flame God race to see the seniors within the Flame God race, Flame Emperor could pretend not to know about it. You want the force armor? Now wait until you become a universe knight. Your power is not even strong enough to get to the land of Flame God race. Flame Emperor abruptly stood up, left his throne room, and walked outside of the palace. Flame Emperor knew Swishan Ku's personality, as everything he did could be tolerated by Swishan Ku. Seal. Flame Emperor muttered. The space ripples hundreds of light years around his center became completely sealed. The space coordinates of the Flame God race are already concealed, but I'll add some further security to that even if you ask Primal Chaos City Leader to help you crack it, it'll take some time. Flame Emperor smiled and flew into the dark universe at lightspeed. So. Luo Feng teleported himself continuously as he approached the land of the Flame God race. Almost there, Luo Feng thought. Hub, Luo Feng said, suddenly stopping to look at the space in front of him. Star fragments floated before him. The space ripples here are completely locked. Why? Within the 5-color Aurora Lake, great beings are unable to teleport themselves, thought Luo Feng, and teleportation is only allowed in certain areas on Bauhinia Island in some of the vital places of human territory, like the Primal region. Teleportation is also forbidden. Does this apply to Flame God race also? Universe Masters were able to sculpt law engravings on some gigantic special buildings and drove them with specific crystals like Flame God origin crystals, by which they were able to maintain the effect of space seal. They could also accomplish that by using some true treasures. But if he did that, beings of Flame God race also couldn't teleport themselves. Luo Feng frowned. Did my second brother seal the space deliberately? Wait. Luo Feng sensed something going on behind him. He waved his wings, and a beam of light flashed behind him and reached the dark universe at lightspeed. Luo Feng flew in the dark universe and arrived at the land of Flame God race. At least, he thought he did. Where are the coordinates? Where are the coordinates of the lands of Flame God race? Luo Feng held the locator on his left hand. The coordinates on the screen kept changing, and the coordinates at the center completely disappeared. Luo Feng was stupefied. This was even more brilliant than the way Hu Yanbo had hidden the coordinates in the dark universe. You are simply devious, Luo Feng whispered. You hid the coordinates in the dark universe and sealed the space, which means I can only fly there hundreds of light years. Even if I fly there at light speed, it'll take me hundreds of years to arrive. Luo Feng now realized that his second brother Flame Emperor had done this on purpose. He was clearly reluctant to return the Force armor. However, although he hid the universe coordinates and sealed the space, he didn't come here to attack me, Luo Feng thought. It seems that he doesn't dare go against Zhuoshan Ke directly. The Yanshan secret region, upon comparison, was a far cry from the ancestral God secret region in regards to its level of danger. However, given the power he possessed, the Yanshan secret region alone was not a threat to him in any way. A biological planet ship was heading toward the Yanshan secret region at sublight speed. Second brother Luo Feng sat in the control room, holding a wine glass up. Until today, Big Brother Pu Ti does not own a single real top-tier true treasure. You already have two. At the same time, you have been taking my Force armor under your possession for as long as billions of years. This top-tier true treasure is certainly difficult to part with. Your reluctance to let go of it is completely understandable. However, being overly greedy is not good. Luo Feng tilted his head and emptied his wine glass. Then he poured himself another glass in a carefree manner. The original star stays open for 1,000 eras. Even if I were to ride a planet ship and cruise slowly, it would only take a couple hundred years to reach your Yanshan race's home. A couple of hundred years is merely the time taken for a meditation session. Luo Feng was not the least bit anxious. Yanshan race had 3 vacant palaces surrounded by land in the main palace. Flame Emperor's towering figure was looking far out into space, and through the layers of space that obstructed his view, he caught sight of that dark purple biological planet ship. He could even see Luo Feng drinking his wine in a casual manner inside the planet ship. How unbelievable! He does not know when to back off. Flame Emperor shook his head. Space was sealed, and the coordinates of the dark universe were hidden. Yet you simply do not know how to stay away, dear third brother, do you really? Think that your second brother would not be able to stop you if I set my mind to it? The original plan was not to offend anyone, but you were so persistent in coming here for your force armor. Don't blame me, then. A trace of hostility swept across Flame Emperor's face. Within the territory of the Nine Territory Alliance, there was a life planet that seemed ordinary, but this was where humans of the Mud Frog race resided. Thousands of humans of the Mud Frog race were scattered all over this planet. In one of these communities, following the command given by a burly human of the Mud Frog race, a group of Mud Frog race took a test one after another. Individuals will take the test one by one in order, said the burly human. The best performer will be able to receive one-to-one guidance from third elder. Upon receiving third elder's guidance, one can almost be considered to have become a great being and will be able to fly. From afar, third elder stood with his wooden club, smiling as he oversaw everything. His single green eye of his was filled with joy. He relished the peaceful life and living together with the lowest class of this race. When he was still a weak nobody, he used to live in a simple and defenseless community like this. Third elder gripped his wooden club and frowned. That Blade River Emperor, Luo Feng, who is a human, yet compared to a unique life form with his ability to bend heaven's will, has actually appeared within the territory of Yanshan race, and to have so accurately located our coordinates. Third elder's single green eye showed a hint of surprise. Unquestionably, this news was released by the Yanshan race. Flame Emperor is a universe master. If Blade River Emperor enters his territory, will he stand back and do nothing? It is also fair to say that since Flame Emperor is one of the top tier beings among the universe masters, this simply may not be worth his attention. Moreover, I heard that Flame Emperor used to be from the human race. This might be part of his concerns. Blade River Emperor, Luo Feng, he owns at least 6 true treasures. News has spread those who dared approach him were universe lords who were supremely competent. Senior universe knights are afraid and thus do not deserve the right to fight. Third elder oversaw the ongoing test. He loved life in a lowly community, and only he could understand that he was the core of the Mud Frog race, their true pillar of support. He was the greatest being of the Mud Frog race, and when it came to enhancing one's power, he was at the top of the list. Soul-type true treasure, he muttered to himself. I must obtain that. Still grasping his scepter, third elder remained unmoving on the same spot. His true form, however, had left the planet, leaving behind a soulless human form. As a universe overlord, he only needed an energy form to contain his consciousness. Maintaining his power to meet the level of a sector lord was child's play to him. Amid one of the universe secret regions, a seemingly ordinary mountain suspended in the air suddenly opened 9 gigantic eyes. These 9 eyes were filled with excitement. Ha ha ha! Blade River Emperor Luo Feng has actually deviated from the human race. A soul-type true treasure often seen with fighters like the bug soldiers, and every one of them are all masters of the soul type. If I have a soul-type true treasure always on hand, nothing can go wrong. Haha, this soul-type true treasure is mine. Following this, the mountain vanished in the blink of an eye. The moment some supreme beings of the human race got wind of this news, there were explosive reactions within minutes. Why did Luo Feng go to the territory of the Yenshin race? Is he tired of living? Initially, I thought he would die in the original star, but now, it seems he finds the wait to be too long, so he headed straight into the enemy's den. News that spread like wildfire. It started in the open-air square of the world of glory in the ancestral god school, which was known to be a top-tier news distribution center. It was where heirs of superpowers of the universe gathered, so it was only a matter of time before everyone got wind of this news. Although he was unable to go to Bauhinia Island and also could not enter the World of Glory, Bark Mirror Emperor, too, heard the news that day. Haha, Blade River, he gloated. Ah, Blade River, I have always worried about how you hid among the human race, refusing to come out. There were numerous heirs in the Northern Territory Alliance, and quite a number of them were close to him. Now, you have actually come out, said Bark Mirror Emperor, and you even made it to the territory of the Yenshin race. Now that the original star is about to open, there are many universe overlords finding among themselves with a lack of true treasures, or finding that their true treasures are lacking in power, yet you choose to make a sudden appearance here in the territory of the Yenshin race. You are courting your own doom, and it is not my fault. Bark Mirror Emperor laughed heartily. This was the happiest moment for him since his resurrection from turning back time. Supreme beings from various races in the universe had their circles of close friends. They all heard the news and came over to the territory of the Yenshin race in no time. The Yenshin race had 3 vacant palaces surrounded by land. In the main palace, a blurry red light appeared. A lone figure walked through while calling out in a mildly respectful tone, "Flame Emperor." Coming. The towering figure at the palace entrance was staring into space. He smiled as he said, "Ba Feng, the reason I called you here is because of Blade River. Emperor Luo Feng." Ba Feng Knight was one of the universe overlords of the 9 territory Alliance. The shape of his body resembled a bamboo pole, while his skull was squarish, with a furry face and 3 eyes positioned vertically in a straight line. The moment he had his eye on someone, the other party would fall into a state of illusion. Ba Feng might have had powers that were considered average when compared to universe overlords at the same level, but when pitted against weaklings, he was excellent. Blade River Emperor Luo Feng. Ba Feng Knight seemed a little uncertain. "I just heard some news. Apparently, Blade River Emperor Luo Feng has appeared here in your territory, Flame Emperor." "Yes," Flame Emperor nodded. "Take a look." Flame Emperor pointed into the empty space. In that split second, ripples formed within the surface, and a scene that was hundreds of light years away appeared right before him. It was a biological planet ship in flight. "This is Blade River Emperor Luo Feng's planet ship," Flame Emperor said with a chuckle. "What do you mean?" Ba Feng Knight said, confused. "As you know, I was originally from the human race," said Flame Emperor. "Dealing with this fellow, I do not want to do it myself, so you shall do it." "I understand," Ba Feng said, nodding repeatedly. Ba Feng Knight had lived a long life. He knew about the event years ago, when Flame Emperor had betrayed his own human race. That event had been explosive news in the universe during that era. "Do not worry, Flame Emperor," Ba Feng Knight said with confidence. "Though he has the powers of a secondary universe knight, Luo Feng is merely an undying knight. When face to face with me, he stands no chance even a senior universe. Night does not scare me, he is not a cause for worry before me, no one can even think of escaping. Flame Emperor merely nodded. I know you have your ways. Ba Feng Knight was proficient at dealing with weaklings, that was why Flame Emperor had summoned him. Flame Emperor, you just have to give the command, and I will take immediate action. Ba Feng Knight continued, to kill or to capture alive at your command. To kill, of course. Flame Emperor said cold-heartedly. Why would I want a human captured alive? Yes, Ba Feng Knight replied and did not dare say anything more. Of course, there is no rush for now. Flame Emperor shook his head. The news has spread, and many fighters from other races will attack him. That is why I called you here, just in case, should the other races lack the skills and allow Luo Feng to escape. That is when I will need your skills. Ba Feng Knight nodded vigorously. Flame Emperor had a very high status in the Nine Territory Alliance and belonged to one of the highest tiers of existence. His status in the Alliance was definitely comparable to the status of Primal Chaos City leader in the Hung Alliance. To handle matters under his orders, Ba Feng Knight did not dare keep a slack hand. Let us wait and see, Flame Emperor whispered. Yes, said Ba Feng Knight, standing behind the towering Flame Emperor. Obediently. Flame Emperor was, however, only focused on the scene before him. He was secretly saying to himself, Dear third brother, I trust that, given how well informed you are, you will know that I was the one who let the cat out of the bag. You still have time to escape now. If not, it will be too late. I wonder, are you going to retreat or continue to advance? In the biological planet ship, Luo Feng sat with his wine glass in his hand. His mind was still maintaining the connection with the virtual universe. Thousand Rain Emperor was the first to contact Luo Feng through the virtual universe. His face was filled with worry. Blade River, he said, word has spread from the open-air square of the world of glory that you, Luo Feng, have entered Flame Emperor's territory and is now advancing to where he lives. Even the universe coordinates of your location have been revealed now. Many supreme beings of other races are rushing over. You are not really there, are you? Luo Feng was taken aback. Really, the news has spread. That's right, said Thousand Rain Emperor, and the information is very detailed. I felt it must be true the moment I heard it. Luo Feng, do not hide anything from me. You are in grave danger, now extreme danger. Thousand Rain Emperor's voice was fraught with worry. I got it, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Thank you. Don't take things lightly, urged Thousand Rain Emperor. You must leave quickly, right away. Supreme beings from all corners of the universe are hurrying in your direction. If you hesitate further, I am worried that you will be hunted down in no time. By then, it will be too late to take flight. Thousand Rain Emperor was genuinely worried. Do not worry, Luo Feng replied. I am very aware. Luo Feng cut the line of communication with Thousand Rain Emperor, but following close behind it were calls from Cha Man Emperor, True Yan Knight, and even Bloody Wing Knight, who also reached out to him through the virtual universe. Clearly, they must have all heard the news and considered it a kiss of death for Luo Feng. Anyone could guess that supreme beings from all corners of the universe were bound to gather to hunt down Luo Feng. Flame Emperor stood in the main palace with his eyes closed. He spared a portion of his mind to sense the space ripple around Luo Feng's spaceship. Any ripple would alert him. Flame Emperor thinks too highly of that human, Ba Feng Knight thought. He is a pinnacle universe master, and he doesn't need to mind that human However, Ba-Feng Knight still stood behind Flame Emperor, quietly and respectfully. Flame Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. Hua. Suddenly, the biological spaceship stopped, and the golden armored figure flew out, soaked in blurry green light. God Country Transportation. Flame Emperor was startled. Did my third brother give up and prepare to leave? God Country Transportation was allowed in space-sealed areas. In the sacrificial tower, teleportation was not allowed, but God Country Transportation was. After all, the way they worked was different. This Blade River Emperor is scared, Ba-Feng Knight said. He expected many great beings of other races to arrive, so he planned to run back to the human territory with God Country Transportation. Better for him to escape with his life. Flame Emperor whispered, grinning. Lucky him. It's because of your mercy, Ba-Feng Knight said. If you attacked him and control space and time, he wouldn't even have the chance to run away. Flame Emperor looked at the scene, smiling without saying anything. Suddenly, Luo Feng waved his hands, and an ugly undying fighter appeared. He first groveled at Luo Feng, then stepped into the blurry green light. As for Luo Feng, instead of leaving, he went back to the biological spaceship and kept progressing forward. He didn't go back. Flame Emperor frowned. Why did he send a slave? Ba-Feng Knight was confused as well. The first great being of another race has arrived, Flame Emperor said with a smile. In another portion of space, he saw an enormous snake with a silver belly, a dark cyan back, and 2 wings on his back. There were 9 horns on his forehead, all of which had branches that were bent. His horns wound around each other like a crown. A greenish light, mixed with dimming golden light in his eyes, gleamed coldly. He seemed to notice the gaze of Flame Emperor, so he lowered his head to show respect for Flame Emperor. Demon Wing leader of the demon race, Ba-Feng Knight said. He is an ambitious and powerful universe overlord, Flame Emperor said. Suddenly, he looked in another direction and noticed an elder of the frog race. With a black scepter, the elder also sensed the gaze, and he bowed slightly to show respect. Frog the Wise, Flame Emperor whispered. Both of them are exceptional, and the third one is coming. Flame Emperor looked in another direction and saw a human-like being flying toward him. There were 2 horns thicker than thighs on his head, and the horns wound around his godly body like braids. His blue eyes were like stars that could pierce through souls. This great being also bowed to him. Ma Sha Knight, Flame Emperor muttered. He has a domain-type true treasure. Against this treasure, it is the least likely that Luo Feng will escape. Ba-Feng Knight said. Demon Wing leader, Frog the Wise, and Ma Sha Knight are all universe-renowned supreme beings with extraordinary skills. Demon Wing leader comes from the pinnacle race. Demon race. Frog the Wise is the leader of an entire race, and as for Ma Sha Knight, he has a domain-type true treasure. It'll be difficult for Blade River Emperor to flee from any of them. Flame Emperor smiled. Third brother, prepare for the feast I designed for you, he said. Hong. Suddenly, the godly power coming out of the main palace was weakened, and the range under the space seal was reduced to 100 light-years. In the sector of the Flame God secret region, Demon Wing leader's body slid across a floating star fragment, and he gazed into the distance. Blade River Emperor is supposed to be there, Demon Wing leader said in a hoarse voice. Blade River, all of your true treasures belong to me. So he teleported there. For my frog race, I have to get the true treasures from Blade River Emperor. The elder of frog race whispered and teleported himself toward the publicized location. I have a domain type true treasure, said Ma Sha Knight, and if I have a soul type true treasure and a flying palace type true treasure even universe, masters will find it difficult to kill me. Ma Sha Knight caressed his horns and went away. The news Flame Emperor let out was made known to the entire universe because it was so well known. Ordinary universe knight didn't dare meddle. The first 3 who arrived were all universe overlords. The biological spaceship slowed down and stopped. The space seal is gone. Luo Feng stood in the space and saw the mist permeating. Why did my second brother stop the space seal? Luo Feng closed his eyes and started to feel his surroundings. His Masha body could sense the space as well as universe knights. He inspected along the direction toward the lands of the flame god race and could distinctively feel that the space ripple 100 light-years around him was stopped. Not stopped, he realized, but shrank. No matter what you've done, you've saved me 100 years. Luo Feng waved his hands and took back the biological spaceship. He teleported himself. A giant snake shadow appeared. Teleportation ripple. Demon Wing Leader's greenish eyes glinted with a thrill. He, Frog the Wise, and Ma Sha Knight showed up in different places and couldn't he sense the other's teleportation. Besides, Demon Wing Leader was the closest to Luo Feng. To universe knights, they were only able to sense the teleportation ripple. That was 1,000 light-years close to him. It must be him. Demon Wing Leader shook his wings and tail and teleported himself toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng arrived at the periphery of the space-sealed area. My second brother narrowed the range. Luo Feng stood in the space pervaded by mist and looked back. Have those other races arrived? Whatever. Luo Feng flew into the space-sealed area like a beam of light. Hung. Just as Luo Feng was flying into the space-sealed area, Demon Wing Leader showed up and saw the shadow in the distance. Human Blade River. Demon Wing Leader transmitted his hoarse voice with his godly power. So, Demon Wing Leader flew forward. Luo Feng kept flying in the secret region in near lightspeed and looked back at Demon Wing Leader who was chasing him. You want to catch me, Luo Feng said with a glance. Human Blade River, you can't run away, Demon Wing Leader roared as he chased him. Instead of worrying about him, Luo Feng kept flying at near lightspeed. He had already hit his fastest speed. If he reached lightspeed, he would enter the Dark Universe. The coordinates in the Dark Universe around the lands of the Flame God race were concealed, and it would be squandering his time if he entered the Dark Universe. Law Domain. Demon Wing Leader suddenly performed Law Domain, and everything for 60 million miles around him was trapped in Time Law Domain, including Luo Feng. Hung. Luo Feng burned his godly power and maintained his speed. A simple law domain is useless, Luo Feng told Demon Wing Leader behind him. Suddenly, 2 powerful ripples appeared, which shocked and terrified Luo Feng. No, he realized other hunters. Demon Wing Leader sensed something wrong and looked back as well. Frog the Wise and Ma Sha Knight were flying toward them. They teleported themselves and arrived at the periphery of the space-sealed area, and they both went into the area and started to chase Luo Feng. 3 universe overlords were running after Luo Feng. However, none of them could teleport themselves in the space-sealed area. Haha, Frog and Demon Wing, this is the space-sealed area. Ma Sha Knight guffawed. Your law domain is only able to affect Blade River Emperor. It's Not enough to trap him and kill him, it seems that I'm the lucky one after all, and the soul-type true treasure belongs to me. 90 million Sand River Domain, build Ma Sha Knight's voice resounded around Demon Wing Leader and Frog the Wise. In the enormous, spherical area were countless grains of sand, and it was indestructible, though each grain of sand was weak. When they were combined, they could easily annihilate some universe knights. Damn it, Demon Wing Leader growled. He was furious. Ma Sha, the true treasures belong to me too. Ma Sha Knight, don't be so selfish, Frog the Wise said, glaring at Ma Sha Knight behind him. But Ma Sha Knight was infuriated. They're mine, he shouted. They belong to me. Damn frog, you dared attack me. It's useless, your soul attack techniques can hardly affect me. I'll stop wasting my time on you two. Human Blade River, die, your treasures are mine. Hong. Under Ma Sha Knight's manipulation, each grain of the sand was glowing and dashing at Luo Feng, and their power kept multiplying as they gathered. They formed a giant sand whirlpool and raced toward Luo Feng. Flame Emperor watched it all from his main palace. Third brother, he said, don't blame me for losing your true treasures. You're the one who wants the force armor. Flame Emperor watched what was happening hundreds of light years away, thinking that everything was under his control. Meanwhile, Luo Feng looked at the giant sand whirlpool that surrounded him. It was hundreds of miles high, and the sand was thick and dense. Each individual grain was weak, but when numerous grains were combined, they were strong enough to make Luo Feng feel strangled. Masha body, said Luo Feng, holding onto a stone in his left hand. Who? The stone vanished in an instant. Hong Long. The giant sand whirlpool enshrouded Luo Feng in an instant. He was smashed to pieces the very next instant. He was strangled to death, reduced to naught. Human Blade River is dead. Dead. His true treasure is mine. Ma Sha Knight exclaimed from afar. Ma Sha Knight was overwhelmed with excitement, anticipating what he would have. When he got hold of the true treasures, it had not occurred to him that the true treasures would not be so easily obtainable. There were at least 6 true treasures. Did he really think that obtaining them would be such a breeze? Ma Sha Knight let out a high-pitched, ferocious roar. Where is my true treasure? The true treasures, where are they? No matter how he scoured the sand, there was not a single true treasure to be found. So, in the distance, the figure of a youth in golden armor appeared. Demon Wing Leader and Frog the Wise both looked over. Luo Feng, Blade River Emperor Luo Feng. There he is. One moment, he was surrounded and attacked by countless grains of sand. The next moment, he is tens of thousands of miles away. Could it be teleportation? But within the confinement of sealed space, it is impossible to teleport. Ma Sha Knight stared at the faraway Luo Feng in disbelief. Luo Feng had not died. Human Blade River, he growled, die. Countless grains of sand from all around flew toward Luo Feng in a wicked flurry. Who? Luo Feng vanished into thin air instantly. He reappeared tens of thousands of miles away. Zoom 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 zoom. Luo Feng flashed about at a crazy speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of miles away. This is not teleportation, it is his talent technique, Frog the Wise said. With a slight frown, it is a space-type talent technique. Domain, we are in trouble. Demon Wing Leader curled his body and spread his wings, then turned back to look at the fuming Ma Sha Knight. He sneered. Old frog, out of the 3 of us, Ma Sha Knight must be the most disappointed. Even with a domain-type true treasure, Luo Feng was still able to escape with his talent technique, Luo Feng will be able to escape from anyone below the rank of a universe master. Only a handful of universe overlords may be able to hold him back. Frog the Wise nodded. Domain was a technique by which one first merged with space, then transformed into a godly body, no matter how Ma Sha Knight manipulated his true treasure. To launch attacks, the moment Luo Feng merged with space, it would be easy to dodge the attacks. Of course, the situation would be different if the opponent was a universe master. A universe master was able to fully control space and time. Everything in this space and time would be controlled. Even when merged with this space, anyone could be forcefully kicked out. However, Ma Sha Knight, Frog the Wise, and Demon Wing Leader could not achieve this. Damn it, roared Ma Sha Knight, watching Luo Feng make his escape with just one technique, Domain, yet being unable to do anything about it was enough to make Ma Sha Knight feel helpless. He could only roar with fury. Frog the Wise and Demon Wing Leader watched the entire episode with amusement. Ma Sha Knight wheeled on them angrily. Neither of you got anything either, Ma Sha Knight fumed. What is there to gloat over? Ma Sha Knight, you are a universe overlord, and look at what a scene you have made, Frog the Wise said, grinning. Demon Wing Leader and I are not gloating. The three of us went after Blade River Emperor Luo Feng together, and both of us truly believed that you would be most hopeful in succeeding. We did not hold high hopes, and without expectations, we naturally would not feel disappointed, but you are different. You were so close to obtaining the true treasures, yet you did not expect Luo Feng to still have a hidden card up his sleeve. That is why a true treasure has again slipped through your fingers. This agony, haha, we can empathize. Ha ha ha. Demon Wing Leader let out a deep laugh. Go, he called out. Old Frog. Frog the Wise nodded with a smile, then together with Demon Wing Leader accelerated quickly and reached the speed of light. Within an instant both entered the dark universe and left. Damn it, bastard idiot! Ah! Ma Sha Knight shouted, his handsome features twisted with anger. Although Ma Sha Knight was a high and mighty universe overlord, it did not mean he could not get angry. There were not many things that anger make beings at his level. This time, he was within reach of obtaining at least 6 true treasures, like the Soul-type true treasure and Flying Palace true treasure. And for everything to come to naught all of a sudden, the contrast was too agonizing and infuriating for Ma Sha Knight to bear. Blade River Ma Sha Knight gritted his teeth and let out an angry roar. Then he too entered the dark universe and left. Yanshan race had 3 palaces surrounded by land. In the main palace, Ba Feng Knight was careful not to utter a single word at that moment. He knew Flame Emperor was seething with anger. Flame Emperor stared into space with a cold look. Ripples of images appeared to show Luo Feng's advances as he relied on his talent technique Domain. Very well, my dear third brother, I have underestimated you, Flame Emperor thought, looking at the image with indifference. Flame Emperor, what should we do now? Ba Feng Knight finally spoke up after he sensed that Flame Emperor's anger had subsided. Do you have any way to kill him? Flame Emperor asked, looking at Ba Feng Knight. If he is bent on escaping, there is no way I can stop him, Ba Feng Knight said, shaking his head. This talent technique Domain can only be owned by some unique life forms that have excellent hiding and fleeing skills. It is said that within the Masha race, only a handful have such power. Although these life forms do not have outstanding fighting abilities, their survival abilities are quite strong. Wait, Flame Emperor said. He looked into space. Right now, there is a continuous stream of great beings of other races making their way here. There are universe overlords, senior universe knights, and more. Who knows, there might be someone able to stop this human Blade River Emperor. Ba Feng Knight listened obediently, but in his heart, he was confused. Is there a need for Flame Emperor to be so determined to kill this Blade River Emperor Luo Feng? If he really wanted to kill Luo Feng, he could have done the deed by himself. If he did so, he could have annihilated Blade River Emperor Luo Feng with a snap of fingers. Yet up until now, he made no move and merely paid close attention. So strange. In the Yanshan secret region, Luo Feng gave full play to his talent technique domain for quite some time. Then he boarded his planet ship and continued to advance. Second brother, the moment you sealed the space and hid the dark universe coordinates, your younger brother guessed your intentions. Luo Feng held his wine glass. So earlier on, I arranged for a servant to take my many true treasures back to the human domain under the guise of my golden horned beast body, original earthling body, Masha body, and remote ocean body. From true treasure to valuable, these three bodies do not possess a single piece. Even if they were to fail, at the very most, I would only be wasting a little energy. Luo Feng sneered. He was no fool, knowing that Flame Emperor would not give up the force armor easily. There was no way he would subject any of his true treasures like Tower Pearl and Sherwu Wings to such risk. Upon learning that his golden horned beast body had brought his true treasures back to the human domain, he was able to face up to all obstacles without worries. During the earlier attack by Ma Sha Knight's domain-type true treasure, his original earthling body was annihilated, but the Ma Sha body was able to escape. With the World Ring, the remote ocean body was hidden within the World Ring. And with the godly power of the remote ocean body, the annihilated original earthling body was recovered to its original form. This time, I have revealed my greatest trump card for escape talent technique. Domain. Luo Feng squinted. My teacher, Primal Chaos City leader, once said that this technique domain is only second to the skills of universe masters. Otherwise, the chance of escaping is almost 100%. Now that I have revealed this technique, I must obtain force armor. Force armor, you will be mine. Luo Feng looked out into space and surmised that Flame Emperor would be observing his every move. What is mine will be mine, he said. No matter how hard you try, you cannot keep it. Luo Feng gave a crooked smile. Following the arrival of the earliest batch of universe overlords, the trio, consisting of demon wing leader superpowers of all kinds like universe overlords and senior universe knights, came flocking from faraway domains in a flurry with techniques like God Country transportation and teleportation. They rushed to the territory of the Yanshan race as fast as they could. The number was increasing tremendously. Luo Feng had ventured deep within the domain of sealed space, so the other great beings were unable to keep up with him. So Flame Emperor shrank the domain of sealed space by another 100 light years. This way, the others in pursuit would be able to catch up with Luo Feng easily. Second brother, how shameless you can be, Luo Feng thought with a sneer. Zoom. This time, Luo Feng showed no trace of hesitation. First, he teleported directly to the border of the domain of sealed space. Then, with his talent technique domain, he penetrated his way into the sealed space by speedy and continuous flashes. The moment the fastest great being of another race caught up, Luo Feng would have put a couple 100 miles between them. The talent technique domain was enough to convince several great beings in pursuit to give up, and when Luo Feng had penetrated into the deeper region of the sealed space, other great beings who arrived later would not even have the chance to fight him. A bunch of trash. Flame Emperor madly surveyed the images before him at that moment. His rage was unleashed without restraint. The entire palace seemed to have fallen into a burning furnace. Ba Feng Knight stood by his side, filled with fear. He did not understand why Flame Emperor was fuming over the fact that Luo Feng was not killed. Flame Emperor swept a look in his direction. Take your leave. Yes, Ba Feng Knight said respectfully, then, stepping into the blurry red light, he left. Trash, trash, a bunch of trash. Flame Emperor seethed. He had not felt such anger in a long time. Ambushing Luo Feng had failed, which meant Luo Feng would be taking force armor away. This made him furious. Third brother, take your time, Flame Emperor said coldly. You still need over 100 years of flying to get here. He had shrunk the domain of sealed space twice, with the status of a high and mighty universe master, and with the matter implicating sitting mountain guest and force armor. He could not help losing his cool. Shrinking the sealed space twice in a row was, after all, a despicable thing to do. The original star is about to open. Flame Emperor thought, I shall enter the original star for a round of battle. Maybe I will be able to find a true treasure that is comparable to the force armor. However, he knew that the chances were extremely low. Flame Emperor had experienced many openings of the original star and had obtained quite a handful of true treasures. However, most of them were ordinary ones. Even the senior true treasures were few and far between, and there were no top-tier true treasures to speak of. Of course, through his ventures in other domains, killings, and fighting, he had paid dearly to be able to obtain a single top-tier true treasure, his black armor, as a backup plan. But black armor, when compared to force armor, the two were on completely different levels. Hang. Flame Emperor sat on his throne and looked into the vast space. Then he closed his eyes and silently waited for the original star to open. When it came to Luo Feng, he was at his wit's end. After all, sitting mountain guest was a deterrent preventing him from going overboard. Many supreme beings rushed to hunt Luo Feng. However, those who tried to hunt him all failed after Luo Feng performed his talent technique domain as for those who arrived late. They couldn't even begin to chase him after him because he was already deep in the space-sealed area. They all gave up. Yet, at the same time Luo Feng's secret technique domain went public, the great beings who chased Luo Feng all knew about it and spread the news. Many great beings of other races were stunned by the news that Blade River Emperor had such an exceptional skill. Pei Feng Knight was furious after learning about domain. He dared to look down on me. He didn't even perform that technique when I attacked him. He didn't even fight with all his strength. Well played, Blade River. Why did he dodge it again? Why is it so difficult for him to die? Bark Mirror Emperor was exasperated after realizing this. He roared so hard that the walls of his room cracked. While the other races were shocked, the human race was thrilled. The talent technique domain was bestowed by the universe and couldn't be gained by practice alone. Blade River Emperor will be able to survive for a long time with this technique. As long as he doesn't meet any universe masters, he'll be able to survive. Talent technique domain is indeed incredible, and many universe knights aren't able to deal with it. However, some still have extraordinary skills. For instance, the most powerful world tree is already able to control space and time as well as a universe master. There are other special life forms who can suppress the talent technique domain. Through the virtual universe, Luo Feng learned about the discussions outside, which made him further realize that the only way to win respect from other great beings was power. Many universe knights concluded that Luo Feng going to the original star meant he was rushing to his own death after they witnessed him performing his talent technique domain. However, the number of naysayers declined in number. Domain is only used for escape, thought Luo Feng in the original star. 1. Must fight for true treasures. Fleeing is not enough. Force armor. I must have it. Compared to force armor, the talent technique domain was nothing. Force armor was an item desired by supreme beings like Flame Emperor, even Primal Chaos City Leader was willing to fight to the death for a true treasure like that. 10 years passed. At the top of Thunder Island stood Primal Chaos City Leader Luo Feng. The original star will be open tomorrow. I heard that you're going, too. Yes, teacher, Luo Feng said, standing behind Primal Chaos City Leader. What is your plan? Primal Chaos City Leader asked. Who do you want to team up with? Did you invite some great beings? No, Luo Feng replied. If you want to team up with someone, I can help, Primal Chaos City Leader said. You're still relatively weak. Senior Universe Knights often find some great beings to help them and give them a higher chance of survival. You should also find some suitable great beings to help you team up with. Whom? Luo Feng shook his head. Senior Universe Knights can't help me much. As for universe overlords, even if they say yes, it'll be because of you, and from the bottom of their hearts, they'll believe that I'm dragging them back. I'd better go there by myself. You're thinking of doing this by yourself? Primal Chaos City Leader was startled. I just want to go there, to broaden my horizons, said Luo Feng. I'll be careful. That's right, you have your bloody seat. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. It's all in your hands, but, Luo Feng, why would you go to the lands of the Flame God race and perform your talent technique? Domain. A revealed trump card is no longer a trump card. If the enemies wish to attack you, they'll prepare for this technique. You need to make sure that it's the only option before you show your trump card. I understand, Luo Feng said. I decided to go there because of something private. Something private. Primal Chaos City Leader glanced at Luo Feng. Then I won't ask any further questions. However, I must remind you that the lands of the Flame God race belong to Flame Emperor, who is one of the top-tier universe masters. He was as talented and exceptional as you. If you've done some research, you'll know that Flame Emperor is a human. He was beyond exceptional. He never failed, and nobody at his level could rival him. He never failed, and he respected nobody. He is a fearless great being. However, he also believed that nobody could suppress him, and he got too ambitious. He couldn't live with being under others. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. Luo Feng listened quietly. Too ambitious, and couldn't live with being under others. To top it all off, something's wrong with his mental state, said Primal Chaos City Leader. He only remembers how others have wronged him. He cannot remember the good that others do for him. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. After becoming a universe knight, he grew ever more arrogant and tyrannical, and he was extremely selfish. Extremely selfish, said Luo Feng. He dared to attack universe masters within his own race. Primal Chaos City Leader exclaimed. He attacked them for their valuables. Gigantic axe founder decided to punish him by imprisoning him, but little did he expect that flame Emperor had betrayed us humans with beings from his hometown. It was a great joke to the rest of the universe. Luo Feng was startled. He is indeed a genius, Primal Chaos City leader exclaimed, and every time I see you, it's like seeing him. We human cultivated him, but he turned his back on us every time there was a war between the races. He grew crueler toward us. Humans. Chao City leader shook his head. Luo Feng, if he attacks you, just summon me, and I'll be there instantly. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng was stunned to realize what his second brother was really like. Selfish, thought Luo Feng, recalling everything he had been through. Yeah. He is selfish. All right. Force armor was left by Master Zhou Shan Ku to me, but he tried to keep it. On the second day, the original star opened. It was a massive party for the billions of races in the universe. Of course, the undying fighters didn't know of it, as it was a killing festival for the supreme beings. Though Luo Feng was in the territory of the Flame God race and couldn't see the opening of the portal to the original star, he could still watch the scene. Through the virtual universe, the power from the opening of each portal was more terrific than that of universe masters. Various groups flooded into the original star. 10,081 portals were distributed throughout the universe. Supreme beings from all the superpowers, made up of billions of races in the universe, flew into the portal and entered the original star. 10,081 original stars. The slaughter was about to begin. The universe takes care of me, said Flame Emperor. Force armor is about to be taken by my third brother, and I have to hand it over, because of Master Zhou Shan Ku. Perhaps I can get better true treasures. Flame Emperor walked into a portal to original stars and landed on one. The biological spaceship traveled through the mist. Luo Feng had a simple life, spending most of his time on space law and the beast god path. Luo Feng had already fully comprehended the second mystery of space law, seal, during the 80,000 years of creating ultimate techniques. As for the third one, strangle, he was close. One could become a universe knight after completing the comprehension of all three mysteries and combining them as one. Apparently, Luo Feng needed a long time. It's cruel in the original stars. Although Luo Feng didn't go, he watched some footage taken by some great beings who made it out. Original stars were closest to the land of origin in the universe. They were stars full of valuables, and they were filled with hazards. It was the first place Luo Feng knew of that couldn't connect to the virtual universe. My decision was a wise one, he said. Without the force armor, I can only flee with my power. To Luo Feng, he went through a peaceful 100 years, yet on the original stars 12 large-scale battles took place because of the valuables. Hundreds of universe knights and more than 20 universe overlords died during those wars. But all the universe masters survived. Of course, all the superpowers were excited by the slaughtering. The more precious the valuables were, the more great beings they were willing to send out. The footage isn't even clear. Luo Feng shook his head. The level of the slaughter there is apocalyptic, and there's no way to record the battles. Clearly shame. None of the battles have anything to do with me. Luo Feng stood in the control room and watched the three lands in the distance. Through the virtual scene, they were the inhabitants of the Flame God race. Although he finally saw the lands, he was still so distant from them. It took him another month to get to the border. A silver-armored undying warrior flew towards him, his eyes glinted furiously. "This is the territory of the flame god race, how dare you come here, human?" "Hang!" Luo Feng frowned. Godly force permeated from him, suppressing the undying fighter of flame god race. "Flame Emperor, I've arrived at your territory," Luo Feng shouted, looking at the main palace surrounded by the three lands. "Show yourself." "What audacity!" The undying Yan Shan warrior shouted angrily. A long spear suddenly appeared in his palm, and he pointed its sharp tip at Luo Feng. "Human, Flame Emperor is not someone at your beck and call." Flame Emperor was the absolute ruler of the Yanshan race, so even though Luo Feng displayed formidable power, this warrior was not intimidated enough to retreat. Luo Feng looked at the undying warrior. Though surrounded and oppressed by his power, the warrior was filled with fighting spirit. The moment his godly power dispersed, it would drown this undying warrior with its absolute power. Yet the eyes of that undying warrior were so filled with anger that they looked as though they could spout fire. He did not give any further utterance. Luo Feng looked toward the main palace and said, "Flame Emperor, even this lowly undying warrior has the guts to shout at me. Why are you in hiding? This is your sanctuary, where you can control the space and time. Don't you pretend you can't hear me." Finishing his words, Luo Feng waited in silence. Indeed, everyone knew that this was the home of the Yanshan race, where Flame Emperor possessed ultimate control. If he pretended to turn a deaf ear to Luo Feng's words, that would be him taking Luo Feng for a fool. Mere seconds later, Hong! A strong wave of godly power spurted out from the main palace in the distance, and was followed by a complete closure of the sealed space. With a flash of light, a figure appeared directly before Luo Feng. "Are you Luo Feng?" the human Blade River Emperor asked. A burly, single-horned man with a bald head. He wore black war armor and was approximately 30 feet tall. His body was plastered with scales, resembling those of a snake. Even his face was covered with scales, leaving only his scalp bare and shiny. He was a universe knight of the Yanshan race. Luo Feng nodded. "Yes," he said. "I am Ice Deuteron Knight," the single-horned, bald knight said with a smile. "Flame Emperor has instructed me to wait here for Blade River Emperor, and here you are." Finally, the moment I learned of your arrival, I closed the sealed space meant to protect our race without delay. Luo Feng laughed to himself. Closed it? He knew the sealed space had been specially prepared for him. As the two conversed, the undying warrior, who was oppressed by Luo Feng's godly power, could not hear a single word. Ice Deuteron Knight gestured to him. "Would Blade River Emperor be so kind as to release my fellow man?" Ice Deuteron Knight asked. Luo Feng retracted his powers upon request. Ice Deuteron Knight turned to the undying warrior and commanded, "Take your leave quickly." "Yes, Knight." The undying warrior gave a few respectful bows, then, in an instant, he disappeared. Ice Deuteron Knight gave a smile and looked at Luo Feng. "Blade River Emperor, please follow me." Luo Feng followed with a nod. He was not afraid of whatever tricks Flame Emperor had up his sleeves. While he was on his way here, he had met with all sorts of obstacles, and nothing had brought him down now that he had arrived at the territory of the Yanshan race. If Flame Emperor was unable to play nice, it would be an insult to Luo Feng and an insult to their teacher. Sitting Mountain Guest. The duo teleported directly to the palace grounds. There were endless flames around the palaces, and they burned an empty path right in the middle at the End of the path, several undying warriors of the Yanshan race stood deferentially on both sides. Luo Feng and the single-horned knight walked side by side. "Where is Flame Emperor?" Luo Feng asked. "That is the main palace," the single-horned knight said, pointing to the highest palace in the distance. "It is also where the Flame Emperor resides. The two other palaces on each side are the secondary palaces, where common guests reside." "Blade River Emperor, please proceed to the secondary palace hall. You may be granted an audience with Flame Emperor when he returns." Luo Feng changed his countenance, buying time. Luo Feng stared at the single-horned knight. "Is that what Flame Emperor instructed you to do? Did you convey the news of my arrival? Don't bother trying to tell me that there is no way you can inform him at present. Flame Emperor is the one and only universe master of the entire Yanshan race. He definitely would have caught wind of any news that spread to this area at any time." "Don't get so anxious, Blade River Emperor." To his credit, the single-horned knight was not shaken by Luo Feng flaring up. "I have just sent word to Flame Emperor. He is currently in the original star, so to return from the original star, he could make use of God Country transportation, which will bring him here in no time." Luo Feng said with indifference, "You lead the way, I will follow your arrangements for now, and take a rest in the palace. I shall just wait to see when this Flame Emperor will turn up. Please follow me." The single-horned knight showed similar disregard for Luo Feng as he led the way in front. The two walked into the secondary palace hall after instructing the servants to prepare a spread of delicacies. The single-horned knight left a nobody, and with such arrogance. The single-horned knight growled once. Outside, he looked toward the palace with much disdain. He mused, "Even though you are an undying life form, you only possess the powers of a secondary universe knight at the very best. You excel at escape tactics. Who are you to show disrespect to our Flame Emperor? If not for Flame Emperor's command to not create trouble, I would have shown you the consequences for being disrespectful." Humph. With that, the single-horned knight turned and left. He could not be bothered with Luo Feng. In the secondary palace, a fine spread of delicacies from different locations throughout the universe was served. There was also a fine selection of wine. The food alone would have cost undying emperors their entire fortunes. "This second brother of mine certainly puts on quite a show," Luo Feng thought. "Sitting at the table, someone leaked the news about my whereabouts, and I am almost certain it was him who discreetly spread the news. He clearly knew I was coming, and yet he chose to delay our meeting. I am here by the orders of Sitting Mountain Guest, and I wield enough power to drive the force armor, which is why I am here for it. This is our teacher's command, yet he is putting on the airs of a universe master." Luo Feng could only shake his head. The force armor belonged to Luo Feng to begin with. Flame Emperor had been using it for a long time, and now that its rightful owner had appeared, he was in no rush to return it. On the contrary, it seemed he ordered his underlings to deal with Luo Feng so that he could hold on to force armor. "I shall wait," Luo Feng said to himself, "now, to see how long I have to wait. This matter has already been blown out of proportion. The supreme beings in this universe are coming after my life. News has spread all over the place, and I am certain our teacher, Sitting Mountain Guest, must have known and is also paying close attention to everything happening here. Second brother, oh, second brother with teacher keeping an eye on you. I would like to see how far you can go in this game." 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. Then 1 month, then 2 months, and still, there was no news. Flame Emperor still had not arrived. More delays, he just continues delaying. Luo Feng closed his eyes and mediated while staying connected with the virtual universe with his consciousness. He waited in silence. This power was, after all, inferior to humans. He could only wait. Flame Emperor sat cross-legged in one of the ancient forests on the original star. He was attentively feeling for the waves coming from the distance. If precious valuables were about to appear, there would be unique signs to announce their presence. "Third brother," he muttered, "allow me to tame that arrogance of yours. An extraordinary genius from the human race. I was much stronger than you back then. I shall help you understand why a junior like yourself should respect someone with seniority." Luo Feng had already stayed in the palace for a year or more, and during this period, he had been waiting peacefully and patiently. One day, as Luo Feng was meditating cross-legged, he suddenly heard a loud noise. Hong. A powerful force dispersed over his surroundings, enshrouding the entire palace grounds. Every being within the palace grounds, from servants to undying warriors, rushed out immediately to bow their respect. Luo Feng also opened his eyes, then said, "Finally, you're here." Hong Long. The surrounding time and space changed. Luo Feng merely observed the transformation happening. Then he found himself in a spacious palace hall. On the throne of this palace sat a towering, lofty figure. He was densely covered with scales. With that gigantic horn, he was the very picture of the Yanshan race. His eyes looked down at the waiting Luo Feng, who felt an intangible power. It felt as if he had been cast into a burning furnace. "Second brother," Luo Feng said, raising his head to meet Flame Emperor's eyes. He smiled. "Second brother, you are finally here. Your younger brother, have been waiting a long time." Hong. The towering figure stood up step by step. He made his way down the stairs. His godly body shrank as he moved, and by the time he reached the bottom of the stairs, he had reduced to a height comparable to that of Luo Feng. From an earthling's point of view, Flame Emperor carried an overbearing arrogance and ignored the presence of all others. This arrogance was in his bones. His very soul. It emanated from him naturally. There was no pretense at all. This was different from some other proud and arrogant great beings. Flame Emperor's arrogance and self-honor were so convincing that many people exclaimed that he was truly deserving to be their overlord. "Third brother," Flame Emperor said, looking at Luo Feng with a trace of friendliness in his gaze. "I was on the original star, fighting with countless other great beings from the other races for valuables. I met with the crucial moment when a valuable first appeared, so I was delayed for quite a while. I trust you did not take it to heart." "Of course I didn't," Luo Feng replied. Flame Emperor nodded and said, "I had a chat with Pu Ti, our teacher. Sitting Mountain Guest has also given me some orders. As for you, I did gather some informative materials intentionally. You are certainly one in a million, an extraordinary genius from the human race, but you should know that everything you have today is because of teacher's faith in you. Do not be proud. Train humbly and become a universe knight as quickly as you can, then move on to the status of a universe master. Your first brother and I are waiting for that day to arrive." Luo Feng gave a slight frown. He did not like this display of superiority that Flame Emperor was showing, but he dealt with the situation by replying, "Of course, I will work hard. Luck is with you. You can take on the life or death inheritance of the star tower to become Sitting Mountain Guest's third disciple." Flame Emperor looked at Luo Feng. "That's why you should cherish this opportunity more than ever." Do not ever disappoint our teacher. Second brother, Luo Feng replied immediately, you must know my purpose in coming here. Haha, for the force armor, of course, I know. Flame Emperor smiled at Luo Feng when it came to his third brother, Flame Emperor disliked him. It was purely by instinct. Sitting Mountain guest had trained the young Flame Emperor wholeheartedly, which was why he had become one of the top-notched, transcendent geniuses of the universe. And now, Luo Feng was not the least bit inferior to him. Even Flame Emperor realized that in the future, this third brother would come to own the supreme true treasure, Star Tower. Thus, Flame Emperor saw Luo Feng as an immense threat, yet Luo Feng was the third disciple. Sitting Mountain guest had dedicated himself to. There was no way Flame Emperor could put a stop to this. Big brother Pu Ti was the least of Flame Emperor's concern. He had previously been Sitting Mountain guest's servant, so his powers were a far cry from those of Flame Emperor, but this third brother, he kept Flame Emperor on his toes. Right, said Luo Feng, here I am for my force armor. Our teacher instructed me to obtain it from you when I possessed the power to drive it, so now, here I am. Force armor is one of the super true treasures in this vast universe, Flame Emperor replied, gazing at Luo Feng. It has limitless power, and you have only just become undying. You are still too weak to unleash its power. You might even lose the force armor if it were under your possession. The way I see it, for the sake of the force armor and for your own safety, my brother, you should continue cultivating your power. It is not too late for you to obtain the force armor. When you have become a universe knight, I shall gladly continue to take care of it for you, and when you have become a universe knight, I will deliver it straight into your hands. Inside the palace, Luo Feng, who was already dissatisfied with Flame Emperor, was infuriated. Force armor belongs to me, he thought, whether I am able to use it or not, and whether I might lose it or not has nothing to do with you. I'm here to take the force armor under Masters Washan Ku's command, and all you need to do is give me the force armor. Why were you rambling? Though Luo Feng was full of anger, his only choice was to suppress it. Flame Emperor looked at Luo Feng, grinning. Brother, he said, train yourself well and become a universe knight, then you can use the force armor. Luo Feng smiled. Second brother, he said, I was able to survive being hunted by all the great beings in the universe without force armor. If I can get force armor now, I'll be much more powerful and far less likely to die. You don't need to worry about me, second brother, just give me the force armor. Don't take any chances, Flame Emperor shouted, his voice trembled. Luo Feng's soul force armor is a super true treasure desired even by universe masters. How can you dare attempt to try your luck? Flame Emperor stared at Luo Feng. His power permeated outward like a physical force, suppressing Luo Feng like mountains. Force armor may have belonged to you, but it was, after all, created by Masters Washan Ku. After endless time and energy, you should be able to guarantee that you won't lose it. I'm doing so for your own best interests. Train yourself and become a universe knight, then I'll give you the force armor. Flame Emperor's voice rumbled, shaking Luo Feng's soul. However, Luo Feng's willpower was robust, and even without Tower Pearl, it was as strong as that of a universe overlord. Flame Emperor was only a powerful universe master. Proficient in close combat, he wasn't able to change a universe overlord's mind with his voice alone. Second brother, do I sense that? Are you reluctant to give me the force Armor Luo Feng gazed at Flame Emperor. Hang. Flame Emperor suddenly became furious, and the entire palace was trapped in anger. His power suppressed Luo Feng. Third brother, Flame Emperor said, I've been keeping the force armor for you for hundreds of millions of years under the order of Masters Washan, Ku. And I'll give it to you when you're strong enough, although you can utilize the force armor. You're still weak, and I'm doing this for your best interest. If you lose the force armor, you'll disappoint Master Washan, Ku. Don't worry about that. Luo Feng was firm. I'll tell Master Washan, Ku myself if I lose it. Tell him. How were you going to tell him? Flame Emperor asked him. It's none of your business, Luo Feng answered. Just because you've accomplished a little bit, you became so arrogant. Flame Emperor shook his head. Luo Feng looked at Flame Emperor and said calmly, no need to say more. Second brother, I'm here today to take force armor. Are you going to give it to me, or not? You're not powerful enough, said Flame Emperor. But Luo Feng cut him off. I don't have the power to take it from you if you're not willing to give it to me. My only recourse is to tell Masters Washan Ku later. If Masters Washan Ku thinks you should still keep force armor, I won't bother you again. Luo Feng slightly bowed. I'll show myself out. Luo Feng turned around and started to leave. Flame Emperor was startled. He had never said that he was unwilling to give up force armor. He wanted Luo Feng to back off on his own. Flame Emperor believed that if Luo Feng gave up Masters Washan Ku wouldn't meddle. After all, it was Luo Feng who conceded first. Flame Emperor couldn't say no directly, as it contradicted the order of Masters Washan Ku. Third brother, Flame Emperor yelled. However, Luo Feng didn't stop. Stop, Flame Emperor yelled. His voice shook the very space and time around him. Luo Feng went back to the palace after seeing the scenes around him change. He looked at Flame Emperor and said, why are you stopping me? I'm going to see Masters Washan Ku. When did I say I was refusing to give it to you? Demanded Flame Emperor. I was just telling you that you're weak, but if you really want it regardless of my warnings, then I'll have to give it to you. Don't blame me if you lose it. In the future, this is force armor. Flame Emperor turned his hands around, and a set of exquisite diamond armor appeared on his palm. There were engravings dimming on the armor. The force armor was like a heavenly god in Flame Emperor's hands, and Luo Feng held his breath looking at it. Gazing at force armor, Luo Feng was thrilled. It was derived from many more solid pieces of armor: general armor, king armor, and emperor armor, and it was a superior true treasure, prepared by Washan Ku for his third disciple. Even a pinnacle universe master like Flame Emperor was reluctant to give it away. After all, he had never obtained a true treasure like force armor or Flame Emperor halberd on his own. What are you still waiting for? Flame Emperor said. Luo Feng reached out his hands, and his godly power wound around the force armor like threads. He pierced force armor with a trace of his godly power and seared his life imprint in it, and at the same time ancient information on force armor flooded Luo Feng's mind. So Luo Feng put force armor into his world ring. Second brother, I'll take my leave now, said Luo Feng with a smile. I'll come back and see you again if I have the chance. You can come here whenever you want, Flame Emperor said. Luo Feng left the main palace immediately and walked along the portal separating the space palaces, and the outside the palaces were isolated from the surrounding space ripples, which meant it was impossible to teleport Outside, the only one who could do that was Flame Emperor, the owner of the palace. So, Luo Feng teleported himself immediately after leaving the palaces and left the territory of the Flame God race using the God Country transportation of one of his slaves. Flame Emperor stood outside the main palace, leaning against the handrail as Luo Feng left using God Country transportation. Heng. Third brother, Flame Emperor whispered impressive, both of the two candidates died during life or death inheritance, yet you survived. Although he claimed that Luo Feng was lucky, he knew clearly that Zhuo Shan Ku had a wide range of options for his disciple. There were billions of beings in each generation on Earth, and Luo Feng was the first one to succeed in billions of years. Even without Zhuo Shan Ku's training, he was exceptional. Flame Emperor had become who he was today after endless suffering, but he knew that the obstacles Zhuo Shan Ku gave him were not tricky life or death. Inheritance was the most terrifying one. He took the Force armor in the end, Flame Emperor said, slowly calming himself down. Though he was wary of Luo Feng, he knew that even if Luo Feng became a universe master with Star Tower, he was, at most, an exceptional universe master. Who could suppress him? Being a universe master was not enough to kill him unless he became a universe supreme master. There are only few universe supreme masters in the universe. As long as a race has a universe supreme master, it's a pinnacle race. Only superpowers who have universe supreme masters on their side are the real top-tier superpowers. They're able to turn back time to resurrect universe overlords, and they can withstand the backlash from the universe easily. They all have exceptional skills. They're able to control the sky and land wherever they go, and even universe law has to avoid them. Master Zhuo Shan Ku is one of them. Only if someone becomes a supreme master can they be at the top of the universe. Flame Emperor's eyes gleamed with desire. He wasn't willing to be second best to anyone, which was why he had always been so determined to improve his power. Sharply, though he had Zhuo Shan Ku as his teacher, he had made his breakthrough mainly through independent practice. He already stood among the top-tier universe masters, and he was only one step away from becoming a universe supreme master. The term of supreme master was self-explanatory enough. They were considered the most powerful beings in existence. They were able to dominate an entire territory of the universe. They could wander the universe alone without fear of being disturbed. They could also admit talents as their disciples by robbing other races without being stopped. I'll be at your level if I can take one step further, Master Zhuo Shan Ku. Flame Emperor said. He turned around and walked back to his palace. Human territory, Ganwu Universe Country. Masha Luo Feng walked out of a pit on an arid planet. My God Country is 3,300 light-years away. Masha Body stepped forward. So, in no time, he traveled 1,000 light-years forward. Masha Body was able to merge with space better than Universe Knights, and when becoming a special life form after absorbing the essence from Space Heart, Masha Body had been able to perfectly merge with space. He had even gained the talent technique domain, by which he could teleport himself 100 light-years at one time. After becoming undying, his godly power and mind were significantly improved, and he could teleport himself as far as Universe Knights. So. He entered the space interlayer. After 3 teleportations, he teleported once more and entered his God Country. The God Country was boundless, and the remote ocean was expanding slowly in The sky above the remote ocean, Luo Feng walked out from the gleaming golden palace and stood on the waves. Force armor. Luo Feng was covered by a suit of transparent armor, which had completely integrated with his godly body. Each fiber of force armor was combined with Luo Feng's muscles and organs, and boundless strength filled his body. The power felt magnificent. Omnipotent Luo Feng closed his eyes and reveled in it. No wonder it's a true treasure, prepared by Masters Washan, Ko Luo Feng exclaimed. He had already received the information. While with Flame Emperor force armor was a special suit of armor, unlike other true treasures that required law comprehension to be utilized. Force armor required the strength of godly bodies, like soldier armor, general armor, and king armor. The sturdier the godly body was, the more powerful force armor would be. Hong. A gigantic shadow suddenly appeared. It was Golden Horned Beast. Luo Feng smiled. Try the force armor on, he said. So. The transparent armor flew toward Golden Horned Beast like a beam of light, merging with the godly body of Golden Horned Beast. When Luo Feng received force armor, he, too, had a taste of its power. He connected to the virtual universe with his consciousness, as he wanted to inform his master, True Yen Knight, that he would enter the original star. In the virtual universe, near the boundless mountainside of Thunder Island, stood True Yen Knight's palaces. There were 6 figures sitting before the palaces, drinking wine while chatting loudly. A burly, stout man with 3 horns on his head held up a strange wine bottle and took big gulps. Rumor has it that on the vast plain of one original star, a splendid godly palace emerged out of the blue. He said. In front of it there was an ancient tablet that documented detailed information about a top-tier true treasure. With this true treasure, one can escape from enemies by teleporting or cut through layers of space easily while in battle. It is a superior true treasure that is good for escaping and attacking. This top-tier true treasure is called the Heavenly Gold Sail. He tooted and sighed. The very next moment, 3 universe masters, 18 universe overloads, and more than 100 universe knights dashed into the palace. The doors shut quickly, and when it opened again 6 years later, the number of survivors was half the number who entered. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Gold Sail was eventually taken by a universe master of the Northern Territory Alliance. The other 5 universe knights, including True Yen, jested in response. Really, Guangzhou Knight, don't make up more stories like you did before. If that really happened, why were we unaware of it? Guangzhou Knight glared so hard his eyes seemed to bulge out like little round balls. Make up stories. I did not now, not then. But previously, the news that you shared was about something that happened when the original star opened 2 cycles back, teased a werewolf knight whose body was covered in cyan hair. The Heavenly Gold Sail I just mentioned is a top-tier true treasure that had just made its first appearance when the original star opened this time. Guangzhou Knight said, his eyes still wide open. I have many good friends, and many of them who entered the original star this time came back with stories of all sorts. I just learned about the Heavenly Gold Sail today, and immediately came to tell you all about it. And you think I'm bluffing if you don't believe me. Just wait and see. After a few years, news of the Heavenly Gold Sail will reach everyone. By then, you all will know the truth. Don't be angry, Guangzhou Knight. Tell us more about the birth of this top-tier true treasure. Yes, tell us more. Let me pour you more wine. The other universe knights persuaded him with smiles. Guangzhou Knight was appeased and downed the wine in his bottle in a single Gulp, then he held it out and said, "Fill this up, you are all too greedy. These top-tier true treasures, every one of them is precious enough to drive universe masters crazy, with desire crazy, to the extent that they are willing to kill one another." Guangzhou Knight shook his head with a sigh this time. Around, the original star has only been open for slightly over 100 years. How is it possible to have so many top-tier true treasures to talk about already? If even a few top-tier true treasures were to emerge, I'm afraid there are bound to be several universe masters killed. Suddenly, the other universe knights turned to look at a faraway figure flying toward them. "Everyone, take a look. Isn't that Blade River Emperor Luo Feng? True Yan, your disciple is here." Indeed, it was Luo Feng. "I heard your disciple was in the territory of the Yenshin race about 100 years ago, where he was hunted down by countless great beings of other races, but he managed to escape and scathed True Yan. Upon comparing techniques, at least his ability to escape is much stronger than yours." "Of course, he is stronger than me," True Yan laughed. "He is a future pillar of support for the human race. His survival power must be superior." While they were chatting, Luo Feng had made his way to where they sat. "Teacher," Luo Feng greeted with a smile. "Luo Feng, come, take a seat," True Yan said and pointed to a seat next to him. Luo Feng laughed and sat down. He looked around at the other universe knights and acknowledged them with a smile. "Everyone else is here, too, I see." An elderly, who resembled a lion at first glance, because his body was covered with long hair, said with a smile, "We did not dare enter the original star. When it first opened, we would like to hear more news about it, to get to know more about what is happening in the original star." "Blade River Emperor, we heard about your intention to enter that original star. Why is it that you have yet to go?" He had inferred as much, because the moment one entered the original star, it was impossible to connect to the virtual universe. Guangzhou Knight glowered. "How would you know whether Blade River Emperor has gone or not?" Blade River Emperor has the talent of dividing himself into several bodies. Maybe he has left one body in the human race domain. That way he would be able to enter the virtual universe anytime. That makes sense. Guangzhou Knight makes a lot of sense. The others laughed loudly. Some looked over at Luo Feng and said, "Blade River Emperor, have you been to the original star?" "Not yet," Luo Feng smiled, "but really soon. I am here to inform my master. Then I will enter the original star." Immediately, True Yan Knight was slightly taken aback. "Blade River Emperor, who is going in with you?" the werewolf knight asked. "You are not going alone, are you?" Luo Feng nodded. "I am going alone." Everyone began objecting. "That is too dangerous." There were numerous senior universe knights being killed. "Blade River Emperor, it is better for you to form alliances with other great beings." Luo Feng laughed and said, "No worries, I am just going to accumulate experience." Guangzhou Knight looked at Luo Feng through his bell-shaped eyes. "Well, I have some detailed information about the original star, including all kinds of things that have happened over the past 100 years. I like making friends. This allows me to collect all kinds of information. I may not know the most, but I definitely rank in the top 3 on that list. I shall provide you with the information later. Before you enter, take a good look and understand everything that roams within each original star." Luo Feng was thankful. "That is just so gracious of Guangzhou Knight. Guangzhou Knight does know a lot of things, and has a plethora of information." True Yan Knight agreed, smiling. "But Blade River Emperor, Guangzhou Knight continued, his eyes still wide open. The more knowledge I collect, the more I realize how much danger lurks. On the original stars, there is no law and order there to keep it in check. Initially, it may seem peaceful, however, when true treasures start to emerge. There will be much commotion. Supreme beings will come forth to fight for the right to claim them. The weaker ones will be eliminated in no time. The way I see it, with that power of yours and the many true treasures in your possession, you are bound to attract the attention of the jealous, great beings of other races. Your chances of survival may not be more than 10%. 10%, are you sure? The other universe knights shook their heads. Luo Feng has the talent. Technique domain. How can you say his chance of survival does not exceed 10%? Thanks to escaping death while being hunted down by a horde of universe great beings, Luo Feng had earned himself quite a reputation. Still, Luo Feng was taken aback. Were his chances really that low? Is it because of the universe masters? Luo Feng frowned. Universe masters are strong, of course. More than half of those gathered on the original star this time around are said to be universe masters, but there are few of them, and they are scattered across all the 10,081 original stars. There 1 TB. Any universe masters on the majority of the original stars, the chances of running into one are low. I am saying that your chance of survival is low because of the environment inside the original stars, not because of the universe masters. Guangzhou Knight explained, every original star can only be so big, and there are so many senior universe knights and universe overlords gathered in the stars. But once your location is exposed, the others will immediately plan their counterattack against your talent technique domain. Hence, you will not be able to escape and eventually you will be killed. Luo Feng gave a slight nod. That was true, as had been pointed out to him before. A trump card revealed was no longer a trump card at all. Domain S powers may have been out of this world, but that did not make him invincible. If a few universe overlords with malicious intentions worked together, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat him. There were even some universe overlords with first-rate technique strong enough to solve problems single-handedly. It is best that you have a partner, Guangzhou Knight warned. Complement one another so that when there is danger, both of you can depend on your talent technique domain to escape. Some kinds of danger require the help of a partner to withstand. Thank you, Guangzhou Knight, Luo Feng said with a smile. The information has been sent to you, Guangzhou Knight said. The next moment, Luo Feng received an email. The attached file contained an extensive amount of detailed information in the form of text, pictures, and video clips about various events that had happened during the 100 years or more since the opening of the original star. Luo Feng sighed inwardly. Luckily, he had obtained his force armor. With force armor, it is as if I am carrying a fortress with me, Luo Feng thought, together with the power of my Masha body to transform and replicate the shape and aura of other beings who could recognize me as Blade River Emperor, Luo Feng. Back in his god country, his original earthling body and golden-horned beast body had tried on the force armor and had each felt its power. The situation coincided with the information he acquired as to what would happen the moment the force armor recognized its master. Luo Feng could not help but marvel. Force armor was truly a supreme, true treasure. He could understand why a supreme being such as Flame Emperor would resort to such underhand means to hold on to it. Luo Feng guessed that force armor might even be more powerful than Thousand Treasure River Force armor was refined and made according to Sitting Mountain Guest's design. It was a true treasure in the form of a unique set of armor and was very different from the other true treasures Luo Feng knew of. To control true treasures like the Shiwu wings and Golden King armor as well as treasures like Ancient Boat Galaxy required one to have a very high law comprehension. Even someone like Luo Feng could only achieve the second forms of Shiwu wings and Golden King armor. As for Ancient Boat Galaxy, he was still unable to unleash its full potential. But Force armor was entirely different. Soldier, General, King, and Emperor armor were all unrelated to law comprehension. Instead, they were dependent on bodily strength. Force armor was the same way. It was dependent on bodily strength. If the godly body was not strong enough, it would be useless even if one had high law comprehension. If the godly body was strong, nothing would go wrong even if one had low law comprehension. Force armor had 3 different forms. The first form required 100 million times the strength of a sector lord for activation. Once activated, it could block off and weaken the force of material attacks to 1/1000. Soul attacks would be weakened to only 110, and the user would gain strength equal to 100 million times that of a sector lord. The second form required 100 billion times the strength of a sector lord for activation. Once activated, it could block off and weaken the force of material attacks to 1/10,000. Soul attacks would be weakened to 110, and the user would gain strength equal to 1 trillion times that of a sector lord. The third form required 100 trillion times the strength of a sector lord for activation. Once activated, it could block off and weaken the force of material attacks to 1/100,000. Soul attacks would be weakened to 110, and the user would gain strength equal to 100 trillion times that of a sector lord. This was an extremely powerful life-saving true treasure. Once a universe master burned up his godly body to activate it, he would be able to activate the third form. With this form, any material attacks by super true treasures of other universe masters were rendered futile. Material attacks would pose no threat at all. These effects only applied as long as one was not facing off against a more powerful attack-based true treasure, such a supreme true treasure. Should such a supreme true treasure appear in the original star, a heated fight among numerous universe masters would occur. For 1 or 2 universe masters to lose their lives in the fray was nothing out of the norm. Inside Luo Feng's palace on Thunder Island, in the sanctity of his private quarters, Luo Feng read the material on the original stars. Impressive, he said. This Guangzhou night indeed gathered detailed information about the original stars, and my plan will work, but it's indeed dangerous, and it's a place where the strong rule. Okay, the other 3 bodies of mine are already at the portal to original stars. In a space more than 100 light-years away from the human territory, there were no stars in the space. Instead, there were only storms formed by hydromagnetic fluid. A 40-foot shadow stood in the space. He had a pair of silver horns and purple eyes, and he was covered with gray scales. In addition, he had a scorpion tail. He stood there, bloody and powerful. There was a strange beast squatting on his shoulder. The beast had wings, 5 horns on its head, and thick hoofs. Anyone knowledgeable would be able to identify this creature, a creature in human form with horns, gray scales, and a scorpion tail. It was Purple Pupa. Beasts could come in all forms, and some of them looked like humans. Purple Pupa Beast was one of them. Purple Pupa Beasts were known for their Bloodthirstiness. Of course, most space beasts were bloodthirsty. Many great beings would have also recognized the strange, 3-foot-long beast on purple pupa beast's shoulder. It was golden-horned beast, one of the 12 pinnacle creatures of space beasts. Haha, even my teacher is unable to recognize me, Luo Feng said with a smile. Masha body turned into the shape of a purple pupa beast, and it didn't produce any aura. Luo Feng stroked the golden-horned beast on his shoulder, the world ring. Inside Masha body was hiding remote ocean body, and remote ocean body emanated its force through the world ring. Luo Feng smiled. Other great beings would only sense the bloodthirsty ferocity when they witnessed Masha body firsthand. His forceful presence rivaled that of a powerful universe knight. The extent of a being's power was related to its godly body. The stronger the body, the stronger the power. Universe overlords were powerful because of the pinnacle or ultimate techniques they created. However, their power was similar to that of universe knights, which was why it was impossible to sense a universe overlord if he didn't voluntarily show his power. Luo Feng's remote ocean body was 100 million times stronger than that of a sector lord, and because of its enormous size, its power was comparatively greater than many strong universe knights. Of course, the power of golden-horned beast was even stronger. Although golden-horned beast was currently only around 6 feet long, he had already performed both deities of the world and beast god transformation. Luo Feng had bought innumerable precious material to practice deities of the world. During the 80,000 years he had spent creating his ultimate techniques. After all, it wouldn't cost him much to practice as a sector lord. Luo Feng had already been at a high status without his multiple treasures, and he could trade one of the treasures for many precious materials. He easily achieved the highest level of deities of the world, 36 times amplification. After finishing deities of the world, his body could be easily enlarged and shrunk at will, and it wouldn't affect his power. Deities of the world had amplification of 36 times, and the third level of beast god transformation had amplification of 8 times. When they were combined, they could only give golden-horned beast's body an amplification of 45 times. However, if he performed his talent technique strengthen, he could reach an amplification of 90 times. My Masha body emanated the force of remote ocean body, and it's at the level of senior universe knights. Luo Feng thought. However, the force coming from golden-horned beast is much more powerful. Luo Feng looked at the golden-horned beast on his shoulder, and the golden-horned beast looked at him as well. They exchanged eye contact. Haha, anyone who sees us will regard us as two great beings of the space beast alliance. Luo Feng smiled. There were 9 superpowers in the universe, and they were the 6 alliances of the 6 pinnacle races: the Ancestral God School, the Northern Territory Alliance, and the Space Beast Alliance. The 6 alliances and the Northern Territory Alliance fought fiercely against each other. As for the Ancestral God School and the Space Beast Alliance, they avoided confrontations. The Ancestral God School didn't fight for any territories, and the Space Beast Alliance was rarely seen. Even an ordinary space beast was a rare sight. The land of Space Beast Alliance was a secret in the universe, although some great beings of Space Beast Alliance could be seen under some special circumstances, such as the opening of original stars. Few knew where the land of the Space Beast Alliance was. A type of being that normally avoided battle and didn't fight for territories. It was the perfect disguise. My human identity is renowned in the universe in my own form. I am like a moving treasury on original stars. I'll definitely be hunted down by the various races. Luo Feng took a glance at his gray scales. This appearance 1T attract much attention, and I 1T be encircled by them. After all, there were great beings of all races on original stars. They intimidated each other. They wouldn't attack others unless they could guarantee success, and the one known as Blade River Emperor Luo Feng was certainly tempting. Two great beings of space beast, however, were not so easy to deal with. Luo Feng looked at the distant place. There was a gigantic whirlpool among the hydromagnetic storms. It had a diameter of 6 billion miles. It was gleaming and twisting the space around him, and the pressure from the whirlpool could crush an ordinary undying fighter. A portal to original stars, Luo Feng whispered. So Luo Feng stepped into the portal and flew inside. The deeper he got, the stronger the pressure became. Hong Long. The pressure trembled the surrounding space, and Luo Feng disappeared deep in the portal. A towering figure flew out of the whirlpool. Its bloodiness and fierceness were terrifying. However, there was a more ferocious force around him too. Forces emanated from the towering figure and the strange, somehow endearing beast. These are the original stars. Luo Feng looked around. The whirlpool portal was behind him. There, boundless. Luo Feng could feel the pressure bearing down on him. It was far stronger than it had been on a neutron star or an ice hell. Luo Feng landed in a forest. There were 10,081 original stars, and each of them was of the same size, a diameter of 60 billion miles. Space ripples were completely frozen on the original stars, and the pressure could annihilate ordinary undying fighters. The pressure trembled the space. In addition, God country transportation was not allowed here. The star only had a diameter of 60 billion miles, which wasn't large too. Supreme beings, however, under such pressure, it would take Luo Feng a long time to boost his speed. Plus, under such great pressure, turning and changing speeds would be a clumsy affair. This place was like a domain coming out of a domain-type true treasure. The pressure is enormous. Even my Masha body, with a life gene level of 100 times and strength 10 million times greater than that of a sector lord, finds it difficult to walk on original stars. Luo Feng walked carefully, with golden horned beast lying on his shoulders. He walked out of the forest and arrived at the bottom of the mountain. There was a vast plain in front of him. Luo Feng moved forward and carefully sensed the energy force surrounding him. According to the information gathered by Guangzhou Knight, sensing the energy force on original stars was the most popular way to find valuables among the great beings. After a long while, Hong, an energy ripple reached Luo Feng. It's there. Luo Feng turned around. Hong. Luo Feng immediately sped up like a beam of light. However, the faster he got, the stronger the resistance became, and Masha body clearly couldn't bear it. The resistance is so strong. Burn godly power now. Luo Feng started to burn a portion of his godly body. He sped up and reached sub-lightspeed. Instantly, he flew off into the distance. There was a boundless plain beneath him. Luo Feng kept flying. After a short while, he saw 5 great beings fighting one another on the hills. So Luo Feng landed. 5 universe knights, Luo Feng muttered. He saw someone from the demon race. On one side, he was enormous and incredibly powerful. On the other side, there were beings of various other races. Luo Feng quickly speculated, if one of them is of the demon race, and the others are probably from 9 territory alliance. There were 9 superpowers in the universe, and there were 12 top powers. The 12 top powers were not necessarily inferior to the human alliance and demon alliance when it came to the number of races and universe knights. The only thing distinguished them from the superpowers was a universe supreme being. There are 6 teams of great beings. Luo Feng, though, looking around. Apparently, many great beings were attracted to the fight, and there were 6 more spectators other than him. However, they were all watching from afar. Instead of meddling, a beast with 3 heads transmitted its voice, calling out, Prison Race Alliance, Crystal Race Alliance, and Ci Huan Alliance, and their SA Great Being of the Space Beast Alliance, 2. We've already got 2 of the 3 treasures. Let us go. Space Beast Alliance, a being of the demon race with a turtle shell, looked toward Luo Feng. Let us go. Demon race was closely related to the Space Beast Alliance, and the demon race had always thought that space beasts belonged to the demon race. So. 2 universe knights of the demon race left, and so did the other 3 universe knights of the 9 territory alliance. After the fight, the great beings from the demon race and the 9 territory alliance left the 7 waves of the audience, consisting of great beings from other races. Attracted by the commotion, watched the fight from afar. Thereafter, the crowd dispersed quietly. Everything that happened matched the description Guangzhou Knight gave me. Precisely, Luo Feng said as he cruised along the skyline of the deserted plain with golden horned beast crouching on his shoulder obediently. The great beings within the original star are very cautious if they're too few valuables, or if they are not competent enough, they will not take action. During the fight between the demon race and the 9 territory alliance, there was no aura of a true treasure at all. I think it probably involved only a few treasures. If its aura was concealed, then a true treasure would not be easy to differentiate from an ordinary treasure based on appearance alone. However, things were different on the original stars. The original stars were full of valuables. When different types of valuables appeared, there would not be much response. When some top-tier series of treasures appeared, perhaps there would be some response. However, during the birth of a true treasure, there would absolutely be a response. The greater the response, the higher the level of the true treasure there was. Even a palace surfacing from underground, this palace was where a true treasure was hidden. It could be implied, therefore, that the greater the response, the higher the level of the true treasure. Hub Luo Feng said, observing a whirlpool from a distance. It was suspended in midair, another whirlpool portal, with no means of knowing which original star the path leads to. According to the description provided in the information given to him, there were 10,081 original stars, and there were 10,081 whirlpools associated. Portals randomly distributed that led to each star. Among them, only one was used for leaving the stars, which was the path leading to the whirlpool portal Luo Feng had utilized to arrive at his destination. The other 10,080 paths led to the other 10,080 original stars. All great beings in the original stars seek treasures, said Luo Feng. They do not run about randomly and recklessly. Most of them probably stand guard at a certain spot and wait patiently. Once they sense a trace of an aura or any other unique, telling sign somewhere, they rush to it. Luo Feng decided to learn from the experience accumulated from the prior Generations of original stars, he would faithfully follow their practices. So, immediately, Luo Feng dove down and found himself flying into a low-lying, ancient forest. There was a mountain that was approximately 600 miles high. Although it was much taller than any other mountain on Earth, when compared to those in the original stars, it would have been considered average. The ancient trees, flowers, and foliage on the stars were beautiful. Treading on a bed of fallen leaves, Luo Feng strolled about leisurely. "The pressure here on the original star is overwhelming," he said, weaker. "Undying spirits would surely be annihilated, yet these plants are able to thrive and bloom here amid mountains and rock formations." Luo Feng looked around and saw a short, sturdy tree with a trunk that was a whopping 100 feet thick. Unquestionably, these plants could all be materials for making undying weapons. They are definitely rare materials of high value. Luo Feng was aware of this, but he would not take anything. There were pioneers who had already attempted to do so. Peng. Luo Feng kicked the tree trunk, judging by the impact created by his strong, godly power crashing against the tree. Luo Feng could sense that the large tree merged as one with the vast land. From a single kick, his entire body was thrown into the air, and he landed quite a distance away, sprawled among the lush garden of flowers and greenery. He picked himself up. Truly, he marveled, all this foliage is merged as one with the original star. The intel mentioned that the plant life here was not easily damaged. Even if super beings tried to cause damage intentionally, they would gather together and grow rapidly to recover their original form. Luo Feng used his godly power to isolate himself from the surroundings. Then he ignited the godly power on his right leg. His power increased tremendously. A loud honk sounded as he stamped his foot into the ground, creating a large cloud of soil launched into the air. The impact had created a hole in the ground. Luo Feng stood aside and watched wordlessly. A while later, the dispersed soil redistributed itself, and the hole was once again filled. There was no sign of the hole in the ground. Everything returned to its original form. Indeed, Luo Feng mused, what an amazing original star. On the original stars, any object that was seemingly merged as one with the original star, the earth, the foliage, and more, could be forcefully taken away. But only for a short moment. It would always return to its rightful spot very quickly. It was destined that any efforts to harvest these objects would prove futile. Only objects that were not merged as one with the original stars, like valuables that had just emerged, could be taken away. Immersing himself in the amazing original star, Luo Feng strolled through the forest, observing everything around him. Qi. Luo Feng's leg felt something hard and solid. Given his godly power, ordinary stones would have flown away. The uneven ground would be flattened. Luo Feng looked down. A sharp, silver edge was jutting out of the ground. Its tip was stained with mud. Luo Feng felt the object meticulously. There was something unique about it. He blinked. I can't be that lucky, can I? He muttered to himself. There were so many valuables in the original stars. Some treasures might appear without any indication. They could appear in places like the river and beneath the soil. Even while walking, one might chance upon a treasure. This sort of occurrence was not unprecedented. Chancing upon a valuable while walking, Luo Feng squatted down and touched the sharp edge with his right hand. His sharp nails locked on firmly, and his godly power encircled the sharp silver edge as though it were a network of threads. He exerted some force. Hua. As though he was plucking a carrot, he pulled the earth, loosened, and a silver object with a squarish body, approximately 1.5 feet long was pulled out of the ground. Luo Feng skimmed the object with his godly power, and all the mud was wiped off a silver, square body with an exquisite cover. Inscribed with some ancient laws, was revealed. Its aura was indistinct, but it was undoubtedly a treasure. Haha, no wonder Sir Nineblade was willing to use 10 treasures as a thank you token just to borrow one of my true treasures, said Luo Feng. He was all smiles on this original star. There are so many treasures that I could chance upon one while walking. Chancing upon a valuable while walking now, that was lucky. However, there were indeed many treasures on the original star. So long as one stayed there long enough, it would not be too difficult to obtain dozens or maybe even hundreds of these treasures. They could then be contributed to one's race in exchange for a series of treasures. Moreover, these treasures could also be disassembled into valuable materials that were normally difficult to find. Upon disassembling a great volume of treasures, countless valuable materials could be gathered and reconstructed into an ordinary true treasure. Making an ordinary true treasure was no easy feat. There may have been only one being in the universe who could construct super true treasures such as Force Armor, Original Soul, and Yenshin Halberd, and that individual was none other than Sitting Mountain Guest. Luo Feng's life imprint branded this square body instantly. It became his belonging. A stream of information was transmitted into him, and the silver square body shrunk rapidly, as though it were a magic cube. Soon, it was no bigger than a peach. A sealed-type treasure that could contain a sealed space within itself. This is comparable to a sealed star. Luo Feng nodded with satisfaction. The first treasure since I entered this original star, and on the first day. If I could obtain one every day, after hundreds and thousands of years, how many treasures will I have collected? Haha. He knew that it was impossible. Nonetheless, it was fun to think about chancing upon treasures every day during leisurely strolls. Luo Feng walked about the forest for half the day, but alas, not a single treasure was to be found. He roamed aimlessly, and found an empty spot where he sat down cross-legged amidst the falling leaves. There, he waited patiently. Time flew by. The original stars had stayed open for a full 1,000 centuries, affirming the fact that the chances of previous true treasures emerging were destined to be low. The occurrence was once in a blue moon. Eventually, a series of treasures and ordinary true treasures, normally common items, became highly sought after. Finding treasures required a little luck. It had been 2 years since Luo Feng had first set foot on the original star, and he had yet to catch sight of a series of treasures. Although he did manage to sense their aura on 3 occasions, the auras were relatively weak to his senses. This showed how sharp the other great beings were. The ones closest to the valuables when they appeared were the luckiest ones. During the 3 times when the series of treasures had appeared, Luo Feng was too far away by the time he rushed over. The fight for the series of treasures had already ended. Luck, I don't even have a single series of treasures. It has been 2 years. And I have only obtained 2 treasures. What a shame. Luo Feng stood at the apex of the ancient forest and looked out into the distance. 2 years for 2 treasures still would have been considered quite efficient. After all, life in the original star was fraught with constant risk. Luo Feng was now disguised as a member of the Space Beast Alliance. As the Space Beast Alliance bore a mysterious, otherworldly aura, great beings of other races would usually steer clear from the great beings of this alliance. It had been 2 years, and Luo Feng, along with the golden-horned beast on his shoulder, had earned quite a reputation for themselves. At least, many great beings had come to know and remember them. The Humanity Alliance, the Demon Alliance, the Automaton Race Alliance, and the Bug Soldiers Alliance have all been engaged in violent fights, Luo Feng muttered to himself. So long as there is a pretext for violence, battles are always a possibility. The four pinnacle races were adjacent to one another. Hatred was being perpetually accumulated, and the battles in the original stars were always exceedingly violent. Maybe Luo Feng was still too young to understand, even though he had experienced an ambush by spies of the Bug Soldiers, which had led to the destruction of a planet as well as an assassination attempt by Mud-Swallowing Knight. His detest for the Bug Soldiers, the Demon Race, and the Automaton Race was not intense to the point of being extreme, nor to the extent of insanity. Luo Feng simply did not harbor such hatred in his herd, but great beings of the human race who had truly lived for a long time were different. They had lived too long and, as a result, had accumulated countless conflicts and excessive hatred for the other three pinnacle races. One fight followed another, building up their hatred bit by bit. It seemed that eventually, every man's hatred ran deep. I have been here for 2 years, yet never once have I engaged in battle, Luo Feng sighed to himself. Just as he was feeling some self-pity, he detected a unique aura spreading out toward where he was. Now that he was more experienced, he was stunned. Immediately, he reacted. It's a series of treasures, he realized, or an ordinary true treasure, and this aura seems close. Luo Feng was excited. He hadn't been even remotely close to the treasures he had sensed the previous 3 times, but this time it felt very close. So, Luo Feng's Masha body ignited its godly power in a blink of the eye. At full speed, it shot off. Hung. It flew straight to the source of aura. A huge being from the prison race standing at a height of over 30 feet with his entire body ablaze with golden flame, could be seen with 2 other universe knights, each at least 300 feet tall. They had 12 pairs of black wings over their arc backs with bodies covered with black scales. This aura is quite strong. It might be a series of treasures, or possibly a true treasure. Together, they flew over to where the aura came from. The aura of an emerging treasure. It's a treasure. The 6 different troops who happened to have been assembled in the region now rushed toward the source of the energy at top speed, following the aura that was spreading out. Troops of 2 or 3 universe knights came rushing over to the source of the aura as quickly as possible. Luo Feng dashed towards the energy emanating in the distance. The energy is strong, Luo Feng thought. He was pleasantly surprised and worried. He was happy because such a powerful energy source implied at least a top-tier set treasure, or even an ordinary true treasure. However, he was worried because even if he could get to the valuable in the first place, he would draw a bloody fight. It seems that my first fight on an original star is drawing near, Luo Feng said. His eyes glinted fiercely and coldly. Xiao. A creature appeared beside Masha body. It was Remote Ocean Body. Remote Ocean Body shrank to 30 feet and transformed into the shape of a purple pupa beast in human form, complete with horns, gray scales, and a scorpion tail. Masha body went into the world ring instantly. Fight combination. Luo Feng's eyes glinted aggressively. Luo Feng presumed that it was difficult to kill the golden horned beast Because of his enormous, godly body with the force armor remote ocean body, hadn't he been able to kill Pei Feng Knight even with self-destruction, and Golden Horned Beast body had the same level of godly body and amplification as Pei Feng Knight. As for size, Golden Horned Beast was thousands of times larger than Pei Feng Knight, and his force armor could weaken material attacks by 99.99%. With force armor, Golden Horned Beast is solid, Luo Feng thought. Besides, Golden Horned Beast has a powerful godly body, and remote ocean body has the same amount of godly power as he does. Remote ocean body doesn't he need to serve as godly power storage anymore. Xiao. Remote ocean Luo Feng flew into the sky with Golden Horned Beast on his shoulder. He flew across the forest and the plain and arrived above a swamp. It's there. Luo Feng quickly sensed the origin of the energy and dove towards it. He found a black hilt sticking out of the water. Only one, Luo Feng said. He exhilarated. It's a true treasure. If there were several pieces, they were a set treasure. However, based on what Luo Feng observed, it had to be a true treasure. And I'm the first on here. Luo Feng raced toward the black hilt. At the same time, a towering creature made of rocks and engulfed in flames, as well as two 12-winged great beings of the prison race, flew toward him. They could all clearly see the black hilt in the swamp and the blade revealing itself. The three great beings were all excited. It's a true treasure, one of them screeched. Space Beast, put down the true treasure, or die. The being engulfed in flames roared. But Luo Feng didn't he pay him any mind. He put his hand on the black hilt and started to penetrate it with his godly power. Luo Feng sensed that the black hilt and the swamp were combined as one. Oh, no, he realized it hasn't he fully come into being yet. Luo Feng was startled. This sort of thing happened to some precious valuables, especially true treasures. For instance, when a shrine gradually revealed itself, others couldn't he get into the shrine and get the true treasure hidden inside until it completely revealed itself. The same rule applied here. They needed to wait until the black blade completely surfaced from the water for it to recognize someone as its master. The three great beings were overjoyed upon seeing this. The towering being engulfed in flames guffawed. Go away. Remote ocean body and Golden Horned Beast body looked at the three great beings of the prison race and protested. This is mine, prison race, leave it or die. Hong. The giant being engulfed in flames landed in the swamp. The swamp was only half a mile deep, and it was barely up to his ankles. The other two great beings of the prison race floated into the sky and glared at Luo Feng with their wings open. Leave it or die. The flaming rock giant looked down at Luo Feng. Are you seeking your own doom? Hang. Luo Feng snorted. Hong. Remote ocean body and Golden Horned Beast body started to enlarge themselves. At the same time, remote ocean body, which was only 30 feet tall, became more than 5,500 miles tall, and Golden Horned Beast became 6,000 miles tall. According to the moved deities of the world, the length of one's body wouldn't affect its power as long as it was not too large or too small. Remote ocean body was more than 5,500 miles tall, and he was able to wield his pinnacle power. Remote ocean body stood while Golden Horned Beast body floated in the sky with his wings open. Now, it was their turn to look down at the three tiny beings. Three tiny beings. The golden flamed rock giant was around 6 miles tall, while the two winged great beings were only 0.6 miles tall. They were indeed tiny compared to the massive creatures standing before them now. Hang! The golden flamed and rocked being looked up at the two gigantic creatures and snorted. No, the two black-winged great beings were terrified. Size represented power, after all. Lion-I, one of the black-winged great beings, said, though space beasts are known for their size, an adult golden horned beast is usually 600 miles long. There are, however, methods within the Space Beast Alliance to improve their genes. We've seen golden horned beasts 6,000 miles long, but what's wrong with that purple pupa beast? The largest we've seen is around 60 miles. How is this one so big? Don't worry about that. What matter is, the bigger they are, the more difficult it is to kill them. On original stars, universe overlords usually act alone. Almost all those who cooperate with each other are senior universe knights. There are 2 of them, while we have 3. I'll deal with the golden horned beast. You 2 deal with that purple pupa beast. Let us get the true treasure together. Okay. Don't get wrapped up in a long battle. They're enormous, and we'll be in a disadvantage if we do that. Remote ocean body was more than 5,500 miles long, and golden horned beast was 6,000 miles long. They were blotting out the sky and land so that the 3 universe knights weren't even able to see the black blade. Luo Feng concentrated on the black blade. It was gradually surfacing and was moments away from completely revealing itself. I just have to make it through the waiting period, and then the true treasure will be mine, Luo Feng thought, and looked down at the 3 tiny beings under him. He had to be careful. Usually, universe overlords acted alone on original stars, and senior universe knights acted together. 3 senior universe knights made for a mighty team. However, Luo Feng was still confident that he could persevere. Senior universe knights, they are as powerful as Shihua Knight. I was like an ant in front of Shihua Knight before, whereas now, I can deal with 3 senior universe knights. But, without realizing it, he was already standing among the supreme beings in the universe. Kill. All the 3 supreme beings started the attack. Golden Thread Aurora Mirror. La Domain. Merge Golden Thread Aurora Domain. Golden Horned Beast bared its fangs and fueled Golden Thread Aurora Mirror by burning his godly power, after which the area of 60 million square miles around him was trapped in endless golden light. A domain type valuable. Such strong resistance, it's at least a top-tier domain type treasure, if not a domain type true treasure. That space beast has a domain type treasure. The 3 great beings were terrified, as that treasure was already as powerful as an ordinary true treasure, though there were 3 of them, being suppressed by the domain type treasure placed them at less of an advantage. Space beast, you're courting death. The golden flamed rock giant roared and dashed at golden horned beast like a streak of light, wielding a fiery hammer. Die, bastards of the prison race! Golden horned beast yelled and waved his wings. The golden Sherwu wing was tens of thousands of miles wide, and it swung toward the golden flamed rock giant like 2 colossal blades. Star and fire roaring sky. The wing rushed at the golden flamed rock giant. Although Luo Feng's moon policy had not yet reached ultimate techniques, Luo Feng had begun improving it a long time ago. After all, he could wield one mystery in different ways. And although it took him a long time, the 3rd move of moon policy could already beat all the 1,600 competitors Primal Chaos City leader had set for him. That meant it was already a top-tier pinnacle technique. It was 6 or even 7 times more powerful than when it was first created. Blade technique was a super pinnacle technique, the weapon was a true treasure. And with godly body and amplification at Universe Overlord level. Although he was comparatively weaker in Beast God conception, he wasn't afraid of Senior Universe Knights at all. Star and fire roaring sky, crash and burn and earth shattering remote ocean. Body shouted, standing beside the black blade and wearing golden king armor. He performed the move under his burning godly power and spiritual force. Amplification technique. Thousands of shadows flew out of his chest, forming a towering beast god. The beast god roared and dashed at the 2 black-winged great beings. The third move of star map star and fire roaring sky, crash and burn and earth shattering. Luo Feng had never performed this move before. The first time he had performed it, he relied on remote ocean body. Remote ocean body and golden horned beast body were both going all out, now. And with golden thread aurora domain slowing his enemies down, they clashed wickedly with the 3 senior universe knights of prison race. Hong. The golden-flamed rock giant swung his hammer with all his strength, and the hammer flew at golden-horned beast with a thunderous rumble, the force within. The golden thread aurora domain was rendered defenseless. 1 strike from this hammer and stars like the star traveler or the neutron star would shatter and be reduced to naught. Even the black hole would have crumbled beneath such a strike. The golden-flamed rock giant growled as he deployed his strongest strike. The environment within the original star did not shatter, but it was not because the hammer was not powerful enough. It was because the environment within the original star had unique traits. Pung. The hammer collided with the golden light blade of a pair of wings. With hands still grasping his hammer, the golden-flamed rock giant was thrown backward and propelled into the air, where his rocky legs lost contact with solid ground. He was forcibly suspended in midair. That loathsome space beast, the golden-flamed rock giant, roared in rage. Crush the prison race. Golden-horned beast transformed into a ray of light and made a turn back before landing again. The golden light blade sliced through the air, looking as if it could make mincemeat out of every obstacle in the way. Pung 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 pung. Strike after strike. The golden-flamed rock giant was not as agile as golden horned beast with its Sherwu wings. Moreover, the golden thread aurora domain had met with heavy resistance and was attacked under pressure. Golden-horned beast was enormous, hence, his Sherwu wings could spread as wide as tens of thousands of miles should it flap 1 wing down. The golden-flamed rock giant being would not be able to hide even if it wanted to. Remote ocean body was like the Dinghai divine needle as he stood before the black blade while watching the 2 12-winged knights of the prison race. In the distance, he was also manipulating the gigantic beast god while it hunted down the 2 knights of the prison race. Hong long long. Beast god was roaring while racing in midair, quick as a phantom the moment the 2 black-winged knights made it slightly further away. The beast god would no longer give chase. The beast god was tasked with guarding a certain area around the black blade. If the 2 knights of the prison race trespassed this area, they would be attacked. It was imperative to understand that the beast god was a true treasure in the form of a spiritual force weapon and had an extremely swift flying speed. Now that it was coupled with golden thread aurora domain, the moment the 2 black-winged great beings of prison race set foot within this guarded area, they would be knocked out within a split second. Pung. A black-winged great being was sent flying out straightaway. The other black Winged great charging into that area from the opposite direction approached the gradually ascending black blade at top speed. Roar. Beast God let out a roar and set off in the opposite direction so quickly that he left a trail behind him right away. He rammed into the black winged great being with a loud crash, swatting it into the distance. "Ah, what should we do? We can't force our way in," said one of the black winged beings. The 212 black wings, great beings traveled far away enough while transmitting their message to the golden-flamed rock giant. That spiritual force weapon is way too fast and they have a domain type. Treasure. We have used up 3% of our godly bodies, yet that loathsome purple pupa beast has not even used 1/1000th of its godly body. We can't afford to go on like this. The golden-flamed rock giant gave a thunderous roar of rage. He was at his wit's end. Although he was huge, the portion of the godly body he used up was small. He was aware that the golden-horned beast before him would use up an amount even smaller than he had even if he were to set his entire godly body ablaze. The golden-horned beast might not even have used up 1% of its godly body. But the golden-flamed rock giant suddenly transmitted a confident response. "Ha ha ha, I can sense great beings of other races approaching. Fight a little while longer. These two space beasts will definitely feel flustered when the other beings arrive, that is when we seize our opportunity." The 212 black wings, great beings, scanned their surroundings, instantaneously feeling joyful. As expected, two troops appeared coming from two different directions. "Ha," remote ocean body said, noticing the new arrivals. "That is a group from the Northern Territory Alliance, a total of 3 universe knights, and the other group is from the Hong Alliance. They have 2 universe knights." Remote ocean Luo Feng looked around and made a speedy judgment. Given my current identity, the group from the Hong Alliance will see me only as one of the Space Beast Alliance, and they'll react accordingly. There was no way he could bother himself with any other concerns. He had to deal with the 3 universe knights of the prison race while keeping an eye on the black blade that was gradually ascending from the ground. Gradually, it arose. The entire tip of the black blade had nearly emerged. "Almost there. It is going to come out fully soon." Luo Feng was anxious and expectant. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. If I hope to stand any chance at all, it must be fully revealed before the other groups arrive." The 2 troops flew over quickly. Although the members from the Hong Alliance were not humans, they made their judgment quickly. "Ha ha ha, it is a valuable, definitely a true treasure. And still in the midst of being born, the treasure has yet to recognize its master. Hurry up." While the Space Beast group and the group from the prison race are engaged in a deadlock, we should quickly grab the treasure right out from under them. Meanwhile, the 3 universe knights of the Northern Territory Alliance troop were thrilled, realizing they had been presented with a great opportunity. They took off for the treasure as though their lives depended on it. The Northern Territory Alliance was said to be the alliance consisting of the greatest number of races in the universe. A tremendous number of races gathered as one, bringing the number of universe knights within the Northern Territory Alliance to an extreme high. For example, in the open-air public square of the World of Glory of the Ancestral God School, the number of heirs from the Hong Alliance was merely in the thousands, while that of the Northern Territory Alliance was in the tens of thousands. There was a sizable difference, meaning that within the original star troops of universe knights from the Northern Territory Alliance were seen more than any other group when compared with the 6 pinnacle races like the human Race, the distribution of resources like treasures for great beings of similar power were fewer in number. Out of the 3 universe knights of the Northern Territory Alliance, one was over 30 feet tall, he had purple gold plates all over his body, and he flew toward the black blade at top speed. Upon careful observation, he started to show a hint of confusion. "Huh," he said, "that seems to be impossible, it can't be. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Luo Feng agonized with anxiety. The black blade may have ascended to its tip, but it was emerging much more slowly than the approach of the groups of beings. Flying toward it, the 2 troops of Universe Knights from the Han Alliance and the Northern Territory Alliance were still approaching at a consistently high rate of speed, even though they were within the Golden Thread Aurora domain. "Ha ha ha, you can't make it," the golden-flamed rock giant of the prison race laughed aloud. "Space Beast, you will not be able to get that true treasure. It is not yours to claim." Golden-horned beast let out a thunderous roar of rage. Hong. Golden-horned beast waved its wings suddenly, immediately turning back to the area surrounding the black blade. Hua Remote Ocean Luo Feng also took a step back to stand beside the black blade. "Come on." Remote Ocean Body and Golden-horned beast were both standing near the black blade, obviously guarding it with their lives. They just had to endure for a short while longer, and this true treasure would be theirs. "I would stand against greater than universe knights than all of you Remote Ocean," Luo Feng thought. "Even if you were universe overlords, Golden-horned beast has the force armor. It is fearless. My Remote Ocean Body may be slightly weaker in terms of strength. The Golden King armor can only be activated up to its 2nd form, which means it could weaken the power of material attacks to 1/1000. It may be weaker than force armor, but Remote Ocean Body is huge. Defending with its sheer brute strength should be possible for a short while at least." Remote Ocean Body and Golden-horned beast were like 2 mountains. One stood by the black blade, while the other hovered above it to ward off any beings who dared to venture near. Meanwhile, the groups from the Han Alliance and the Northern Territory Alliance both realized that the other groups had appeared. "Kill. Kill. Grab the true treasure. Hurry up, the other 5 troops are arriving soon. We need to hurry." 3 groups, the Han Alliance, the Northern Territory Alliance, and the prison race, comprised of 8 senior universe knights plus the Space Beast group, was charging toward the center. Hong hong hong. The 3 troops transformed into rays of light simultaneously and charged. Ha Golden-horned beast immediately spread its wings and stood at the forefront. Hua hua. Its wings suddenly increased in size. The Sherwu wings, being a true treasure, could change colors at will, and this time they were a magnificent gold. They spread wide open without inhibition, expanding outward in all directions. They became gigantic, easily spreading over 100,000 miles in a mere instant. The monstrous pair of wings surrounded the black blade like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Anyone who wanted to grab the black blade would have to forcefully move those wings out of the way. Attack. Ha ha ha, he actually thinks to resist us. Kill him. The 8 senior universe knights launched their attacks as one knight from the Hong Alliance held a flying wheel, an ordinary true treasure, and was exceptionally generous with his attacks. Numerous crashes sounded as attacks were thrown towards the golden wings. Golden-horned beast stood firmly within the swamp, its 4 strong limbs like heavenly pillars. The depths of the swamp were unable to even submerge its claws. Its wings were propped up high and mighty. Hong 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 hong. The 8 senior universe knights' joint effort boosted their power to the level of universe overlords. They struck repeatedly. I must stand with this bit of power, Golden Horned Beast said. He stood his ground, stable as a mountain regardless of the number of strikes dealt. The Sherwu wings and the force armor combined to weaken each impact. With these treasures, combined with its gigantic godly body, warding off the attacks was a piece of cake. The 8 senior universe knights from the Northern Territory Alliance, the Hung Alliance, and the prison race instantly concluded that this situation was beyond their expectations. Those wings are a true treasure. It must be a true treasure. Few treasures can expand to such a size, no matter how big a treasure can be. To be jointly attacked by 8 senior universe knights, the size should reduce, or it would disintegrate. That pair of wings must be a true treasure. Ordinary treasures could be destroyed by some universe overlords even for a top-tier treasure, whether it shrank to ward off attacks or intentionally enlarged so that the impact of the attack would be weakened no matter what it did. Escaping unscathed was out of the question, yet the combined attacks of 8 senior universe knights proved futile against Golden Horned Beast. At that moment, Golden Horned Beast and Remote Ocean Body shifted their gazes over to the Black Blade. The tip of the Black Blade was finally out of the swamp, and it was now hovering over the spot where it had emerged. Its aura was now fully restrained. It seemed like an ordinary treasure. Treasure, come to me. Golden Horned Beast gave a deep command. Immediately, a trace of godly power headed for the Black Blade, ready to brand the blade with his life imprint. Luo Feng infiltrated the Black Blade with a trace of his godly power and sealed his life imprint on it, making the blade recognize him as its owner. Hug. Golden Horned Beast's eyes glinted with confusion. What's going on? Why is there no information being transferred? Remote Ocean Luo Feng was also looking down at the Black Blade, perplexed. Usually, when a treasure or true treasure recognized someone as its owner, it would transfer information to the owner's mind. The information was generally a description of the weapon or the techniques used to utilize the valuables. There were, of course, exceptions like Star Map, Sherwu Wing, and Tower Pearl. If the great being who created the valuable had left information behind, there would be information contained in the valuable. Tower Pearl was a part of Star Tower, and so it didn't contain any information. As for Star Map, it was an ordinary true treasure, created by Zhuoshan Ku with a picture scroll and lots of seal stars. That was why some true treasures and ordinary treasures didn't contain any information. However, according to the intel Guangzhou Knight had gathered, true treasures and ordinary treasures that came into being on original stars were bred by the universe. They were supposed to carry information innately. This one did not seem to have anything. Weird. Luo Feng was baffled. Hong 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 hong. The 8 senior universe knights attacked the wing of Golden Horned Beast, relentlessly, disrupting Luo Feng's thoughts. So, Golden Horned Beast shrank its giant black blade and merged it with his body. Hell! He howled, making the sky and land tremble at the same time. The gigantic golden wing quickly reduced in size from hundreds of thousands of miles wide to tens of thousands of miles wide, and he revealed Golden Horned Beast and Remote Ocean Body. The 8 supreme beings were disappointed. The true treasure is taken. It has recognized him as its master. Goddamn space beast, let us go. They all glared at Remote Ocean Body and Golden Horned Beast Body. The 3 Great beings of the prison race left first. The other 5 universe knights of the Hong Alliance and the Northern Territory Alliance were also upset and gave up on their hopes of claiming the valuable. They all knew that they stood a chance if the valuable Han Ti recognized him as its owner. However, the only way they could capture the valuable was to kill the golden horned beast, and golden horned beast was able to defend himself against all 8 of them. If he wanted to flee, there was no way they could stop him. They were all upset. The size of the golden horned beast was what stopped them from taking the valuable by force. His godly body is too enormous, and our godly bodies might be burned out before we can kill him. We should be gotten here soon. The true treasure fell into the hands of space beasts. Haha, you guys are late, golden horned beast said in a hoarse voice. You just got lucky. Let us go. The 3 universe knights of Northern Territory Alliance and Hong Alliance left. Golden horned beast body and remote ocean body watched them go. He saw one team after another coming here, following the energy signature of the true treasure. Go. Remote ocean body shrank to 30 feet tall, and golden horned beast shrank to around 300 feet long. Golden horned beast waved his wings with remote ocean body sitting on his back. So that space beast has got the valuable, grumbled a new arrival. Let us go. We need to wait until next time. Is it a top-tier set treasure or an ordinary true treasure? The universe knights speculated about what had happened with their companions. They were all puzzled, but they had to leave on the original stars. Those who were closest to the valuables when they appeared were the luckiest ones here. Great beings needed both power and luck. The 3 universe knights of the Northern Territory Alliance were flying back to the place they inhabited, the apex of a small mountain. Those space beasts are indeed lucky. The Space Beast Alliance is mysterious and powerful. Those 2 have a domain type valuable, a wing true treasure, and now a black blade true treasure. They were all talking among themselves, and the universe knight made of metal was ruminating that pattern, it is that valuable. The purple metal knight's eyes gleamed. He isolated them from the surroundings with his godly power and looked to the strange beast knight with hundreds of soft dorsal fins around his mouth. 100 Raccoon Knight, he said, you have a body at the center of our alliance, right? Send a message to our alliance and tell them that we just found the godly blade of Blade River Luo. Blade River Luo. Both universe knights were dazed. 100 Raccoon Knight's eyes glinted with excitement. The legendary top-tier true treasure, Blade River Luo. Blade River Luo was the most attractive true treasure in a century after the original stars had opened. A giant tomb came out from underground. It was the tomb of the blade, the Blade Tomb. An ancient tablet on the Blade Tomb told that there were many godly blades, and several ordinary, true treasures, and the most precious of all were the components of Blade River Luo, which were made of a compass and 9 godly blades. Once all the godly blades were integrated into the compass, it could become a boundless Blade River, and it was omnipotent. If all the 9 blades merged into one, the power was even more terrific. It was a domain-type treasure, but it had the attacking power of a pinnacle true treasure. The compass itself was already a domain-type ordinary true treasure. Its power could be improved with 1 blade, blending in the more the godly blades inside the compass, the more powerful the compass would become. It would reach the perfect status once all the godly blades merged with it. It was such a superb true treasure. The last time the compass showed itself, It only carried one black blade. A godly blade of Blade River Luo. Where did we find it? 100 Raccoon Knight asked. Where were we the moment the other Universe Knight talked? The purple metal. Universe Knight said, it's the true treasure, the black blade, the two space beasts obtained. I've seen the photos of Blade River Luo, and the black blade we just saw was exactly the same as the blade in the photos. Black Raccoon Knight was startled. Go tell our alliance, the purple metal knight shouted. Sure, 100 Raccoon Knight nodded. Many supreme beings who entered the original stars had left their clone with their own race, but there were also some who left their original bodies behind. Clones were able to send simple messages, but they weren't capable of dealing with important issues. My clone has entered the center of our alliance. A universe master is meeting me, 100 Raccoon Knight murmured. After a long while, I've told the universe master what happened, and I've replicated the shape of the black blade using my mind. The universe master I spoke with confirmed that it's indeed a component of Blade River Luo. There are few true treasures, and it's almost impossible to have true treasures of the same pattern and come into being on the original stars in such a short period of time. It's got to be a godly blade of Blade River Luo. The Universe Master asked us not to take any actions. He has told some universe overlords closest to this original star and Fu-Mo Master to come here, and he has marked our contribution. 100 Raccoon looked at his companions, and they all smiled. The Northern Territory Alliance immediately arranged great beings to go to the original star Luo Feng was staying on. Inside the virtual universe, in an open-air bar, many universe knights of the Hong Alliance City gathered. Almost all the great beings who entered original stars left clones, and they used them to connect to the virtual universe. This was how they conveyed information. Another true treasure showed up. See, it's this one. I saw it myself. What true treasure? Come here and see. On which original star? Everyone was interested in what happened on the original stars. Look, this is the photo of it. A bald-headed, golden-eyed great being, covered with body hair, was showing everyone a photo. This true treasure surfaced from the swamp. Unfortunately, I arrived late, and the true treasure was captured by two great beings of the Space Beast Alliance. A true treasure. What a pity you can't get the true treasure, even it's right in front of you. And what's worse, it was taken by the Space Beast Alliance. What could I do? The bald-headed Universe Knight said. Both great beings of the Space Beast Alliance have godly bodies of around 6,000 miles long. Do you really think I can still get it back? Even universe overlords would have a hard time facing such gigantic bodies. Isn't this the godly blade of Blade River Luo? Yeah, it's the godly blade of Blade River Luo. Everyone was thrilled. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was walking toward the open-air bar. So strange, he thought the valuable on the original star has already recognized me as its master, but it still hasn't sent me any information. Luo Feng was bewildered, and thus he connected to the virtual universe and came to the place where the great beings of Hong Alliance shared information. He wanted to ask some of his friends about it. Guangzhou Knight, Luo Feng shouted when he saw Guangzhou Knight. Guangzhou turned toward him and beamed. Blade River. Luo Feng walked towards him, smiling. Suddenly, he frowned as a being caught his attention. It's him. Luo Feng recognized that bald Universe Knight. It was one of the two Universe Knights of the Hong Alliance who had attacked him. When Luo Feng's mind was still in the virtual universe, three great beings gathered in the forest under the whirlpool portal on the original star where Luo Feng was staying. We arrived here as fast as we could under the order of our alliance, said one of them. It seems we're the first ones to arrive. Yes, replied another, once those space beasts find out that the godly Black Blade is a part of Blade River Luo, they'll all rush to that whirlpool portal. If they succeed, they can do teleportation and God country transportation, and we can't catch them anymore. We must safeguard this place and stop them from doing that. So, we'll just wait here, the third one said in a deep voice. There will be a group of universe overlords arriving here, and Fu Mo Master may also arrive. That's only a godly blade of Blade River Luo. How many contribution points do you think we can earn? In my opinion, Wang Jia Knight can guard this place, while Bei Feng Knight and I attack him first. Bei Feng Knight and I together could kill those space beasts. Well, why were you still hesitating? Said the one with the deep, low voice. Other universe overlords will arrive soon. Are you on board, Bei Feng Knight? I am, said a timid voice. Okay, I'm on board too, but remember, if we get the godly blade, we need to divide the contribution points equitably among us three. Of course. They looked at each other and smiled. So. Two creatures flew up in the sky. One of them was around 100 feet tall. He was a repulsive creature with 3 horns on his head and eyes like a hawk. He had thick, sturdy arms, and he grasped an ancient spear with 3 bloodstains on the tip. As for the other one, he was around 30 feet tall and was entirely enveloped by a black cape. Even his face was covered by a black mask. Bei Feng Knight, you can attack his soul first, said the 3-horned knight, holding the ancient spear. If you can't kill them directly, you can affect them. Then I'll engage in close combat with them with my burning godly body, my ultimate techniques, and my chi blood spear. Even if the space beasts are wearing ordinary true treasure armor, my terrific attack can rival that from a universe master. Their armor might only be able to weaken the attack to 1/1000th or even 1/100th. Your chi blood spear is a might senior true treasure, said Bei Feng Knight, smiling behind his black mask and black cape. Will definitely succeed. Chi Blood Palace leader was a renowned universe overlord in the Northern Territory Alliance. He had 3 true treasures, and the weapon he used for close quarters combat was a senior true treasure. Together with his close quarters combat techniques, he could even fight with the universe master for a short time. Once he attacked with his full strength, it would surpass the limit of an ordinary true treasure. Within the limit, the third form of an ordinary true treasure armor could weaken the material attack by 99.99%. However, once the attack surpassed the limit of the true treasure, its function would sharply decline, and could only weaken it to 1/1000th, 1/100th, 1/10th. It might even break. That was why ordinary true treasures were disdained by universe masters. Although they have larger godly bodies, I can kill them with my chi blood spear by attacking them several times. Chi Blood Palace leader transmitted the voice while flying at high speed. Bei Feng Knight, just use your soul attack to stop them from running away. I heard that the golden horned beast has a wing true treasure. Just leave it to me. Bei Feng Knight and Chi Blood Palace leader raced toward Luo Feng like 2 flashes of light. Luo Feng was the first one to arrive at the birthplace where the Black Blade unveiled itself, so the Northern Territory Alliance quickly extrapolated that Luo Feng must be staying in an area close to the birthplace. That was how Bei Feng Knight and Qi Blood Palace leader knew where they should be heading. Inside the virtual universe. Luo Feng looked at the bald universe knight in the distance, shocked by what he saw. Him, one of the two universe knights from the Hong Alliance who fought against us for the valuable. At the same time, a large group of universe knights gathered around that bald universe knight. They seemed to be engaged in an exciting conversation. Luo Feng listened in, hearing every word that was being said. Blade River Luo. A godly blade of Blade River Luo. Rumor has it that the compass of Blade River Luo was obtained by a universe master of the Thorn Ring Alliance. That universe master, he must be dying to acquire other blades and will be willing to get the blades at an extremely high cost. It looks like an ordinary true treasure, but it's at least as valuable as a senior true treasure. That's right, Blade River Luo will be perfect only when all the blades are gathered, and as long as there's one blade hiding with us, the Hong Alliance, the Thorn Ring Alliance, will get it back. What a shame those two space beasts got it. A godly blade of Blade River Luo, thought Luo Feng in surprise, taken by two space beasts. Unfortunately, I was late, said the bald universe knight. He shook his head. The picture of the black blade was still floating in front of him. Otherwise, I would got the godly blade. Luo Feng was amazed. God, the black godly blade he had obtained was a godly blade of Blade River Luo. Luo Feng was aware of its power and force based on some brief descriptions. It was a top-tier domain-type true treasure, and it had the attacking power of that of a pinnacle true treasure. It was at least as valuable as Thousand Treasures River after all the blades merged with the compass. A voice came from afar. Quick, tell us where the godly blade unveiled itself. Yes, tell us now, we'll be there as soon as possible. We can kill those space beasts and get the godly blade together, after which the Thorn Ring Alliance will be willing to pay a high price for it. We can also give it to our alliance, and it will definitely give us many contribution points. I need to flee, Luo Feng thought, suddenly realizing that he was in great danger. Blade River, Guangzhou Knight said, and ran toward him. I have some issues to deal with right now, Guangzhou Knight, said Luo Feng. I'll talk to you later. Luo Feng then disappeared, which bewildered Guangzhou Knight. In the forest on the original star where Luo Feng was staying. Quick, 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 said Luo Feng. Remote Ocean. Luo Feng and the golden horned beast immediately stood up. Many great beings from Han Alliance will gather soon, he said. I need to leave now. The prison race, the Han Alliance, and the Northern Territory Alliance all saw the black blade when I got the valuable great beings from the Hong Alliance have now started to gather. They might not have enough time to stop me, but those from the Northern Territory Alliance and the prison race will be here very soon. Remote Ocean. Luo Feng shrank to 6 feet tall and sat on golden horned beast's back. Escape was his only option this time. The golden horned beast was speedy when it came to fleeing, and he was the best at defending himself against dangers. So the golden horned beast became 30 feet long and opened his wing. He burned his godly power and flew. Under the burning godly power and the true treasure Sherwu wing, he zoomed like a beam of golden light. At that moment, two universe overlords, Qi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng, Knight of the Northern Territory Alliance, were flying toward him. The original star was enormous, traveling at light speed. It took almost an hour to fly from the whirlpool portal to the forest where Luo Feng stayed. That was why Qi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight weren't there yet. As a matter of fact, the great beings from the Northern Territory Alliance were all rushing toward the original star Luo Feng was staying on, including Fu Mo Master. However, even Fu Mo Master had to fly toward the whirlpool portal slowly. Each original star was identical, having a diameter of 60 billion miles even. Someone flying at light speed, he could only travel at 6 billion miles in an hour, meaning it would take a long time if they were far from the whirlpool. The great beings gathered together by the Northern Territory Alliance were already rushing there as fast as they could. Finally, Qi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight saw it. Look, it's the golden light. It's that golden-horned beast. They were racing toward Luo Feng from the whirlpool while Luo Feng rushed to the whirlpool. Naturally, they could see each other midway. Both Remote Ocean Body and the golden-horned beast saw those two flashes of light. They might be some great beings from other races, but it's unlikely that they're here to come after me. How is it possible that they're that fast? Oh. Well, I'll just run to another original star later. So the golden-horned beast kept flying, and he sometimes turned to keep the distance from those two traces of light. Hoo-hoo. The two great forces made a sharp turn and got closer to him. No, they are after me. As soon as Luo Feng realized they were coming after him, he recognized them. The one with 3 horns, it's Qi Blood Palace leader from the Northern Territory Alliance, and it's Bei Feng Knight beside him. Luo Feng immediately put his Remote Ocean Body back into his world ring. Both Qi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight were universe overlords, and they were far from ordinary universe overlords. Generally, universe knights who reached the pinnacle level in law comprehension and technique creation and could rival most mediocre universe masters were considered universe overlords. However, universe overlords who had ordinary true treasures and those who had the senior treasures were at very different levels. Additionally, a human universe overlord was different from a universe overlord that was a special life form with a life gene level of 8,000 times. As for Qi Blood Palace leader, he had a senior true treasure, and Bei Feng Knight was a universe overlord proficient in soul attack. Space beasts, said a mild voice, there's no way you can run away. A deep voice immediately added, give us the blade. Qi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight were known not to be trifled with. Who? Luo Feng quickly waved his golden wings and flew off in another direction. I didn't expect to be discovered so soon, he muttered. The whirlpool portal to the outside is likely to have been discovered already. If I go there, I'll be walking into a trap. Well, I'll just go to another original star through another whirlpool portal. Qi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight looked at him indifferently. Apparently, everything was under their control. It's your turn, Qi Blood Palace leader said. Bei Feng looked at Luo Feng in the distance, his eyes glinted. Suddenly, the flow of time surrounding him twisted. An invisible soul attack immediately caught golden-horned beast and penetrated his body. It quickly started to consume his godly power. Each part of his godly power contained a soul imprint, meaning Luo Feng would be doomed if he was eroded. Seal. Power Pearl let out countless threads and connected the entire godly body. Instantly. Hong hong hong. The soul erosion assaulted his soul. However, Luo Feng had a mighty willpower. In addition to a Tower Pearl to guard it, soul erosion couldn't affect Luo Feng at all. Bei Feng Knight looked contentedly at Golden Horned Beast, flying in one direction and slowing down because of the resistance. He transmitted his voice to Chi Blood Palace leader. I don't think I successfully eroded his soul, he said, but he must have been affected when he tried to defend himself from my soul attack. Now, it's your turn. Haha, just wait and see, Chi Blood Palace leader said. He charged at Golden Horned Beast like a flash of light. Bei Feng Knight was following him. Golden Horned Beast, Chi Blood Palace leader, called out as he raised the ancient spear in his hand. The 3 blood stains on the tip glowed with countless bloody law engravings. Chi Blood Palace leader emanated bloody energy. His eyes turned red, and he quickly pressed on toward Golden Horned Beast. Break. Chi Blood Palace leader growled and burned his godly power at the same time. A huge amount of godly power was infused into his spear. He waved his spear fiercely. Pooh. The spear pierced toward Golden Horned Beast, who just noticed it and tried to close his wings to protect himself. Jiang. The spear was so forceful that the space it passed through was twisted wickedly, forming visible space ripples. It punctured the wing of Golden Horned Beast. Pung. This weapon was mighty. Golden Horned Beast bounced away under the force of the shock wave. It was like he'd been hit by a planet. Go, don't let him escape, Chi Blood Palace leader said. So. Bei Feng Knight and Chi Blood Knight chased after Golden Horned Beast. So powerful. Golden Horned Beast thought after the blast he could feel the extent of his injury. I pretended to be affected because I wanted to test the power of the terrific spear. No wonder it's so famous. Even my Shiwu Wing didn't help to resist it. Luo Feng already knew that the more powerful an attack was, the less useful an ordinary true treasure armor would be against it. Shiwu Wing was a flying true treasure. Although the wing could be utilized as a shield, it was, after all, inferior to real armor-type true treasures. Luo Feng speculated that Shiwu Wing only weakened the attack by half, while force armor weakened it by 99% together. Golden Horned Beast bore 1/20,000th of the power of the Chi Blood Spear. That was like a drill, said Luo Feng. The power still entered my godly body after piercing through Shiwu Wing and force armor until it was annihilated by my godly body completely. Luo Feng was startled. Regardless, I was still injured. Although the injury was nothing given the enormous godly body, the Golden Horned Beast had been injured. Luo Feng was still in shock. If it hadn't been for the force armor, if he had only been wearing an ordinary true treasure armor, he could only drive the second form. If that had been the case, it would have been lucky if that armor could weaken the attack to 1/10 its original strength. 1/20,000th, compared to 1/10, a difference of 2,000 times. That meant that if someone was over 1,000 times stronger than the other, he could annihilate his enemy with one move without consuming any energy. For instance, when a pinnacle emperor wanted to kill an undying fighter, he could easily do so without consuming any of his godly power. Why is his still so powerful? Chi Blood Palace leader said he was shocked. Even if he wielded the third form of an ordinary true treasure armor, he could, at most, only weaken the power by 99%. I performed my ultimate technique by consuming almost 1/1000th of my godly body and using Chi Blood Spear. He should have been severely injured. Xiao. Golden Horned Beast waved his wing and sped up. Too fast, Chi Blood Palace leader said. Bei Feng Knight, hurry, stop him. Leave it to me, Bei Feng Knight said as he looked up at Golden Horned Beast. He performed his soul attack again, attempting to affect Golden Horned Beast. However, instead of slowing down, Golden Horned Beast kept speeding up, nearly hitting lightspeed. He's not affected. Bei Feng Knight was amazed. We've been tricked, Chi Blood Palace leader said, transmitting his voice. He wasn't affected at all. He deliberately withstood my attack to demonstrate his enormous defending power. Rat bastard, he was insulting me. Stop him, Bei Feng Knight. I'll teach him the consequences for insulting me. Chi Blood Palace leader roared hoarsely, his eyes glinted with bloodthirstiness. Ever since obtaining his Chi Blood Spear, he had become more and more ferocious. He was usually able to control it, but when he was triggered, he would occasionally go mad, and he was the most terrifying when he went mad. Bei Feng Knight looked at Golden Horned Beast from afar and waved his hands. So 30,000 blade daggers showed up and flew toward the Golden Horned Beast. It was a spiritual force, true treasure Bei Feng Knight owned, and as a great being proficient in soul attack, he was also good at using spiritual weapons. Even the speed of a great being couldn't compare with that of a spiritual force weapon. The spiritual weapons kept drawing near. After a short while, they surrounded Luo Feng. No, the Golden Horned Beast said he knew he was in trouble when he saw tens of thousands of shadows flying toward him. Wing cap. Golden Horned Beast opened his golden wing. It immediately grew larger and blocked most of the black daggers. Some of them pierced through the belly of the Golden Horned Beast and kept hitting his body. Golden Horned Beast body slowed down sharply as Bei Feng Knight and Chi Blood Palace leader approached. Damn you two, still chasing, he said. I have force armor to protect me. They really think they can hurt me. I pretended to be affected by the soul attack because I wanted to feel the power of the legendary Chi Blood Spear. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even had a chance to injure me. You want to stop me by using a spiritual force weapon, he said. If I use Golden Thread Aurora Mirror, it'll have a much stronger resistance power than your spiritual force weapon. Golden Horned Beast body looked back coldly. He didn't even consider Chi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight to be a threat, though he was far inferior when it came to attacking power. His force armor and the enormous godly could make Bei Feng Knight and Chi Blood Palace leader despair. He only wanted to test the power of Chi Blood Spear, and now he was leaving. Regardless, I need to get rid of those two, he thought. Otherwise, my plan will be seen through. I'll teach them a lesson first. Who? Golden Horned Beast body growled and waved his wing. Hua. He turned back and dashed at Bei Feng Knight and Chi Blood Palace leader. Chi Blood Palace leader was exhilarated seeing this, and he shouted, "That stupid Golden Horned Beast wanted to die. I'll happily satisfy his wish." Hung. Chi Blood Palace leader burned his godly body and raced toward Golden Horned Beast body. Ho! Golden Horned Beast's wings struck out like blades. Ha ha ha. Bloody light flashed across the eyes of Chi Blood Palace leader, and his Chi Blood Spear was covered with bloody light as well. He had gone completely insane. It was like two stars hitting each other. Hung. The space trembled. Golden Horned Beast body clashed against Chi Blood Palace leader with his sharp wing again and again, while Chi Blood Palace leader kept dodging it at the same time. He wielded his spear unrelentingly. The way he wielded his spear was strange. It went faster and faster, and his godly body became more and more forceful. Poo 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 poo. They fought each other fiercely for several seconds. Chi Blood Palace leader backed down first. The bloody light in his eyes had already dissipated, and he was not nearly as predatory as before. What happened? Chi Blood Bei Feng Knight asked as he flew toward him. Even your ultimate technique is not working. Your 13 spear uses the special techniques contained in Chi Blood Spear and the burning godly body, you said. Before that you need to burn more and more of your godly body, and few universe overlords can withstand the 13 spear. 13 spear. When the spear attacked the first time, it only consumed 1/1000th of the godly body, but the more it attacked, the more energy it consumed, and after the spear attacked 13 times, it consumed 9% of his godly body. What Chi Blood Palace leader's eyes flared with shock and anger. Impossible, impossible. I lost 9% of my godly body, but still couldn't he weaken his force? Bei Feng Knight and Chi Blood Palace leader glared at Golden Horned Beast. Golden Horned Beast looked back at them and growled at the same time. The vigorous golden thread aurora domain enveloped the hundreds of millions of square miles around them. Bei Feng Knight and Chi Blood Palace leader were completely trapped. It's a domain type valuable. So Golden Horned Beast body waved his wing and flew away from the endless golden thread auroras and muttered, lesson taught, got to go now. For what it's worth, this Chi Blood Palace leader is impressive. He was able to consume 1/10,000th of my godly body even with my force armor protecting me. If I were a smaller-sized universe overlord, I might have been annihilated. In the sky above the plane, Chi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight gazed at each other with fright and solemnness. Impressive, Bei Feng Knight said with his mild voice. That great being from Space Beast Alliance must have a domain-type treasure and a flying-type true treasure. As for the armor he uses, it must be a senior true treasure. Yes, it's got to be a senior true treasure, and the third form has been triggered, Chi Blood Palace leader said in a deep voice. If it were only an ordinary true treasure, he wouldn't have defended against my Chi Blood Spear so easily. They exchanged eye contact. They were in trouble. A senior true treasure in its third form, together with that enormous godly body, this was a combination that could make universe overlords tremble. The more powerful a great being was, the more demeaning it was to fall. It was difficult for universe overlords to die, as even if they couldn't fight against their enemies, they could still escape. And as for those with senior true treasure armor that was able to weaken the power of an attack by 99.99%, it was almost impossible to kill them, especially if they also had enormous godly bodies, unless, of course, the power gap was significant, or they were attacked by universe masters or universe overlords who were special life forms. We can't do anything about it, Bei Feng Knight continued in his mild voice. Besides, he was alerted to what just happened. Our arrangement might not work anymore. What should we do, then? Chi Blood Palace leader asked. First of all, we can't admit that we fought that golden horned beast, Bei Feng Knight said. No great beings saw us, and nobody will know if we don't tell anyone. Secondly, we'll follow the order from our alliance. A universe master is making arrangements, and there are members of our alliance sent to the whirlpool portals close to the birthplace of that godly blade. Fu Mo Master will come here himself later, and that golden horned beast won't be able to run away. Chi Blood Palace leader nodded. The Northern Territory Alliance was one of the strongest powers in the universe, and few could get away from the blockade. Inside an ancient forest on the original star, Golden Horned Beast hid his Eyes gleamed anxiously. What should we do? The original plan won't work now. Luo Feng had known about the godly blade of Blade River Luo in the virtual universe previously. He decided to run right after that, and he chose to run to the Whirlpool Portal. Based on Luo Feng's original plan, he would fly to the Whirlpool Portal first. And when he almost arrived, he would temporarily separate the golden horned beast body, Masha body, and remote ocean body. The golden horned beast would transfer all the valuables to Masha body, who would carry remote ocean body and hide by camouflaging himself as mud. Then the golden horned beast would try to pass the Whirlpool Portal. If he succeeded, Masha body would follow. If he failed, he would self-destruct. At the same time, the original Earthling body of Luo Feng would seek help from Primal Chaos City Leader through the virtual universe. The Whirlpool Portal was the closest to human territory after Primal Chaos City Leader arrived. He could take Luo Feng away with his power. The plan may have been simple, but it was also direct and efficient. However, the fight between Qi Blood Palace Leader and Bei Feng Knight had made Luo Feng change his mind. They both flew here to look for me, thought Luo Feng, which means the Northern Territory Alliance is fast. Perhaps the Universe Knights from the Northern Territory Alliance recognized the blade when it unveiled itself. He could speculate from his combat with Qi Blood Palace Leader and Bei Feng Knight that the Northern Territory Alliance had made arrangements for this a long time ago. The Universe Master from the Northern Territory Alliance was now on his way, and he might arrive sooner than Primal Chaos City Leader. It'll be a slaughter if I try to run to the Whirlpool Portal now, said Luo Feng. I'm not comfortable with this plan, but what should I do? Then should I go to other Whirlpool Portals? There are 10,081 Whirlpool Portals on one original star, and each of them is hundreds of millions of miles away from each other. It would normally take more than half an hour to fly from one portal to another. It would take him around 15 minutes to fly from the Whirlpool Portal closest to him. If the arrangements made by the Northern Territory Alliance were as meticulous as I suspect, there will probably be guards at the Whirlpool Portals closest to the birthplace of the godly blade. Luo Feng shook his head. If I go there, it'll be running into a trap. It was dangerous for him to go to any of the Whirlpool Portals connecting the outside world, regardless of the distance. Flying to the Whirlpool Portals in the distance was out of the question. The Universe Master would have arrived. By the time he made it there, the Universe Master could control space and time, and he could suppress his enemies even if the enemies were far from them. How about Masha Body's inherited technique, replication? But Luo Feng shook his head again. Masha Body was from one of the ordinary races, and the inherited technique was just a lower-tier technique. Although it was strange and unique, it could be defeated. The Northern Territory Alliance was one of the top 9 powers in the universe, and once it had finished its arrangements, it would be almost impossible for Luo Feng to get away. I have to turn to my teacher now, Luo Feng concluded. At the apex of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, Primal Chaos City Leader's palace was enveloped by mist. Luo Feng stepped into the palace and shouted respectfully, "Teacher." A figure in a golden cape walked out. "Luo Feng," said Primal Chaos City Leader, smiling at Luo Feng, "you should be on the original star now. What are you here for?" "I have an emergency," Luo Feng said. He hesitated. "I sent my golden horned beast body and my Masha body to the original star. Primal Chaos City leader nodded and listened. He surely already knew this, as the original Earthling body was in Thousand Treasures River. I happened to get a component of Blade River Luo Feng said. Oh, that was you. Primal Chaos City leader was thrilled and laughed. I just got the news that 2 space beasts from the Space Beast Alliance got the component. I was thinking that if that component could fall into the hands of us humans, it would be important leverage against the Thornring Alliance. Yes, but I'm in big trouble now. The Northern Territory Alliance also knows about it, and it started to prepare to attack me. Primal Chaos City leader frowned. Tell me more. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng started to elaborate. He mentioned Chi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight by name. You weren't hurt by them, Primal Chaos City leader said, looking at Luo Feng in shock. Chi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight were renowned universe overlords who represented the power of ordinary universe overlords. Primal Chaos City leader was thrilled that Luo Feng had been able to defend against him. Instantly, he speculated that his disciple Luo Feng must have a defending true treasure, and that it might be a senior true treasure, like a senior true treasure armor. However, he didn't ask Luo Feng directly. He had known for a long time that Luo Feng kept many secrets, like the exceptional power of his undying godly body, which was better than those of many universe knights. Primal Chaos City leader had seen Luo Feng become undying, as well as the scene he had caused when the Origin Law arrived. Besides, Luo Feng had become undying within Thousand Treasures River, and his control on space and time told Primal Chaos City leader that Luo Feng's godly body was stronger than that of some universe knights. Primal Chaos City leader didn't ask any further questions. Perhaps my disciple got lucky, he thought. Perhaps he met an omnipotent being. Perhaps it's before the Grand Nirvana period. Whatever the reason, Primal Chaos City leader was happy to see it. He didn't care what happened to his disciple, as long as he could get stronger. The more powerful Luo Feng became, the more likely that a new pillar for humans would be born. I'm still not as good as Chi Blood Palace leader when it comes to combat, said Luo Feng. I survived because of my godly body. Godly bodies are also part of your strength, Primal Chaos City leader said. Luo Feng quickly replied, Teacher, you must understand by now, those great beings from the Northern Territory Alliance are coming after me. What should I do? I'll be in danger no matter which portal I go to. Please, teacher, would you help me out? You're smart enough not to make such a decision by yourself. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. You would be caught and killed without help. Now the Northern Territory Alliance is a rival of our alliance, and they have more great beings and races. They have all sorts of special life forms and races who have inherited techniques you won't be able to defend yourself against them. Your inherited technique replication is an impressive hiding skill. Only universe masters controlling space and time can see through your disguising. Luo Feng nodded. Control over space and time was indeed impressive, and domain and replication would both be rendered useless. As for his inherited technique, strengthen, his godly body amplification could hit 100 times at most, and it would not be helpful. Inherited techniques were effective only when one's power was weak. When one became a universe master, only a few inherited techniques were still useful. However, Luo Feng had achieved a perfect life gene level, and the universe had bestowed him with one of the top-tier inherited techniques. I am the universe. Inherited techniques can be cracked by other inherited techniques. Primal Chaos City Leader continued, there are all sorts of inherited techniques in the universe, and some might even be inherited techniques bestowed by the universe. There are different levels of inherited techniques, and naturally, they have different levels of power and usage. Some of them counteract each other, some of them are similar to each other. However, the more powerful you become, the less useful those inherited techniques will be. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled and added, for instance, the soul attack bark. Mirror Emperor was an inherited technique, but any sort of soul attacks from Universe Masters are much weaker than that. Luo Feng nodded. The Northern Territory has set you up, and there's no way that you can use your techniques to break out. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. You've underestimated its power. Then what should I do? Luo Feng said. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. I have my ways. Teacher, would you like to give me some advice? Luo Feng asked. He listened carefully. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. The Northern Territory Alliance might have guards in front of every whirlpool portal, which means what you need to do is not get close to any whirlpool portal. Luo Feng was dazed, but he understood what his teacher was implying. Teacher, do you mean that I should just wander across original stars and stay away from any whirlpool portal? Yes, Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. Stay away from any whirlpool portal and the place where the godly blade unveiled itself. Then those universe overlords will find it difficult to meet you. The only way to catch you is to wait for the arrival of a universe master of the Northern Territory Alliance. Luo Feng nodded. It would be safe for him not to go to the whirlpool portal. However, a universe master of the opposition alliance would arrive, after which he could only wait to be captured. Your disguise is useless in front of a universe master, Primal Chaos City Leader added. You don't need a disguise. All you need to do is separate your golden horned beast body and your remote ocean body. Leave all your valuables with remote ocean body. As for universe masters of the Northern Territory Alliance, they'll only search for those two space beasts, and they won't be able to recognize your remote ocean body. Even if they see it, there are universe knights of all races on the original stars. You'll be identified in you camouflage, but your remote ocean body doesn't need it. Luo Feng smiled. Even if he kills golden horned beast body, he won't be able to find any valuables. Primal Chaos City Leader went on. He'll then start to inspect all the great beings on the original stars, but he won't dare to be reckless. As long as you separate your bodies, you can earn yourself enough time. I'll arrive by then. All you need to do is to survive until I arrive at the original stars. Luo Feng nodded. I understand, teacher. It was plain and simple. All Luo Feng had to do was stall his enemies and not go near the whirlpool portals. He would be safe. When Primal Chaos City Leader arrived, it was a simple plan, so simple that there were few flaws. Go, Primal Chaos City Leader said. Remember what I said. Besides, the Universe Master of the Northern Territory Alliance might get there before I do. Don't give the plan away after he arrives. I understand, Luo Feng said, nodding. Within the Thousand Treasures River of the Primal Region, Human Territory. Hong Long Long. Thousand Treasures River vanished and transformed into a shirt, covering the towering Primal Chaos City Leader, who now stood over 6,000 miles tall. He carried a rugged stone staff and stood in the sky barefoot, gazing out into the distance. I'll go to the original stars first, he said, but I'll be back soon. Stop studying your techniques and help me guard the primal region. Yes, brother. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. He took a step into space and disappeared. Several universe knights and servants in the palaces within the Thousand Treasures River noticed that Thousand Treasures River had suddenly disappeared. Where is the Thousand Treasures River? Thousand Treasures River disappeared. Our teacher might have gone out. Luo Feng's earthling original body also stood outside the palace and looked into the distance. I hope everything goes well, he whispered. At the end of the whirlpool portal, closest to the place where the godly blade of Blade River Luo had appeared, a flash of light was approaching. Manka Knight is coming, someone cried. He has a domain-type true treasure. And we have our third-level arrangement. We're more likely to succeed now. No matter how powerful that space beast is, and even if he has a special life form, he won't be able to get away. The latest news is that some great beings of Hong Alliance are also trying to kill those space beasts. No. What should we do? Should we just wait here? Relax, the original stars are enormous, and nobody can teleport or initiate God country transportation here. Do you really think it's that easy to hunt someone down? Let us just wait here and guard this place. In the forest under the whirlpool portal to the outside, there were 7 beings in the forest where Bailey Knight and Chi Blood Palace leader landed. Chi Blood Palace leader, Bei Feng Knight, you two finally arrived. You were supposed to arrive earliest. Wang Jia Knight said that you two were surveying the surroundings. Chi Blood Palace leader snorted. Of course we were surveying the place. Do you really think we'll go fight those space beasts? Nothing is certain. Heng. Chi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight both snorted. Do you think I would be back this soon if I was fighting the space beasts? It would take a long time to travel from the birthplace of the godly blade back here. Chi Blood Palace leader gazed apathetically at the being with almost 1,000 hooves. Don't speculate without any evidence. Chi Blood Palace leader and Bei Feng Knight glanced at Wang Jia Knight, who immediately realized that they failed. Fortunately, I used quite a few resources and valuables to recover my godly body, Chi Blood Palace leader said as he glanced around and sat down with his legs crossed. He thought, if they notice that my godly body is injured, there will be trouble. Meanwhile, Hong. 2 beings showed up at the whirlpool portal. Look. Something is happening. All the 9 supreme beings looked up into the sky. No need to hurry, they're universe knights who entered the original stars. From the outside, they belong to the Hong Alliance. 2 universe knights of the Hong Alliance again. Why do great beings of Hong Alliance keep coming here? This worried the great beings of the Northern Territory Alliance, who were hiding here. Bei Feng Knight transmitted his mild voice, saying, perhaps the Hong Alliance also found out about the component of Blade River Luo. Wang Jia Knight, report this to our alliance. We'll be in trouble if the Hong Alliance meddles. Okay. After the news about Blade River Luo spread through the virtual universe, quite a few universe knights raced toward there, and some of them only went there because they wanted to enjoy the fights. They all knew that a component of Blade River Luo would produce a furious upheaval, and there was no way they would miss it. Some of the universe knights closest to the birthplace had arrived, followed by many others on the original star where Luo Feng resided. Many great beings of the Hong Alliance were flying towards the birthplace of Blade River Luo. Meanwhile, the Northern Territory Alliance was constructing a delicate arrangement. After Luo Feng's chat with Primal Chaos City leader. So. A flash of light flew by in the distance. There's another forest, Golden Horned Beast said, looking afar and diving. Down at sub-light speed I'll fly into the forest and separate my remote ocean body and my Golden Horned Beast body. Golden Horned Beast body was fast. He quickly arrived above the forest and dove down. Hua. Golden Horned Beast body stopped after arriving at the forest. He stepped on a thick trunk and looked at his wing. The golden wing was trembling. What's happening? Luo Feng was astounded. Shi Wu wing, which had merged with the scaled wing, was trembling unrelentingly. Ong. It was shivering out of Luo Feng's control as if some singular point of origin afar was attracting it like a magnet. Shi Wu wing has already recognized me as its master, Luo Feng said, shocked to his very core by what he was seeing, a true treasure that has recognized me as its master should completely follow my orders. Shun Tiat, why is it out of control now? What's happening in that direction? Golden Horned Beast looked into the sky in the distance. He felt that if he didn't suppress it, Shi Wu wing would lead him in that direction. What's happening? In that direction, a being stood in the sky. He was around 25 feet tall with thick legs and 8 arms. By all appearances, he looked as if he were made entirely of metal. He didn't have any hair on his body, but was completely bald. He was in the shape of a being of automaton race. He wore black armor, and there was a black set of wings on his back. Ong. The wing quivered crazily. The bald, 8-armed knight turned around and looked at his wing. He gazed into the distance. What's the meaning of this? My wing is a true treasure, and I've been utilizing it for hundreds of thousands of years. This has never happened. He was powerful and venerated. He had come to original stars 8 times before, and he'd been through far deadlier situations. However, this was the first time his true treasure wing had behaved outside of his control. What's going on? He said, his eyes gleaming coldly. So. He shook his wing and flew in the direction of the strange sensation like a flash of black light. Golden Horned Beast body stood on the trunk with his wing open. He looked up at the sky and could distinctively feel that the attraction was growing stronger by the second. It was as if the point of origin were approaching him. In that direction, there's a black spot. Golden Horned Beast body saw a beam of black light. There was a black point far in the distance racing toward him. It appeared to be a supreme being. It's him, said Golden Horned Beast body, gazing at the figure, the source of the disruption. The black light continued pressing on toward him. The being of automaton race also looked in Golden Horned Beast's direction and saw the golden-winged body of the Golden Horned Beast. They now both saw each other. Wait, the wing on his back, said Golden Horned Beast, immediately noticing the black wing on the great being's back. The bald, 8-armed being looked down and saw the golden wing on Golden Horned Beast body. They sensed each other at the same time. Could it be that my wing is only a portion of a true treasure? Luo Feng murmured to himself. Luo Feng was firstly startled, then exhilarated. The 8-armed, bald knight was also overjoyed, having arrived at the same conclusion. My wing is only a component, he said, grinning. They gazed upon one another from a distance. An aura of hostility sizzled between them. No wonder Shi Wu wing didn't send me any detailed information when it recognized me as its master when I obtained it, said Luo Feng. I thought it was because the great being who created Shi Wu wing didn't leave any information, but the real reason is that Shi Wing is a broken true treasure. Besides, Primal Chaos City Leader told me when he gave it to me that no other lives in the universe knew about the existence of Shi Wing, and he also said that it was not created by him. Apparently, Shi Wing is more mysterious than I realized. The information on Shi Wing was recorded in a book my teacher Primal Chaos City Leader gave to me. Luo Feng could still remember the book. It detailed the 3 different forms of Shi Wing and had been discovered by Primal Chaos City Leader during his research. According to the information, Shi Wing appeared virtually of nowhere. Luo Feng recalled it was exceptionally tough and tensile, and even beings as strong as universe masters aren't able to destroy it. Luo Feng got more excited. I'm particularly curious about this part. Powerful universe masters should be able to damage an ordinary true treasure. However, based on the information given by Primal Chaos City Leader, Shi Wing is indestructible. I've always thought it was because the material of Shi Wing was special. Until now, it seems that my Shi Wing is a component of an incredible true treasure, which is why the material is also extraordinary. Just like that, Luo Feng's questions had been completely solved. True treasures that had recognized someone as their owners could attract each other. The only reason this had happened was because they had originally been one golden horned beast. Body looked up at the sky, and the 8-armed, bald Knight looked down at golden horned beast. Thoughts flooded both of their minds. Actually, in the long period of time they had spent using the true treasure wing, they both felt that their wings were different from other ordinary true treasures. However, nobody could say for sure that they were broken true treasure. After all, such a notion was inconceivable. Like Thousand Treasures River, which was made up of over 1,000 true treasures. True treasures strengthened each other, resulting in boundless power. However, every true treasure had hidden flaws. Many fighters might only be able to wield the power of top-tier treasures. Luo Feng's Shi Wing, after all, always worked as a fine ordinary true treasure. Even a mere component of a true treasure works so greatly. Luo Feng thought, what if they're combined? The 8-armed, bald knight looked down at Luo Feng. Light Wing saved me several times, and even now that I'm a universe overlord, it is an ordinary true treasure that has never disappointed me. The Light Wing is actually a component of a powerful true treasure. I need to get the other part no matter what. If they're combined, they must lead to material change, and the power will be significantly improved. Golden horned beast. Body looked up at the being in the sky. The most prominent universe overlords had records within the human race, and Luo Feng remembered all of them. He was able to recognize most of them except few supreme beings who kept themselves hidden. Tianyang Knight, thought Luo Feng, a universe overlord of the automaton race. Based on the available record, he has 3 true treasures. One of them is an ordinary true treasure armor, one is an ordinary true treasure wing, and one is a senior true treasure 8 light shuttle. He asked the candidate deified general for Xingguan general, and he created the ultimate technique 8 shuttle. Luo Feng realized that he was in trouble after recalling his information. Tian Yang Knight was a handful. He was powerful and proficient in escape techniques. Luo Feng could sense that this enemy was not to be trifled with. Though I don't need to worry about universe overlords, because of my force armor, they have much stronger attacking skills. It's difficult for me to kill senior universe knights. As for this Tianyang Knight, it would be almost impossible for me to kill him. Tianyang Knight looked down at Golden Horned Beast and was a bit hesitant. Who is he? He wondered. It's a golden horned beast in golden armor and a golden wing. I don't recall a great being like that in Space Beast Alliance. The Space Beast Alliance was always mysterious, and the great beings who showed up were known for their giant bodies to kill a golden horned beast. Universe Knight, such a feat was nearly impossible. Golden Horned Beast and Tianyang Knight stared at each other. Each wanted the true treasure wing possessed by the other. However, they both felt that the enemy standing before them should not be underestimated. Luo Feng was not confident because he was too weak to injure his enemy, while Tianyang Knight was not confident that he could kill a golden horned beast that was over 600 miles long. I am Tianyang Knight, Tianyang Knight said, slowly coming to a landing. He landed on a branch and transmitted his voice. Golden Horned Beast transmitted his hoarse voice in reply. I am Golden Wing Knight. Tianyang Knight raised his head and looked at Golden Horned Beast. He smiled. Golden Wing Knight of the Space Beast Alliance, my true treasure wing, and your wings seem to have some sort of special connection. I want your true treasure wing. Name your price. One top-tier true treasure, Golden Horned Beast said. Hang. Tianyang Knight frowned. A top-tier true treasure. Even some universe masters didn't he have top-tier true treasures, and even if the wings were combined, they wouldn't he necessarily become a top-tier true treasure. So, you don't want to exchange, Tianyang Knight said, transmitting his voice. So, do you? Asked Golden Horned Beast. They knew each other's decision the second they transmitted their voices. Apparently, they both valued their true treasure wings. They needed extremely precious true treasures. However, they wouldn't be able to afford such a trade. Hong Hong. They both moved. Then die. The eyes of Tianyang Knight glinted with hostility. This godly power started to be burned. 8 20-foot-long projectiles emanating black light showed up on his arms. These shuttles shot at Luo Feng. You Golden Horned Beast burned his godly body, growled, and charged at Tianyang Knight. Hong Long Long. Trees started to fall, and they began to fight each other in close proximity. They attacked over 100 times in a single second. To be exact, it was Tianyang Knight who attacked Golden Horned Beast. Golden Horned Beast quickly became half a mile long and defended himself, using his wing to counter-strike occasionally. 8 Tianyang Knight said, and the power of 8 shuttles surged. 8 Tianyang Knight screamed again. 8. He screamed 3 times, and his voice resounded and shook the soul. Tianyang Knight's face looked holy, but there was a black light radiating from his eyes. The ultimate technique. 8 shuttles was a magnificent move. Golden Horned Beast was not able to fight back. He could only bear the attacks again and again. Tianyang Knight grabbed the 8 formidable-looking shuttles. They were a breathtaking sight. The wing on Tianyang Knight shook continuously, and the change in the flow of time around him made his shuttles even more splendid. It was a glorious ultimate technique, and it was terrifically powerful. Hua! Golden Horned Beast rolled like a mountain and ran over the trees. He stood up instantly. Tianyang Knight floated in the sky and gazed down at Golden Horned Beast. Your poor godly body is not even injured, he said. He had already performed his ultimate technique and had consumed 3% of his godly body. Meanwhile, to his surprise, his enemy's godly body was not hurt at all. Unfortunately, your godly body is, Golden Horned Beast replied in a deep voice. A large godly body and powerful armor, said Tianyang Knight. Your True treasure wing will belong to me someday in the future. Tianyang Knight's eyes glinted with bitterness. He shook his black wing and flew away. How could he continue a giant godly body with powerful armor made him despair? So Golden Horned Beast flew away. After a short while, the forest recovered as if there hadn't been a fight at all. After Golden Horned Beast left the forest, Remote Ocean Body left as well. Golden Horned Beast Body Store Sherwu Wing, Claw Set Treasure, Tower Pearl, Golden Thread Aurora Mirror, Force Armor, and the component of Blade River. Luo, then Remote Ocean Body, shrunk to around 30 feet tall and sat down in the grass on a hill. Golden Horned Beast Body flew away without even one valuable. He flew across the plain and flew into a vast forest. Another true treasure wing, Remote Ocean Body, said as he lay on the grass, with his eyes half closed. I have a strong defense and a strong godly body, just like 9 remoteness. Master facing a Universe Supreme Master, Luo Feng said. Universe Supreme Masters are much stronger than 9 remoteness master, but they couldn't do anything to him in 9 remoteness ocean with a diameter of over 10 light years. However, it's impossible for 9 remoteness master to kill a universe supreme master. This worked to his disadvantage. He was after all an undying fighter. Even his godly body could rival that of a universe knight with the help of the 9-volume manual, and he had the superior true treasure force armor and an enormous godly body to protect him. Even among universe overlords, there were few who had such strong defending power. However, he was still weak when it came to attacks. First of all, he had low law comprehension. He did have true treasures for attacking and strong willpower and mind to fight against senior universe knights, but universe overlords who had true treasures and higher law comprehension could still crush him when it came to attacking skills. Although they could crush Luo Feng, Qi Blood Palace leader had consumed 9% of his godly power, yet had only damaged 1/10,000th of Golden Horned Beast's godly boy. Tianyang Knight, similarly, had consumed 3% of his godly body, but he couldn't even damage 1/10,000th of Golden Horned Beast's godly body. How can I get that true treasure wing? Golden Horned Beast wondered, snarling with bitterness. Hung. All of a sudden, an incredible force hit the original star and permeated outward. Golden Horned Beast was entangled by the invisible force. It was complete control over the space and time. Control on the space and time. Golden Horned Beast's eyes glinted with fright. He knew a universe master had arrived. A towering being landed slowly on the ground beside the space whirlpool. He was more than 1,000 miles tall, and he was covered with black and red scaled armor. He had a green face, green eyebrows, and 2 cardinal horns. He had only one eye, but that eye could see through everything on the original star, which trembled the space around him. Hung. Every spot on the original star, plains, forests, deserts, mountains, swamps, and oceans, was bound by the power. All the great beings on the original star were shocked to their very core. A universe master has arrived. It's a universe master. Universe masters have come to this original star. Most of the universe knights didn't know why a universe master had arrived. But none of them dared to resist. Although control over space and time couldn't kill a universe master, it could still make it hard for universe overlords to walk, not to mention fly. Universe masters, on the other hand, could fly all the way to their targets and kill them. Although universe overlords could rival the most ordinary universe masters, When they let out their full strength, they could only rival universe masters. When they didn't use any true treasure, unfortunately, it was impossible for universe masters not to have any true treasures. That was why there were only a few universe overlords who dared to fight universe masters, and at least there were no universe overlords who were able to do that on this original star. This was why, when they felt the powerful binding essence, they all knew it came from a universe master, and none of them dared to revolt. No, it's not likely to be Primal Chaos City leader. Golden Horned Beast raised his head. He could feel the fetters of this powerful force everywhere. If it had been Primal Chaos City leader, he would have transmitted his voice already. How powerful the universe master is, Luo Feng exclaimed. The fetter is so strong, and he might have not even let out all his strength. Once someone became a universe master, he was able to control space and time. He could even turn back time and see everything that happened. If they were powerful enough, they were even able to resurrect a fallen being. He was able to control an enormous area of space and time. The original star was completely under his control. The universe overlords heard a voice that made their heart miss a beat. Leave it to me, said the voice. You can all go now. They were universe overlords, and they knew most of the universe masters within the Northern Territory Alliance. They could tell from the voice immediately that it was Fu Mo Master. They stopped being so careful. Instead, they were overjoyed. Fu Mo Master stood on the plane and immediately had everything on the original star under his control. He saw through all the space, the mountains, and the mud of the ground, and easily located the golden horned beast lying in the forest afar. Space Beast Alliance. A chill flashed through Fu Mo Master's eyes. Hung Hong. Inside the forest, the fetter and the space and time around the golden horned beast suddenly surged as if an intangible giant had grabbed him with crushing force. Ah! Golden Horned Beast felt the terrific pressure bearing down on him. He quickly started to burn his godly power to resist it. However, the power of the fetter kept increasing. Chi. Golden Horned Beast's godly body kept being weakened. 1% was depleted. Immediately, the total quickly dropped from 99% to 98%, then 97%. His godly body just kept being weakened. If I have my force armor on me, thought Luo Feng, I can weaken the force by 99% that way. I won't be so easily annihilated anyhow. Universe masters are so mighty. I haven't even seen him yet I'm already seriously injured. Golden Horned Beast tried to stand still and resist the pressure. Golden Horned Beast, a cold voice resounded. Where's your true treasure? Armor. You were attacked by 8 senior universe knights, one of whom has a true treasure, yet you were not injured at all. Why is it you are hurt only by my manipulation of space and time? Where's your true treasure? Armor. Where's your wing? Just go on and kill me. Golden Horned Beast growled. Ha ha ha. It seems that you've moved all your true treasures, said Fu Mo Master. Hang. Golden Horned Beast snorted. Fu Mo Master was omnipotent, and it was natural that he could speculate Luo Feng's actions. He just wanted to use space and time to suppress Golden Horned Beast. Then he was going to concentrate his godly power to attack him directly. However, before he could even concentrate his godly power, Golden Horned Beast's godly body was being consumed. This was entirely beyond Fu Mo Master's expectations. How could a Golden Horned Beast, who had incredible defending power, and who was more difficult to deal with than universe overlords, be killed so easily? There was only one explanation: the golden horned beast had transferred all his true treasures elsewhere. Golden horned beast, I'm a universe master, he said in a cold voice. You're not even worth killing to me. I bet it took a long time for you to cultivate that godly body. Just give me the component. As long as you give me the component, or tell me where you put it, I'll let you go. Universe master, I might have been killed if I carried my true treasures. Golden horned beast said, unfortunately, I don't have any valuables on me, so there's no point threatening me. Golden horned beasts have clone techniques, so even if this godly body falls, the others will remain intact. As for a soul attack, though my mind and willpower are not your match, I can easily self-destruct before you erode me. All was silent. Fu-Mo master also stayed quiet for a while. Indeed, it was extremely difficult to control a universe overlord's mind. It was almost impossible, even for universe masters who specialized in soul type attacks. Firstly, there wasn't a huge gap between the willpower and the mind of a universe overlord and a universe master. All universe overlords were extraordinary. Fu-Mo master didn't even specialize in soul type attacks, yet it would be a walk in the park for him to control the mind of a universe overlord. As for soul erosion killing, universe overlords were perceptive and careful. Once they realized they couldn't resist it, they would destroy themselves. Golden horned beast, the voice said, growing even colder, are you threatening me? Of course I'm not, Golden horned beast replied. I just don't want to give you the component of Blade River Luo. I attained this valuable through luck and power. Universe masters are superior and venerated. Why would you need to capture my valuable using such powerful methods? You can't possibly need that valuable that much. Hang. Fu-Mo master was becoming angry. You can only transfer your true treasure to other great beings instead of getting it out of the original star, he said. After all, there were arrangements around the portal since the birth of Blade River Luo. There have been 122 potential universe knights who were close enough for you to have transferred it to. Out of all 122 universe knights, 89 of them are from the Hong Alliance or of the prison race, and they wouldn't be willing to help you. That leaves 33 who may have helped you. Your true treasure must be hidden with one of the 33 universe knights. I'll give you two choices, Fu-Mo master continued. Option 1, tell me where the true treasure is. All I need is the godly blade of Blade River Luo. Option 2, I take the time and slaughter every one of those universe knights until I find it. Odds are I'll have to kill at least 10 before I find it. After that, I'll take all your other true treasures, too. It's your choice. Option 1 or Option 2. Golden horned beast looked startled. You'd slaughter universe knights just to get it? Most of them will be willing to be interrogated by me under the threat of death, Fu-Mo master went on, so I may only need to kill some of them. In any case, those who dare to go against me deserve to die. For the first time, Golden horned beast appeared to become anxious. Luo Feng, however, was not anxious. In fact, everything was going according to his plan. Just as Primal Chaos City leader had told him, he could buy himself some time by separating the golden horned beast body and remote ocean body, and, of course, the longer he kept Fu-Mo master talking, the more time he bought himself. If Primal Chaos City leader couldn't make it here on time, Fu-Mo master would find all the true treasures eventually. Perhaps Fu-Mo master wouldn't really kill universe knights of other races. Recklessly just for a godly blade of Blade River Luo, thought Luo Feng for. Now, I'll just buy as much time as possible. Golden Horned Beast continued to act surprised. Fu Mo Master, he said, wide-eyed. You're a universe master, how could you? Hong. Another terrific ripple arrived and surrounded the original star. The fetter binding the Golden Horned Beast was immediately gone. Another universe master. 2 universe masters. What is happening on this original star? The universe knights on the original star were all petrified. My teacher Luo Feng thought. A giant beast engulfed in flames, standing over 6,000 miles tall, showed up in the sky. The figure exuded boundless power. Fu Mo Master, resounded the voice of the giant beast engulfed in flames. I heard that you're going to attack a great being of the Space Beast Alliance and capture his valuable. Are you provoking our Space Beast Alliance? Flame Star Master. Indignation flashed through Fu Mo Master's eyes. Flame Star Master was the most ancient and most powerful being of the Flame Star Beasts, one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the Space Beast Alliance. Flame Star Master growled in the endless flames. Hong long long. Each inch of the original star was trembling, and the space and time under Fu Mo Master's control were taken away. Apparently, Flame Star Master and Fu Mo Master were fighting for the control over the original star. Fu Mo Master, the giant beast in flames, roared, and his voice pierced through layers of space and blasted beside Fu Mo Master's ears. That golden horned beast is a member of my Space Beast Alliance. Now that I'm here, don't even think about hurting him. Ha ha ha, you can't suppress him by controlling space and time, and you can only fly towards him. The great being of my Space Beast Alliance will have already left through the whirlpool long before you arrive. Ha ha ha. Fu Mo Master, who was standing on the plain like a mountain, replied with indignation. Flame Star Master, my Northern Territory Alliance has already arranged everything. Even if you can stop me, I can still stop you from controlling the space and time. The great beings of my Northern Territory Alliance will encircle that golden horned beast under my command. There's no way he can run away. First team, move to coordinate. Second team, move to coordinate. Fu Mo Master transmitted his voice to the great beings arranged by the Northern Territory Alliance, and he even gave the order to the 6 teams on the other side through his alliance. Although Fu Mo Master wasn't able to suppress Golden Horned Beast through his control over space and time, he was still able to know his every move. Yes. Hong. There were several universe overlords coming out of all 6 whirlpool portals. At that moment, dozens of universe overlords gathered on the original star and started to encircle the Golden Horned Beast. He is a member of my Space Beast Alliance, Flame Star Master said, infuriated. Although he also couldn't manipulate space and time while Fu Mo Master was disturbing him, he was still capable of knowing everything that was happening on the original star. Even Flame Star Master was amazed by the number of races and great beings of the Northern Territory Alliance. There was only one Universe Supreme Master within the Northern Territory Alliance, but the number of Universe Masters and Universe Knights was much higher than in other alliances. That was why the Northern Territory Alliance was so reckless when it came to fighting for resources. Fu Mo Master, it was the great being of my Space Beast Alliance who acquired the valuable. How dare you? Flame Star Master was exasperated. He clenched his teeth as he growled, you have invoked my fury. Humph, stop preaching to me, Fu Mo Master snorted. Power is the thing that matters most in the universe, Flamestar Master. I promise not to hurt the golden-horned beast as long as he gives us the godly blade. It may have only been a component, but Blade River Luo was a top-tier domain. Type true treasure, it had the attacking power of a pinnacle attack type true treasure. The blade was definitely more precious than a senior true treasure. And the Thorn Ring Alliance would be willing to risk everything to get it back. Ha ha ha, you're joking, right? Flamestar Master roared, the fire around him raged. You're not the only one who can summon great beings. I'll summon Golden Horn Master here. Let us see what you can do against the great beings of my Space Beast Alliance. Fu Mo Master sneered, unintimidated. Do you really think I'm afraid of him? Let him come. I bet it'll take him a long time to arrive here. Anyway, I hold influence over space and time here, and even universe masters will have to fly slowly as a result. However, Fu Mo Master was a bit daunted inside, as Golden Horn Master was a terrific being among the universe masters of the Space Beast Alliance, and he had 4 godly bodies. Do you think the great beings of my Northern Territory Alliance are inferior to yours? Fu Mo Master demanded, refusing to back down. The great beings from the Northern Territory Alliance were notorious for their temperaments. The Alliance was made up of quite a few powerful races, but none of them were pinnacle races. They had needed to be humble before they were united, but after being united with a Universe Supreme Master to guard them, everything changed. The Northern Territory Alliance group would have to admit defeat against a Universe Supreme Master. However, they would sooner die than surrender now. Once a valuable was born, the great beings of the Northern Territory Alliance would flood this place. After all, the Northern Territory Alliance was known for being reckless and for its high number of great beings. While Fu Mo Master and Flamestar Master confronted each other, standing tens of billions of miles apart, another omnipotent force flooded in through the whirlpool portal. It was a towering figure standing 6,000 miles tall. He carried an ancient, rugged stone staff and walked barefoot. He wore 1,000 treasure coat. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to find 2 universe masters here. His voice resounded. Though the voice was not at high volume, it echoed in the hearts of all the great beings on the original star. Hong Long Long Star Sky River enveloped the original star. Powerful objects floating on the blurry river. All the great beings, including the universe overlords, ordered to action, froze. Fu Mo Master was startled. Primal Chaos City Leader. Primal Chaos City Leader Flamestar Master was also shocked. Both Fu Mo Master and Flamestar Master were renowned universe masters, yet they couldn't compare with Primal Chaos City Leader. Primal Chaos City Leader had 3 bodies, and each of them was overwhelmingly more powerful than they were. The 1,000 Treasures River was a top-tier domain type true treasure, and the power of the true treasure could easily kill them. Of course, Primal Chaos City Leader wouldn't dare kill them recklessly, unless he had made up his mind to engage in all-out war with the Northern Territory Alliance. Universe Masters slaughtering the weak was a rare occurrence. Primal Chaos City Leader Flamestar Master said, growing anxious, that's a great being of my Space Beast Alliance. You're a revered universe master, and it would be condescending of you to seize a valuable from a nobody. Power is all that matters. What can you do if Primal Chaos City Leader actually captures it? Please, Primal Chaos City Leader, for Space Beast Alliance's sake, Flame Star Master said. If Primal Chaos City Leader Hen T had the 1,000 Treasures River, Primal Chaos City Leader couldn't intimidate Flame Star Master. However, Primal Chaos City Leader could instantly kill Golden Horned Beast with 1,000 Treasures River. That was one of the advantages of a domain-type true treasure. It could sweep away the weak. Do you really think the Hong Alliance care about your Space Beast Alliance? Fu Mo Master said. Primal Chaos City Leader, I'll back off now because of you and your 1,000 Treasures River. As for the component of Blade River Luo, it belongs either to you or Flame Star Master. Though Fu Mo Master had stopped meddling, he still wanted to see what would happen next. The Hong Alliance was one of the greatest superpowers. The Space Beast Alliance was aloof and mysterious, but it had strong unity. It would be interesting to see the confrontation between those two. Flame Star Master opened his mouth. Primal Chaos City Leader. Flame Star Master, I don't think Primal Chaos City Leader would come here for nothing, Fu Mo Master said. Ha ha ha. Primal Chaos City Leader's laughter resounded, affecting Flame Star Master and Fu Mo Master. They were all amazed. It was clear why Primal Chaos City Leader was considered one of the most powerful universe masters. Flame Star Master, said Primal Chaos City Leader, since you asked, I'll stop meddling with it for your sake. Fu Mo Master was taken aback. Flame Star Master quickly responded, thank you, Primal Chaos City Leader. Humph. Fu Mo Master snorted and stepped into the whirlpool portal. Retreat. Fu Mo Master gave the order to the universe overlords of the Northern Territory Alliance. He wouldn't interfere anymore, even though he was a bit irritated. After all, as a universe master, he needed to keep his promise. He, like all universe masters, valued his reputation. Go. Let us go. Although those universe overlords like Chi Blood Palace Leader were reluctant, they had to follow his orders. Universe Knights of the Hong Alliance, do not attack that golden horned beast, Primal Chaos City Leader commanded. He was at the highest level in the Hong Alliance, which meant his voice was heard by the Universe Knights present. They all followed the order. Hua. 1,000 Treasures River disappeared, and so did Primal Chaos City Leader. As Primal Chaos City Leader was transmitting his voice to other great beings, Luo Feng heard a different message. My disciple, it's in your best interest that the Space Beast Alliance is involved in this. The Northern Territory Alliance won't interfere anymore now that Fu Mo Master has made a promise. Other Universe Knights won't meddle. Since they know 3 Universe Masters are involved, the only thing you need to worry about is the Thorn Ring Alliance, but don't be too anxious about that. Get out of here with your remote ocean body and some other great beings. Even if the great beings of the Thorn Ring Alliance want to come and arrange an attack, it will take them quite a while. Luo Feng relieved. Golden Horned Beast waved his wing, preparing to fly away. Hua. Little thing, Flame Star Master's voice rang out beside Golden Horned Beast. I've never seen you in the Space Beast Alliance before. Have you been vagabonding? Every Space Beast vagabonds when they are young until they are taken back to the Alliance when they become undying to be discovered. Tell me, have you never been back? Wu, perhaps you don't know who I am, the voice continued. I am Flame Star Master from the Space Beast Alliance. I was previously on another original star, and I came here because I realized that the Northern Territory Alliance had dared to attack one of us based on the conversations I heard from other great beings from the Northern Territory Alliance. Thank you, Flame Star Master, the Golden Horned Beast replied respectfully, lowering his head. No need to thank me, said the voice, you poor thing, you haven't returned. Ever. No, I haven't, the golden-horned beast said. I've been alone since the day I was born, and I've never been able to return to the Space Beast Alliance. Luo Feng was afraid of being recognized. However, he recalled what Primal Chaos City leader had said before, that after becoming undying, souls would merge with every inch of godly power, and even Primal Chaos City leader couldn't recognize whether the golden-horned beast was Luo Feng himself or a real golden-horned beast. However, the virtual universe was all-powerful one could identify someone's race by connecting to it. If the enemies of other races tried to connect to the sensor of the virtual universe, they would be denied unless they sent some human spies, or spies of the Hong Alliance whose minds were controlled. The virtual universe was an incredible invention, and it had many unique functions. Even the most powerful organization, the Ancestral God School, who claimed to be the guardians of universe law, couldn't invent something like the virtual universe. It was a universe of consciousness, and all universe origin laws could be simulated. Never, Flamestar Master said. We have space beasts everywhere in the universe, and all of them rise to power by themselves. They'll only be guided back after becoming undying. There are many great beings of the Space Beast Alliance on the original stars. You can find one of them, act, and go back to the Alliance together. Of course, if you can't wait to go back, you can come back directly. This is the universe coordinate. This is one of the gathering places of our Space Beast Alliance. There will be beings of our race to receive you, and you'll have the opportunity to go to the Space Beast Alliance Sanctuary. Sanctuary, the golden-horned beast's eyes glinted curiously. Yes, Sanctuary. Every great being who is just received will have the opportunity to visit the Sanctuary once, and your power will be further improved there. We'll give you some resources based on your power and potential. You might get special treatment, given that you became so strong, even without the help of our race. The golden-horned beast listened carefully. Remember the universe coordinates, Flamestar Master continued. You can choose whether to go back now or not. I can tell you that there are lots of great beings from the Space Beast Alliance now, and you can take this chance to meet some of them also. Beware of the Thorn Ring Alliance. I believe that you've transferred your valuables somewhere else, but don't waste this godly body. Golden-horned beast nodded mildly. 3 universe masters came here because of that godly blade, the Thorn Ring Alliance is way weaker than us, and all they can send are some universe overlords, but be careful anyway. Hong. The giant beast stepped into the whirlpool portal and disappeared. Many great beings from the Hong Alliance and the Northern Territory Alliance had retreated when Flamestar Master and the golden-horned beast were talking, and Luo Feng's remote ocean body raced toward the whirlpool portal like a beam of light. He kept flying. He even saw 2 universe knights from the Hong Alliance. Neither of them could identify the remote ocean body's race, but they speculated that he was a universe overlord since he dared to act alone. However, because they believed remote ocean body to be a universe overlord, they avoided him. Such a smooth journey. No battles at all. Remote ocean body flew out of the vast whirlpool portal and arrived back to the outside. There were indeed no shackles at all. The great beings of the Northern Territory Alliance have retreated, and I didn't see anyone from the Thorn Ring Alliance. Remote ocean body smiled, teleported himself to a distant place, and went back Using God Country transportation. Golden Horned Beast flew far away from the portal, and he had flown across the plain and entered the forest. It would take him a long time to arrive at the Whirlpool portal, and the Thorn Ring Alliance would have enough time to make arrangements. My golden horned beast didn't have any valuable or slave. It's such a waste of time to just fly back like that. Golden horned beast blinked his eyes in the silent forest. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded through the trees. Under the strong pressure and consolidated space of the original star, only hundreds of thousands of square miles around him were affected. Many ancient trees fell, but after a moment, all the fragments gathered, and everything was recovered. It was as if the explosion had never happened. After a long time. So. 3 beings of the crystal race arrived. There were such strong energies, and they should have come from the battle of great beings, said one of them. Where are the great beings? Maybe they left instantly after that. The 3 great beings of the crystal race looked around, then left. 9 universe overlords from the Thorn Ring Alliance gathered at the portal to the outside world. We must get the godly blade of Blade River Luo this time. Blade River Luo is a top-tier domain-type true treasure, and it has exceptional attacking power. If some other power gets the godly blade, it'll definitely use it as leverage to blackmail us. We must get back the godly blades as soon as possible. Every blade can strengthen Blade River Luo to a large extent. Those 9 universe overlords just arrived here. They waited there for a long time. Why hasn't the golden horned beast showed up? Weird. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Eventually, a universe master from the Thorn Ring Alliance arrived and inspected the original star, and that was when they found that the golden horned beast was no longer on the original star, which bewildered all the great beings from the Thorn Ring Alliance, as they had no idea where the golden horned beast went. They had to end the plan. The golden horned beast had a godly body of over 600 miles, which contained excessive energies to most great beings, and they wouldn't waste it. But Luo Feng had his remote ocean body, which had an inconceivable amount of godly power. The power it absorbed in an instant could match the power of the entire golden horned beast. The godly body goes back to the origin of the universe after self-destruction. My remote ocean body absorbs godly power, form the origin sea of the universe, which takes much less time than flying to the portal. Luo Feng stood in front of the palace and looked at the endless thousand treasures river. He smiled. If the Thorn Ring Alliance made arrangements, their efforts will be in vain. Remote ocean body stood at a height of over 5,500 miles. The golden horned beast, meanwhile, stood over 600 miles tall, but had the same amount of energy as remote ocean body did. Luo Feng could use remote ocean body as a flame god origin crystal and blow it up without feeling any remorse, because he could recover it in no time. The godly power contained in a remote ocean body might not be 1/1,000,000th that of the boundless remote ocean. It's not because my golden horned beast is small, it's because my boundless remote ocean is too large. Luo Feng exclaimed. It's wonderful to have the boundless remote ocean. No wonder the 9 remoteness ocean of 9 remoteness master can rival that of a supreme true treasure. A godly body that could rival a supreme true treasure. 9 remoteness master was invincible, while within 9 remoteness ocean Luo Feng had yet to attain such power. But his boundless remote ocean held the same potential. Self-destruction there, recovery here, mused Luo Feng, in a good mood. Primal Chaos City leader transmitted his voice to Luo Feng. Come here, Luo Feng. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng turned around, looked at the main palace, and teleported himself there. Inside the palace. You have come back safely, Primal Chaos City leader said, grinning at Luo Feng. Yes, Luo Feng said, smiling. Fortunately, you showed up in time. If it weren't for you, I would have been in even deeper trouble. It was actually easier to deal with than I expected, Primal Chaos City leader said. That Fu Mo Master would have definitely confronted me if it weren't for Flame Star Master. Even if I had used 1,000 Treasures River to take you away, it would have taken a while to transfer you to the whirlpool portal at lightspeed. We managed to make it out of there without any real drama, but there may be repercussions later. Luo Feng said, it was because both you and Flame Star Master were there that the Universe Masters from the Northern Territory Alliance realized they didn't stand a chance. Yes, Primal Chaos City leader nodded and exclaimed, also, the godly blade of Blade River Luo is not that important. If it were a top-tier true treasure, Fu Mo Master wouldn't have backed down like that. He might have summoned other Universe Masters, leading to certain bloodshed. Luo Feng nodded. He understood that a top-tier true treasure was enough to instigate fights among Universe Masters. As for top-tier domain true treasures, they didn't show up at one time on the original star. The most precious part of Blade River Luo was that compass, and without the compass, the godly blade might not be as valuable as an ordinary true treasure blade. However, the godly blades were vital to Thornring Alliance. They owned the compass, and the godly blades could upgrade the compass from its ordinary level to the top-tier level. What do you want to do with the godly blade? Primal Chaos City leader asked. Looking at Luo Feng, you can take it for your own, or you can give it to our race and get contribution points. With the contribution points, you can buy some resources you need or a true treasure you desire. I'm willing to hand it to our race, Luo Feng said respectfully. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Okay then, go to Primal Chaos City now, as it's out the place to donate valuables to our race. Your valuable will be assessed by the virtual universe system, and it'll give you the contribution points that match its value. Virtual universe system. Luo Feng was dazed. The virtual universe system is what determines the valuable, and it's the best, Primal Chaos City leader said. Besides, using the virtual universe is the fairest method because it's an artificial intelligence system without any personal bias or interests. All the great beings will be convinced. Luo Feng nodded. I understand. I'll go to Primal Chaos City right now. Go. That same day, Luo Feng arrived at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company and started his trip to Primal Chaos City by a spaceship. Inside the spaceship. It's so uncomfortable, the passengers in the spaceship whispered. The flow of time is in chaos. It's sickening. Luo Feng was sitting in a single room, and he laughed after hearing those complaints. He also felt sick when he went to Primal Chaos City for the first time. After all, the original universe was different from the primal universe, and the flow of time was in disorder in the universe portal connecting the two. Many talents who went with him fainted on the ground. It's been 100,000 years, Luo Feng exclaimed. He was still a child when he went to Primal Chaos City leader the first time, and he couldn't even pass the first level of the Heavenly Bridge, and the most valued talent was Bolan. Now, after adventuring in the Blood River world and Demon Note Mountain, after being the special envoy of the Ganwu section of the virtual universe, after thousands of years of training in the out-domain battlefield and ice hell. After the meditation in the ancestral god school, after venturing through 9 remoteness space, and after 50,000 years of vagabonding in the universe, he finally became undying. After 100,000 years, he no longer considered Shi Huan Knight his competitor. Even if it was a universe overlord, he battled with Qi Blood Palace leader Bei Feng Knight and Tianyang Knight. It's been 100,000 years, there should have been many battles between talents. There are 2 battles every 10,000 years, Luo Feng thought. I Haven T paid much attention. Mr. Luo Feng, we arrived at Primal Chaos City, the captain of the spaceship said with veneration. Okay, said Luo Feng. His mind came back to reality. He glanced at the respectful captain, nodded, and walked out. Luo Feng walked across the hallway with the Undying Emperor. Captain, with Undying and Sector Lord crew members standing by his side, he stepped out of the spaceship before the other passengers got out. They all whispered, "Who is he?" Even the captain is so respectful of him. Perhaps a universe knight. Incredible. See, even the receptionist of the Primal Chaos City leader saluted him. Among the passengers discussing these matters in low voices, some of them were slaves of Primal Chaos City leader, and some of them were universe-level fighters, domain lords, and sector lords. Over half of them had come to Primal Chaos City in the first place, and to them, universe knights were already the supreme beings in the universe. Luo Feng arrived at the city leader palace. Mr. Luo Feng. Mr. Luo Feng. Many guards and servants recognized Luo Feng. They all knew that Luo Feng had killed Bark Mirror Emperor and that his palace was on the mountainside of Thunder Island, and he was qualified to attend the Supreme Council meeting. They all showed him great respect. Luo Feng had studied the procedures of donating valuables before coming. The location was at a side palace, and he needed to file an application for donating valuables. The side palace was closed generally, and it would open automatically after the application and the applicant arriving there. Luo Feng walked to the side palace. Hong Long. The door slowly opened. Luo Feng stepped inside. Hong Long. The door closed. This is the place where I donate the valuable. Luo Feng looked around the side palace. There was only a stone plate with a diameter of around 300 feet at the center. Luo Feng needed to put the valuable on the stone plate so the virtual universe could carefully assess the valuable. Luo Feng took out the godly blade. "A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush," muttered Luo Feng. "I only have 1 godly blade of Blade River Luo, which is almost useless to me aside from the blades. There's a compass, and it's almost impossible to attain as for the idea of fighting against the Thorn Ring Alliance. I'm not powerful enough to do that yet." Luo Feng stepped forward and erased his life imprint on the godly blade. He put the blade on the stone plate. Wang. Cyan threads burst out of the stone plate and surrounded the godly blade. Suddenly, Luo Feng heard a voice. "Godly blade of Blade River Luo," spoke the voice, mild and gentle. "It is worth 12 true treasure points. Are you willing to give it to our race, Luo Feng?" Luo Feng smiled. "Of course." Ka. The stone plate cracked, splitting into 2 halves. The godly blade fell through the crack, and the stone plate quickly closed back up again. "This is the catalogue of valuables of the human race," the voice continued. Suddenly, a giant, gray catalog showed up in the sky. It featured 4 types of valuables: true treasures, treasures, materials, and special resources. Luo Feng looked up at it, considering his options. Special resources, Luo Feng said. Hua. The menu changed, and a plethora of names of resources appeared. Luo Feng was thrilled by this simple inventory, as it might list the core resources of the human race. Of course, Luo Feng was not even qualified to see many of them. For instance, true treasures were divided into ordinary true treasures, senior true treasures, top-tier true treasures, pinnacle true treasures, and supreme true treasures. Luo Feng could only see ordinary true treasures and senior true treasures. The others, Luo Feng was not qualified to view. Regardless, Luo Feng doubted there were any supreme true treasures in the human race even available for exchange. As for materials, there were lots of ingredients for making weapons and potions. There were all kinds of special resources, a category comprised of anything that didn't qualify within the other categories, even undying bug, clan queen, and other special life forms for soul transfer. The prices varied based on each item's rarity and level of importance. Luo Feng spent 3 hours reading the entire catalog. I have my boundless remote ocean to supply godly power, so I don't need the materials or resources, thought Luo Feng, and I don't make weapons and potions. Luo Feng shook his head. I'll just get another true treasure. There were 2 levels of contribution points. The race could bestow treasure points or true treasure points. The average ordinary treasure was worth half a treasure point, or 1.5 true treasure points. As for some special treasures, sets of treasures, or even domain-type treasures, flying palace-type treasures, and soul-type treasures could rival ordinary true treasures. They were much more valuable. An ordinary true treasure was worth about 1 true treasure point generally. 1 true treasure point was worth 3,000 to 4,000 treasure points, and the exchange rate fluctuated within that range. As for now, 1 true treasure point was worth 3,200 treasure points. True treasures and senior true treasures. Luo Feng read the prices of the valuables. The prices of senior true treasure blades ranged from 8 true treasures points to 30 true treasure points. The prices of senior true treasure armor ranged from 12 true treasure points to 60 true treasure points. As for senior domain-type true treasure, Luo Feng could only see the cheapest one, which was worth 180 true treasure points. Luo Feng didn't even bother reading the others. Among the senior true treasures, close combat weapons were the cheapest, and true treasures for survival were relatively more expensive. Flying palace type, soul type, and domain type treasures were the priciest ones. I'll check the ordinary true treasures, Luo Feng said, shaking his head. I have star map, Sherwu wing, and force armor. I don't need those senior clothes. Combat weapons, spiritual force weapons, and armor. He started to read about the ordinary true treasures. They were cheaper, as expected. On average, they were 1/10 of the price of senior true treasures, and the quantity was much higher. He suspected they had been donated by universe masters who didn't need them anymore. So cheap, they're so cheap, Luo Feng kept exclaiming. However, he was dazed when he noticed the flying palace type, soul type, and domain type treasures up for exchange. The prices of ordinary flying palace type true treasures ranged from 18 to 80 true treasures points. The prices of ordinary soul type true treasures ranged from 36 to 120 treasures points. The Prices of ordinary domain-type true treasures ranged from 16 to 80 true treasure points. These ones, on the other hand, are expensive, Luo Feng muttered, realizing he couldn't purchase any of them with his measly 12 true treasure points. The cheapest ordinary domain-type true treasure is worth 16 true treasure points. And there are 13 of them at this price. Luo Feng read them carefully and quickly had his eyes on a domain-type true treasure named Nine Tiger River. Nine Tiger River. It was an ordinary domain-type true treasure, metal category, and it required 16 true treasure points. The fact that it was in the metal category was what attracted Luo Feng, he said. Details of Nine Tiger River. Hua. A scene showed up in the sky, and a river with golden water flew in all directions. Inside the golden river lived 9 strange beasts with scales, tiger heads, and the bodies and tails of dragons. The 9 strange beasts looked indistinct and were frolicking in the river. Nine Tiger River is a domain-type true treasure, and it has mighty suppression and bounding power, he said in a mild voice. If enemies are relatively weak, it can annihilate them instantly. It's a domain-type true treasure of the metal category. Undying fighters who become undying under gold law are able to wield it together with the gold law domain and the true treasure domain. The power can be multiplied if someone becomes a universe knight under space law. He is also able to merge space law domain with the true treasure domain because space law trumps gold, wood, water, fire, and ground law. Those who practice time-space are unfit for Nine Tiger River. Luo Feng nodded contently. After reading all the information, he was already relatively satisfied with Golden Thread Aurora Mirror, which could effectively suppress senior universe knights on the original stars and was also able to affect universe overlords. That was, after all, how Luo Feng had so easily survived his encounter with Qi Blood Palace Master and Bei Feng Knight. However, he was not satisfied enough with it. The restraining power was not strong enough. When it came to those who were talented at escape, such as Tianyang Knight, Golden Thread Aurora Mirror would be rendered useless. Such fighters could simply use a true treasure to escape. If only I had a more powerful domain-type true treasure, Luo Feng thought. Even Tianyang Knight has better law comprehension than me, and even if he has a true treasure wing, he won't be able to get away, but I can escape danger with the domain-type true treasure. Nine Tiger River, Luo Feng whispered, concentrating on it. Unfortunately, it required 16 true treasure points. Doesn't matter, Luo Feng said, clenching his teeth. I need better valuables. He waved his hand, and a Rubik's cube appeared on his palm. He put the cube on the stone plate. Cyan threads burst out of the plate and surrounded that cube. And the same voice said, a seal-type treasure, which is worth 22 true treasures. Luo Feng, are you willing to contribute this valuable to the race? Only 22 true treasure points. Luo shook his head. No. The cube flew back to Luo Feng. I'll try others, he thought. Luo Feng tried one treasure after another, testing to see how many contribution points he could get. He was surprised to discover that the purple clock was worth 89 treasure points, while a seal star was only worth 30. The green axe Silver Eye had given him in the ice hell was only worth 3 treasure points. Seal-type treasures were all relatively more valuable, but the purple clock shocked Luo Feng. The swallowing claw is worth 1,200 treasure points. Luo Feng shook his head. But it's not enough. Next, I'll try these too. Luo Feng waved his hands, and ancient boat Galaxy appeared on his left hand, while golden thread Aurora mirror appeared on his right. Wine master, whispered Luo Feng, my plan was to make the ancient boat Galaxy you left in the land of valuables famous throughout the universe, but I might not be lucky enough to have that chance. I'll contribute this ancient boat Galaxy to my race, and if no great beings exchange for it in the future, I'll get it back. If not, then perhaps it's not destined to be mine. As a matter of fact, Luo Feng loved ancient boat Galaxy, otherwise, he wouldn't have given it the name Galaxy in the first place. However, on the path to becoming a great being, he couldn't sacrifice his chance at an important true treasure just because of something he fancied. As for golden thread Aurora mirror, it'll be useless if I have 9 tiger river. Luo Feng put the golden thread Aurora mirror on the stone plate. It was a domain type treasure, which was worth 2-3 true treasure points. Ancient boat Galaxy, a flying palace type treasure, was worth 3-6 true treasure points. Ancient boat Galaxy is more expensive than golden thread Aurora mirror. Luo Feng chuckled. Is it because it was previously used by a supreme being? Without a doubt, it was. Although he had some treasures, and some were set treasures, they were all much cheaper. He might need to give away hundreds of them to gain just one ordinary true treasure. A flying palace type top-tier treasure, worth 3-6 true treasures, said the mild-toned voice. Are you willing to contribute it to the race? Luo Feng nodded. Yes, I am, he said. Domain type top-tier treasure, the voice continued, worth 2-3 true treasure points. Are you willing to contribute it to the race? Yes, said Luo Feng. 9 Tiger River price 16 true treasure points. Do you wish to exchange for it, Luo Feng? Luo Feng didn't hesitate for even a second. I do. Hong Long. The plate cracked slowly open until it showed a portal leading to an abyss. Then a valuable flew out. It was a fist-sized golden sculpture of a strange beast with a tiger head and the body and tail of a dragon. The sculpture flew toward Luo Feng, who took it in his hand. 9 Tiger River is mine now. Luo Feng penetrated it with a trace of his godly power and sealed his life imprint in it. The sculpture quickly merged into his palm, and a picture showed up on his palm. Ancient boat Galaxy, he said. He looked up at the screen and selected Flying Palace type treasures. A Flying Palace type treasure named Silver Dragon Phantom Boat had just appeared. It was available at the price of 4 true treasure points, obviously higher than what Luo Feng had been given for it. He now finally understood what was really meant by contribute. Great beings supplied valuables at a lower price, and the race then sold them to other great beings at their true value. The race was thus able to acquire many valuables, which were used to cultivate the weaker members. Luo Feng had contributed Ancient Boat Galaxy, Golden Thread Aurora Mirror, and Blade River Luo to the human race. In exchange, he had been given 79 true treasure points after spending 16 true treasure points on 9 Tiger River. He now had 19 left. He decided not to continue to exchange for other valuables. After all, other valuables were not worthwhile. It was more important for great beings to have quality true valuables than it was to have more valuables. A single star tower was much more precious than tens of thousands of true treasures. After leaving Primal Chaos City, he went to his god kingdom. Hua Hua Hua. In the sky above the boundless remote ocean, the golden-horned beast stood, with his wings opened. Howl. The golden-horned beast howled and burned his godly power, powering the Strange, golden beast picture on his chest. Hong. A churning river appeared with a diameter of 20 million miles with the golden horned beast at the center. 9 eerie beasts could be seen swimming in the golden river. La Domain, Sand the golden horned beast, standing at the center of the river. 9 Tiger River Domain merge. Hong. The power was multiplied, and the almighty golden river churned up into the sky. This domain is much stronger than that of Golden Thread Aurora Mirror, Luo Feng said. He nodded. If I drove the Golden Thread Aurora domain with my burning godly power before, I could annihilate an elementary universe night. However, I can use the same amount of time to annihilate a secondary one with this 9 Tiger River power gather. All the energies in the Golden River rushed toward those strange beasts, strengthening them. It could severely injure a secondary universe knight, and it would be able to kill one after several attacks. Luo Feng sensed the power and nodded. Even senior universe knights would be trapped by this, and it could even slow down universe overlords. All this greatly satisfied Luo Feng. He nodded. If I meet Tianyang Knight again, he'll be slowed down if he falls in the domain of my 9 Tiger River, and I can catch up with him. Luo Feng put the 9 Tiger River domain and the golden horned beast body back in his world ring and stood above the boundless remote ocean. He stayed long on the original star, but the experience had certainly broadened Luo Feng's horizons. There were billions of great beings of all the races gathering, including many universe overlords. I'm not strong enough. True treasure wing. Luo Feng recalled the black wing Tianyang Knight owned. He couldn't care less about Blade River Luo's component, as he knew that it was impossible for him to get Blade River Luo by himself. What Luo Feng really wanted was that wing Tianyang Knight owned. My Sherwu wings and that black wing attracted each other, thought Luo Feng. If they are combined, the power will definitely surge. I bet Tianyang Knight also wants to get my wing. Time to go to the Enfa secret region. Time to get the 4th black metal. Masters Washan Ku had given him 3 tasks. He could get the 3rd black metal if he became a sector lord, and he could get the 4th black metal if he became undying. When he became a universe knight, he could go and obtain the last black metal. Then he had been trapped in ice hell for more than 2,000 years. The 4th black metal is hidden in the Enfa secret region, an area that is known for being dangerous. Luo Feng thought it might take a long time, and I don't know what tasks my teacher has prepared for me, but I have to go and give it a try. It might take forever, but my power will escalate if I get the 4th metal. Perhaps my golden horned beast body can reach a perfect life gene level. Last time, when his remote ocean body had reached the perfect life gene level, he had received the inherited technique I am the universe, and his godly body had become more than 55,000 miles long. However, Luo Feng had chosen to turn the godly body into a boundless remote ocean, which was why he couldn't perform the inherited technique I am the universe. For what it's worth, the 4th black metal might help my golden horned beast reach the perfect life gene level. Luo Feng thought, once I succeed, I'll go deal with Tianyang Knight. Luo Feng left the human territory after going back to the primal region, and he departed for the extremely dangerous Enfa secret region. It took Luo Feng more than a month to arrive at the Enfa secret region. It was in a remote place of the universe and was one of the most dangerous secret regions in the universe. It was as dangerous as the ancestral god secret region, but a secret region was only as large as the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, which was much smaller than the ancestral god's secret region. Inside an unremarkable spaceship stood Luo Feng, gazing at the space in the distance. The destination is right in front of me, Craftsman Star Master. Swishan Ke told me a long time ago that finding the black metal is a task for me. He frowned. Other great beings might not know my skills, but Master Shan Ku is an exception. He knows all my power. Perhaps it will be dangerous this time. Xiao. A golden horned beast that was about 3 feet tall appeared with his wings open. I'll leave all my valuables with my golden horned beast body, Luo Feng said. He turned around and saw golden horned beast floating there. Remote ocean body, Masha body, and I will go to Craftsman Star. Even if I fail, I'll just lose some energy. Go. So Luo Feng teleported himself out of the spaceship, and Masha body showed up. Masha body teleported all 3 of them more than 3,000 light-years farther, and arrived at the destination while the golden horned beast body stayed in the spaceship with all the true treasures. Many enormous space whirlpools swirled everywhere. A 30-foot-tall towering being stood in the space. It was the remote ocean body of Luo Feng. After all, his original earthling body had gathered too much fame, and Masha body was too weak. It would be better for remote ocean body to act alone. The legendary Craftsman Star, Luo Feng said as he gazed at the space in the distance. Here, there was a vast ocean with tens of thousands of space whirlpools. There was a gigantic star in the depths. It was the Craftsman Star, Luo Feng's destination. Craftsman Star was an outrageously large star that could have only existed in one of the universe's secret regions. It had a diameter of 19 trillion miles. Although it was unusual for such a gigantic star to exist, there were many others of such size. They were simply unknown. The reason the Craftsman Star was well known was the great being living on the star, a universe master named Craftsman. He was a powerful universe master who was a mountain special life form. He had been born to craft weapons and had loved making them even back when he was weak. Throughout the years, he had kept making breakthroughs, devoting an eternity to making weapons until he was considered the best weapon maker in the universe. Shan Ku's ability to make true treasures was obscure, and this identity made him stand out among all the great beings in the universe. Craftsman was able to make top-tier true treasures. There were 2 other great beings who could make top-tier true treasures, and the reason for Craftsman's superiority over those 2 was the Craftsman Star. The Craftsman Star itself was a top-tier, flying palace-type true treasure. Craftsman didn't belong to any power. The ancestral god school had tried to appeal to him, as well as many other superpowers in the universe, but to date, he hadn't joined any power yet. For one thing, he was mighty, possessing many true treasures. Hence, it was nearly impossible to kill him. For another, he was proficient in crafting true treasures. This placed him at a level close to many supreme beings. As a result, nobody dared to attack him. A maniac, thought Luo Feng. Only a maniac can go this far on this path. He gazed at Craftsman Star in the distance. He consumed so much material just to turn a star into a flying palace-type top-tier true treasure. So Luo Feng flew toward that star, sometimes teleporting himself. The countless space whirlpools around Craftsman Star were natural wormholes. There were 98,200 in total, and only a portion of them led to safe areas. Others led to Extremely dangerous places. A tablet, said Luo Feng. As he got closer, he saw floating tablets in front of 2/3 of the whirlpools, one tablet after another. Most of them were labeled dangerous. Some read forbidden, and there were 2 with off limits written in bloody script. Those whirlpools without tablets might lead to safe districts, thought Luo Feng. Is for dangerous, forbidden and off limits. Luo Feng looked at one of the 2 tablets with off limits written on it. The power emanating from the words intimidated Luo Feng. Only universe masters could write such things. Rumor has it that there are 98,200 natural wormholes around Craftsman Star, and 2 of them lead to places that are supposed to be off limits, thought Luo Feng. Almost everyone who has gone in there has died. However, according to the information in the Han Alliance, there are great beings who have survived the whirlpools, but they refuse to talk about the off-limits places. In time, Luo Feng passed by all the wormholes and arrived in the sky above Craftsman Star. The great universe master craftsman is generous and friendly, and he isn't as aloof as most universe masters. He favors special life forms. So many special life forms in ENFA secret region move to Craftsman Star and live a peaceful life on the star. Luo Feng Dove. Craftsman Star, a peaceful place, with no killings. Many great beings come here for true treasures, and many come here to learn how to make true treasures. Luo Feng flew through the clouds and landed. He took a step, moving 6 million miles forward. He had gathered information about the star before he came. The residents on Craftsman Star were special life forms. Some of them were undying, and some of them were universe knights. Though there were numerous powerful beings, the star remained peaceful. I can sense it. The black metal is calling me. Luo Feng moved forward, and the original earthling body in his world ring could sense the black metal, just as when he had obtained the second black metal. Not even the world ring was able to cut off the attraction. That direction. Luo Feng raced toward it. As he traveled, Luo Feng witnessed many special life forms having fun, some of whom were a rare sight in other areas of the universe. Sector lords, undying fighters. Luo Feng even saw a universe knight-level special life form. A streak of green light flew at Luo Feng. It was an energy body with a pretty face. Where did you come from, outsider? The being demanded. Are you here to learn how to make true treasures from Craftsman Master? Luo Feng smiled. I do, but I heard that the standards are pretty high. The green light flew beside Luo Feng. There are always great beings coming here who want to be a student of Craftsman Master. Many have failed. Craftsman Master has 182 disciples in total. Luo Feng smiled, nodded, and moved forward using teleportation. The green light easily followed Luo Feng. Have you ever been to Craftsman Star? The green light asked. Do you know where the Craftsman Mountain is? Haha. Luo Feng smiled without giving anything away. After all, he was being drawn by the 4th black metal, and he was certain that the black metal was in that direction. Luo Feng walked for half an hour before arriving at Craftsman Mountain, during which he continued talking with the green light. Luo Feng learned a great deal during the half-hour conversation, including that the green light was called Bo Ni Sha and had moved to Craftsman Star with her race a long time ago. According to Bo Ni Sha, she knew almost everything about the star, and she saw great beings coming here for true treasures all the time. That's Craftsman Mountain, Bo Ni Sha said, pointing in the distance at a Towering mountain, piercing the clouds, craftsman master, lives on the mountain, and his disciples come down to gather material. Often see there are many buildings on the mountain. Most were built by great beings of other races. After all, craftsman master rarely shows himself, as they're not qualified to be greeted by him. They can only wait for the moment when craftsman master comes out and tests his disciples, that is, when they go and ask for true treasures. With every word, Bo and Aisha grew more excited. Luo Feng nodded. He concentrated on the craftsman mountain, and he could feel a strong attraction even with the world ring in the middle. The original earthling body could feel every cell of his body exhilarated by the fourth black metal in that craftsman mountain. He put the fourth black metal in craftsman mountain. That s where craftsman master lives. Luo Feng frowned. I can't get a black metal from a universe master no matter how strong I am. Luo Feng considered. Bo and Aisha flew around Luo Feng and said, "Aren't you here to learn how to make true treasures from craftsman master? Look, there are some universe knights groveling over there. Just go join them if you're sincere enough and have the potential to create true treasures. Craftsman master will admit you as his disciple." The towering craftsman mountain shot up through the misty clouds. At the foot of the mountain, several hundred great beings of different races knelt. At first glance, Luo Feng could recognize a third of them as universe knights. The rest were undying great beings. Close to 200 universe knights kneeling. Luo Feng said to himself, the ability to create true treasures must be extremely desirable. Hey, why aren't you going? Bo and Aisha, who was beside Luo Feng, asked out of curiosity. I do desire to learn. Luo Feng smiled and lowered his eyes to look at Bo and Aisha. I certainly do want to learn the legendary skill of the craftsman master. However, I am not competent. Therefore, I'm here more for satisfying my curiosity to take a look. They are all here to try their luck, said Bo and Aisha. Out of these 500 or more candidates, it will be a generous intake if 2 or 3 are accepted as disciples. She pointed to the crowd of great beings of different races on their knees. These great beings, either in the life form of energy, flesh and blood, or rock, were all down on their knees, all waiting wordlessly. How long have they been kneeling? Luo Feng asked. Waiting till the craftsman master appears, Bo and Aisha said lightly. Kneeling for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, is commonplace, but the longest wait has yet to exceed 100 centuries. If one does not even have the perseverance to kneel for a long period of time, one is not worthy to learn the skill of making true treasures. Luo Feng nodded. I can't accompany you any further, said Bo and Aisha. I'm heading off to visit my friend. She danced around Luo Feng before flying off into a deep blue building. Luo Feng looked up at the towering craftsman mountain as he made his way toward it. So many different races, he said. He looked at the many buildings of different styles located quite a distance away. These numerous ancient buildings were abodes that great beings had constructed while here to seek an audience with craftsman master. The majority were vacated, but a sizable number of them were still occupied by great beings. They might be great beings from other races who are here to seek treasures. Luo Feng said to himself, the fourth black metal board can be found on Craftsman Mountain. Craftsman Master is on that mountain. Given his power, how am I going to obtain the fourth black metal board? Even if I did manage to steal it, Craftsman Master controls the space and time here. He could catch me easily. He gazed up at the mountain. How am I going to obtain it? While thinking, Luo Feng walked on, not realizing that he had already reached the foot of the mountain. "Stop, my friend, stop!" a deep and melodious voice called out. Luo Feng turned to look amid the crowd of over 500 universe knights and undying great beings. A handful looked over among them. There was a being with 4 hooves and a human body over 1,000 feet tall. He was watching Luo Feng with 3 golden eyes, and in a melodious voice, he said, "My friend, Craftsman Mountain is where Craftsman Master and his disciples reside. Any other great beings, without prior permission from Craftsman Master, will not be able to enter the region. Entering without consent would be showing disrespect to Master." "Oh," said Luo Feng with a smile, "thank you, I was too engrossed in my thoughts. Are you also here for the purpose of asking Craftsman Master to take you in?" As his disciple, the being shifted its gaze downwards to look at Luo Feng. Although he was kneeling, he was still taller than Luo Feng. "Just curious," Luo Feng said, "if there is hope for me to become a disciple, I will work hard." At the same time, Luo Feng found himself wondering, what kind of life form does the knight belong to? Based on what he could recall, there was not a single race with a description that matched. "That's right, GoldenEye Knight said with a laugh, "as long as there is hope, we should never give up. I am already able to make ordinary treasures. And before coming here, I was filled with confidence. However, upon arriving, I realized that when compared with the extraordinary geniuses from the many races of the universe where everyone is so adept at making weapons, I am inadequate. You see, that being of the demon race over there, he may only be undying, but at his level, he is already capable of making ordinary treasures. His chances of being chosen to be Craftsman Master's disciple is far higher than mine." Luo Feng was dumbfounded as he looked over. Also kneeling was a beast that resembled a golden-haired ape. It had a weaker aura, an aura that was only at the undying level. Undying, yet able to make ordinary treasures. Luo Feng blinked in disbelief. Geniuses, they really are an omnipresent existence. Luo Feng sighed to himself. GoldenEye Knight sighed too, then said, "In the ancestral god secret region, I am an honorable weapon master, but when I arrived here, I realized how lacking my skills were. Our unique life forms may seem very capable, but when it comes to making weapons, we are not in an advantageous position. You see, these undying beings, at their level, are already being brought by the great beings of their races to this ENFA secret region, the Craftsman Star. If they hadn't possessed a certain level of skills, would they dare come here? These few hundreds of undying beings, I suppose the majority, are already able to make pseudo-treasures." Pseudo-treasures? Luo Feng was baffled. What level would a pseudo-treasure be at? It seemed there were some terms known only among weapon masters, or at least unknown to someone like Luo Feng. "That's all right, I'm not here to try my luck at being a disciple," Luo Feng continued. Then, he muttered under his breath, "if I were to do so, I would only embarrass myself." "You should give it a shot," GoldenEye Knight laughed. "Craftsman Master has very stringent requirements when it comes to selecting disciples. Although talent matters, there are many other factors also taken into consideration. So long as you possess some skill in making weapons, and you can make a pseudo treasure, who knows, you might be lucky enough to become a disciple of Craftsman Master. Take me, for instance. I have been persistent all this while. I am just curious," Luo Feng repeated. "Just curious, that's all." Luo Feng immediately left the area packed with over 500 geniuses skilled in making weapons, all sincerely hoping to become disciples of craftsman master. Reaching the foot of the mountain, he built himself a courtyard house. Making weapons, he thought, as if I cannot even handle a weapon that is of a slightly higher caliber, much less a pseudo-treasure, during the remodeling of the UNMO planet ship. When I needed to imprint engravings, I had to engage the help of internal personnel from the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng shook his head in resignation. He was a complete ignoramus when it came to weapons. He had zero knowledge, compared to the numerous top-notch weapons geniuses gathered here from all over the vast universe. He could not help feeling ashamed. Standing before the entrance of his courtyard, Luo Feng looked at over 500 kneeling figures of various races, then turned up to look at the towering Craftsman Mountain. My initial plan was to ask Craftsman Master to take me in as his disciple. He muttered after entering Craftsman Mountain, I could take my time to craft a plan to obtain the black metal board, but now it seems that, other than Craftsman Master and his disciples, no one is able to enter the mountain, and becoming his disciple is out of the question. What should I do? How am I going to obtain the black metal board? Luo Feng was frustrated, but even without a feasible plan, he was not anxious. He waited patiently at the foot of the Craftsman Mountain, observing the activities that took place around the area, fastidiously seeking the perfect opportunity. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During that time, Luo Feng made acquaintances with the great beings of other races who stayed in the buildings around him. The great beings of other races were all universe knights, and there were quite a few universe overlords, too. Those who had stayed to wait all sought true treasures from the great Craftsman Master. A four-armed giant known as Chrysalis Knight, presently sitting cross-legged beside Luo Feng, sighed and lamented, I am the leader of a race, so finding a variety of valuables for the race is my responsibility. Although I joined the 9 Territory Alliance, those of highest standing were universe masters. I am only a universe overlord, so the resources I have were far inferior. For great beings of races with universe masters, 3 top-tier series of treasures can be exchanged for an ordinary true treasure. For me, I will need 4 top-tier series of treasures. Chrysalis Knight shook his head, and this is only one of the many examples of unfair treatment. I am ever at a loss. Luo Feng nodded in sympathy as he listened. Things are different for the pinnacle races, the four-armed giant said. Shaking his head again, the 6 pinnacle races, with their overwhelming power, countless valuables, and great beings, enjoy a blessed life when they exchange valuables internally. No one experiences unfair treatment, but for races like mine, where I am the sole universe overlord. Humph, remote ocean. Luo Feng. Should there come a day that I am killed, please help me, please help my silk and rock race to live on and pass on its legacy. Luo Feng replied, Chrysalis Knight, don't talk like that. Should death befall you, the 9 Territory Alliance will resurrect you, but if you really need my help, I will reach out to you. Chrysalis Knight was one of the great beings here whom Luo Feng had come to befriend, and he was one of the few Luo Feng got along with fairly well. He was the honorable leader of the Silk and Rock race, and if he did fall, the entire Silk and Rock race faced the risk of dying out. Chrysalis Knight needed to take care of his race. As such, he was unwilling to exchange his treasures with the 9 Territory Alliance for true treasures he would only stand to lose. I can only approach Craftsman Master with my plea for help, said Chrysalis Knight. Craftsman Master, with various materials obtained from treasures Could make a true treasure, this would be much better than exchanging treasures within the race. Chrysalis Knight sighed this way, I would still be able to retain a fair bit of resources for my race with the race developing. I can also grow stronger, only then will our future generations continue to grow. Luo Feng was full of admiration. His capability was considered strong, yet he did not have any such responsibilities. Humans, as a whole, were very much stronger and more dominating, although there was little difference between him and Chrysalis Knight. Chrysalis Knight had to shoulder the rise and fall of his entire race. Shi Luo Duo, who had the capability of a universe overlord, held a fate somewhat similar to that of Chrysalis Knight, thought Luo Feng. While Shi Luo Duo was with them, the Golden Horned race was able to stand as an independent race in the universe. Yet the moment Shi Luo Duo was killed, the Golden Horned race could only rely on stronger great beings for survival and became a vassal race. As Luo Feng and Chrysalis Knight were chatting, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "Look, those are Craftsman Master S disciples." "It's Craftsman Master S disciples," someone else shouted. Luo Feng and Chrysalis Knight stood up at the same time from the palaces and buildings around them. Knights of various races stepped out. They were all there seeking true treasures. The number of figures emerging, at one glance, numbered several thousand. These great beings all yearned for the same thing: to engage Craftsman Master S help in making true treasures. Such true treasures would be comparable to those obtained through trading within alliances, but at a much lower price. Thousands of knights, some burly and others petite, some hairy and others metal-plated, all flocked toward the figures approaching the ground. The handful of figures landed. "Dear brothers," said a great being from the 500+ great beings kneeling on the ground, speaking in a respectful demeanor, "May I ask, when will Craftsman Master meet us?" "What is the rush?" one of Craftsman Master S disciples answered. "Master has gone visiting. He may not return for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Enjoy the wait." Following his response, the disciples rapidly transformed into rays of light and made a speedy departure. Visiting, Luo Feng said, squinting into the distance,